Hello all. Before going on to the commentaries from the novels, because when I was recording the novels, I remember thinking, I referenced this particular guide quite a lot, so I just thought it'd be nice to go over it yeah, because this guide was like being made like alongside the comics, so when I was just like yeah, this was like getting made as the comics were coming about, but then the comics weren't really working, and then I was like just finding out other bits and bobs I didn't quite like about the current universe anymore, so that explains the reboot. But regardless, this not only acts as a good template, for a couple of comics, but it'll be some good moments to carry over into the reboot as well. So I'll let you all know what the case is. So yeah, this guide is mainly what each world is like and what each of the characters are like. So you had this poster, which I guess could still work as the definitive poster, but yeah, we a load of changes. Yeah, could have been simpler as well. But yeah, it's got a mixture between the old and new cast, really. Even yeah, both good and bad guys. Um, So yeah, I think yeah we'll just dive right in. So it's just to clarify on a couple of bits and bobs, and then see what will make a review, what will be cut out, and what could be handy for later. So yeah, let's get going. Yep. So we've got Earth itself. Yep, it has yeah humans and others living in this universe. I'll still probably apart. Oh, well, I'd it's like Easter eggs for the reboot or something. Yeah, just yeah, they're my favorite band. So yeah, why not? Um. So yeah. What's this world like? So you're home of the Legion. Most mixed planet vision. Oh yeah, because yeah, Earth has like yeah, it has 7 types of biomes with other types of land as well. So yeah, of course, it's definitely going to be the most varied. Yeah, despite reverted to Pangea. And yeah, the alien refugee camp that was added, shown in one of the comics. And oh yeah, and even every page will have a simplified version of the world. So yeah, it's like there's the mountain, has some vegetation, there's the base, there's the building and the beach. So yeah, it's just a very simplified version of Pangaea, I suppose. And yeah, most types of races, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, when you consider the world's wildlife and most tech development, yeah, that I can also see as well. So yeah, that's definitely accurate and will continue to be accurate. So yeah, and then go through the characters as well. So let's see, yeah, humans and oh yes, these are some vigilantes. Oh yeah, just labeling which one as well. Yeah, because some of these yeah characters I came up with before and probably still like to use it in the reboot. But yeah, the Mantis one, um, that pen's not worked. Do I need to? Um, that's not working. Um, let's try. What if I go for the highlighter instead? That's not working either. Never mind. Anyway, so yeah, that's the Mantis suit, and yeah, there has been drawings that have made it a lot better, and I'll see how to improve it. But I like that with the arms, and then yeah, as well as the alien otters who appeared in the sequel, there's going to be Earth otters as well that will, like have their own tools. It'll be interesting to see them both interact with one another. Although I wonder how our own otters could go like this, but oh well. And yeah, this is like a crime fighting duo that um, which yeah, they solve a lot of crime because they were like in early parts of the Haphazard Legion story where they were almost like the human perspective, and then we are going to have like a fight against one of the two Legion members at one point, but I did end up cutting it because it was added too much fact to the story, and the designs are okay. They definitely need some improvement if carrying over to the reboot, or maybe one of them will be reinterpreted as this figure here. Although I think it's the detective's alter ego, I think, and Data's, because it's a mixture between a Pie Martin and an Orca, which you can somewhat see the resemblance. But yeah, I quite like the suit, yeah, especially that cape at the side here. It kind of gives some presence almost. So that's like another crime fighter of some kind. I think these ones have their own gadgets, and this one is. I mean, I have to think about it more. And but yeah, I think there's another costume wearing vigilante. Yeah, there's a another otter-based character. Yeah, just like I said, a human wearing an otter suit. Yeah, that'll be more. So yeah, that carries over because I kind of like the idea. This one is the uh, who's that one? What's his name? I swear he's called like the Mutator or something simple because yeah, he's the human that's slightly mutated with the green skin. Because I had like some interesting ideas where he's he's almost like a intellectual foe against Legion, and yeah, he's like part of a experiment. When humans try and like gain qualities from aliens, but then ends up backfiring. So aside from him, he could be like a very good uh, like perspective if going for that theme. And yeah, quadrupeds. So yeah, definitely a creature that's gone in and out of the story. You can see that with a load of the sketches I've done on the Instagram. And yeah, it looks like it's a character that I still like to use. Kind of like the design, even if it needs some adjustments here. And I'm a bit undecisive about the size of the creature, but I've got to think about it. Yeah, because what's the Beastosaurus, and well, that's like a giant creature. I might still make that a giant creature, but if this show, well, this story already has like a particular vibe with the battles, then I'm not sure if like putting in Godzilla equivalent fights will fit that kind of um like identity. I'm a bit hesitant about that, but we'll wait and see. And so yeah, that's so yeah, this is the variations of Earth slot. Yeah, many humans and one otter and even quadrupeds human too. So okay, and yeah, oh yeah, that singular white otter, of course. Yeah, he was like a vigilante too. Had like his own alternative weapon. I've got a couple of one or two drawings of him on the Instagram too. So oh yeah, if that's going to be another another otter of its own, then yeah, fair enough, cool. And yeah, all main biomes, yeah, Spectre Pangea, um, and yeah, just mostly built despite some natural land still being around. So yeah, Earth's a bit more up in the air because it's just like our planet but reinterpreted in some way. So yeah, we'll see these ideas continue anyway. So yeah, let's see what's next. All right, so this is pretty much space itself. Yeah, kind of like labeled here. So atmosphere, seeing all planets and stars. Not too keen on the drawing here, but never mind. The most dangerous area, VR can see that happening, and most spaceship activity, which is also accurate. So we've got the nitro bots here, so yeah, we know what they're like. And yeah, we know they're made of nitro, and yeah, initially to protect, but end up being used for aggressive situations. That's their contrabot from the sequel, yeah, just made by Contro himself. Yeah, well, we counter who Contro's race is. Then that's a space kraken with a trident, which I thought could be rather cool. Because I've seen like loads of imagery recently of like krakens having their own like giant trident, so I thought that could be neat. And yeah, the kraken could be out in space, because if in normal tales, if like an ocean kraken can take down pirate ships, imagine like a giant kraken to affect spaceships. Yeah, I just thought there's something about that idea which could be rather cool. And then we also have that's Phase, who oh yeah, yet another otter, and it goes through element dimensions, which they one idea which I could do with exploring and sticking to it. And Simpsy Explorer. Oh yeah, so it just explores from one planet to the next. Yeah, it's inspired by a diving suit, and also a skydiving suit as well, especially with the wing parts around. It looks like a harpoon gun. Yeah, because I once created a diving kind of character who also had like a wingsuit too. So it's like a homage to it, although I could do with improving the design a bit. and that is Archivius. Yep, designed a couple of times before, and as shown on my Instagram. But yeah, it comes back in a pixelated look, which could work. So it keeps an eye on the whole universe. I feel like that contradicts a lot in the maybe they were like not a thing in the original 5 books, only to come back thanks to their Titrans. But yeah, I'm quite hesitant to give that race that kind of role. I think it'll still be really cool to stick around, but I'd have to give it a good, like a better role rather than something too, too purposeful. Because it just sounds a bit over the top. And so yeah, these are just pretty much ones that don't exactly have a plan in; they just explore wherever. To which, yeah, it's like a way of categorizing them. All right, so let's see what's next. Yeah, so on to one of my favourite planets. Even this one is like the most cohesively planned one up until the updates, because yeah, the Bloodside decided to remove. Yeah, I'm not because despite the comic idea being like a cool idea at first, to find out that Titran's home wasn't really theirs, and they have to negotiate with the previous owner of the race. Yeah, it's an idea I'm not too keen on. I still like Laguna, who's the another Titran to the cast, but yeah, it's just the body itself. Yeah, I'm not too keen on. But yeah, I really like how this planet's like all laid out, because yeah, the Titrans are like their primary residents, and yeah, the blobs kind of are as well with their own space, and then yeah, loads of vegetation move about here, and then there's a race that yeah, like organizes dirt around the area, especially when vegetation is like controlled all over. Yeah, it's good to have one who like needs the ground. So yeah, that's like kind of cool. Even that's what the Titran used to partially. Yeah, it was going to be like a what the Titran used to look like, but this is almost like a smaller version. I think there is the sketch released for it on the Instagram. I might be wrong, but I think it should be there. Yeah, it's like a cute reptilian creature of some kind. And then this is like an alien equivalent race. They're non-verbal compared to their Titrans, but I think there's only one herd of them. They just go around like the watery areas, so yeah, they can get on. Yeah, like elephant equivalents. And yeah, there's is there multiple of these squids? I think a lot of these are multiple of. Yeah, I think there's only like a couple of hybrids that exist. Uh, but yeah, this is almost like probably a threat that comes in and out. Probably has to fought against and then jump back in the water. Maybe it feeds on the elephants, or the what they're called, slons. Yeah, I can see that being like the food cycle. Yeah, and the Titrans and possibly the Copites, which is these little digging creatures. Yeah, I can see them being herbivores. What else is there to the world? Urban Titrans, yeah, once for all the blobs. Most vegetation heavy, and yeah, it's where the Titrans do resurrect a lot of races all across the universe. First overall race to assist the Legion, which is true. But what's the paragraph? One Titran was raised elsewhere. But it's talk about variations. Oh yes. One Titran was raised elsewhere, the only non-vivant one, and Scabe applied parts of living core within himself, making him able to produce vegetation within his body, regenerate and shape-specific extend limbs via vines. Which, yeah, so it's just a couple of Titran variations. I think there will be other ones because I really like this race so much at a point where I kind of want to make like different ones, but anytime I'll tell how many more I create, because yeah, that's referring to Laguna, who's like a climber, and Scape, who has the chronokisis within himself, unlike the Titrans that have to use vegetation around to for his abilities. So yeah, and oh yeah, even the vegetation seems like the Titrans only. Although I feel like the Titrans control the vegetation anyway, so it makes you wonder what the point is of how plants are alive already, but maybe they like communicate to one another. Yeah, I'm a bit mixed on that actually. I think that I might cut from the reboot too. Oh yeah, and even here, yeah, a lot of the Sandland is very samey, but it's still very cool though. Cave trees, vegetation. Yeah, it sounds really cool planet in that. All right, let's move on. So yeah, when making this planet, so I remember thinking, would there be any main residence for this world, and then I decided to make the Spiker race the like the main residence, overseeing the lot. Which I quite like an idea because even adds a bit more context to it. That scene where one of the Spikers go and see Zammy, zooming about as if there's nowhere else to go, except staying on the world that was just mashed to pieces. I do quite like this choice here. And even the suit speed kind of helps oversee everything here, just making sure it's all nice and peaceful. Just like because not uh, they're more like security guards than policemen, so they just like lightly check about rather than being like too overseeing without getting in the way, of course. Being a hush too, does so. It's like the world that's it's like the most mixed with the alien races. I do quite like the idea of the planet, even the way it's described. As it described. It's mostly built. I think there's some natural land areas. I think it's quite varied as well. Especially when considering, like the sitting positions and the later games in the ship car park. You can imagine a lot. It's whether it's mixed the most. They do more like activities when it's more so with other worlds doing like the gambling kind of things, which you'll see later on. Some vegetation and just to like some feel, loads of services, you can imagine, and parking. I reckon all planets will be easy to park, but this one has more of a like a definitive car park. Then I suppose that does make some things easier, doesn't it? I think that's the best way to describe this one. So let's go to the next one. Okay, so on to a more of a existing world. What I want to Chronicles existed, in the 5 books, but then there's this one too, which is where the flashback in the 3rd book. That's the location. It's a pretty cool setting. Like I remember trying to go for more of a medieval look. It's quite mountainous with vegetation and the buildings being all kind of grimy somewhat, and it kind of works with the Narves's colour scheme as well. So I quite like that. But I just remember thinking, like surely it's not just a planet from the Narvest, but then I thought to add these 2 races in because if Ravcon was the pet, and oh, hang on, these are the names, not the like that's Zionfall's race name, but not for these 2. No, I think the names of their race is said in the novels, but no, their names are stated here. But anyway, so they talked about in the novel commentaries. Spells that are made up of heat and like the pets. So it's just some worlds like this because you can see how the Titron one is nicely fleshed out. With this one, it just feels like there should be a bit more to it other than just Narvas, their pets and their servants. Just make I can't help think there's more to it. Even the 5th book, after revisiting it, apparently there's insects about, but it just makes you wonder what type of insects. Alternative tech, and even that's like referencing the type of special weaponry which they had. Would have been nice to expand on it, but they will. And so far because for the reboot, as I was considering the like a singular planet idea, I remember thinking of going for an approach like let's see um, just have like the whole planet made up of like a load of different locations, like the jungle with the Titrons, rather cool. And I don't think I do quite like this medieval setting at a point where I might keep that because I'm not like the biggest medieval fan, but if I get like do some research, get some inspirations, and interpret the kind of medieval kind of look with the castles that I'd like, then yeah, I think that's what I'll go for. But anyway, so yeah, homeworld of the villains. Yeah, they're definitely the main one. Fortress can be separate from space. Yep, yeah, the deep fortress. Yeah, said in the novels. So innovative, creating the amulet which can absorb all four elements. Yep, so they are quite innovative in their own ways. Yeah, alternative technology, I suppose. Yeah, as it says later. So as well as pets, so most vicious animals. So that's that's accurate to the books. And yeah, even Morlocks, the only kind of race that do spells. But because the only other spell that exists that one was usually was the communication spell, which is very useful even at a point where I might carry it over to the sequel, I think, no, reboot rather. But what does this description say? Elements created by the elements created the Narvas as assistants to help the universe via combat, as Narvas are the strongest race. Yeah, which is true. Yeah, they're partially invincible, but Narvas fought back, becoming the ruling race once they turn the elements from living beings into forms of energy. Yeah, that's accurate to Book 5. Once I4 is done and the race is revived, the Titan resurrected the race, becoming nicer versions of the race. So yeah, it was all brought back here because it wasn't really explained why about the Titrans wanted to bring all of their aliens back. She would assume that they probably wanted to bring their Narvas back in terms of safety, but I reckon they did some precautions. Even their new generation of Narvas, they yeah, I think they just kind of kept themselves. Maybe it helped with the universe, but um, yeah, it's something to strongly consider. You could have it so it's just like a far less of them, or maybe just spending that's about. That could be an idea. Could be something that Scabe would risk reviving. Yeah, I could see that being possible. So yeah, it's I wonder how do I rank these. Yeah, I'm not really going to rank space because it's a bit abstract, but Earth is well, Earth has like the wall building problems with the servicemen, which I've gone in depth in the book one commentary, which is I know yeah, if this guide is going to be released beforehand, then you'll get some of the context. So yeah, Titan Planet's definitely the best, and yeah, Norrie Vaughan. It's yeah, cool name. I'll say that. Even Chronocope is, it's uses the chrono word, which means plants. The scientific word for it. It's like chronokinesis. The power of plants. So I'm gonna try and rank them in my head. Oh, there's Nahash too as well. Oh, I'll tell you what. If the pen works, because I got the planet planet collage later on, there is that. So yeah. All right, we'll see what the next one is. Okay, so hopefully if I remember and if I can find it in enough amount of time, I will slap on a image of a load of pixelated, let's see, prehistoric animals or extinct animals, which I did redraw recently because, yeah, the idea of bringing back, for wildlife that used to not be around but has come back. Yeah, I think that's like a really neat concept, especially when because I'm not so much with the 5 books, but especially in the sequel, there is like more of an emphasis on the wildlife side of things, and if the Titrons also, not to mention, have the idea of bringing back any race that was once extinct, then yeah, it's just like a really cool concept that I would like to explore. Like it could be like even this could be like a premise of its own, but I think yeah, because we have dinosaurs being brought back from extinction, which is done many times across all sorts of media. But whilst I might still consider dinosaurs, I want to be have more of an emphasis on just like any other type of animal, not just dinosaurs. But you can see a whole list here, and yeah, so you can see some dinosaurs about, but there's also other um, other creatures out in the bay. Yeah, there's a bit of a punctuation problem there, but no mind. Yeah, because see a mammoth there at least. That's in like in the background in the sequel a couple of times. Yeah, I felt like it could improve parts of the design. I'm not too keen on the tone it has, but I really like the trunk though. No, the tusk rather. And oh yeah, there's a prehistoric otter, which is also in the sequel, and yeah, they do exist. Yeah, there's like 2 or 3 prehistoric otters, which means yeah, I'll be bringing them back. Yeah, this one's more like a big cat, which once again does actually or used to exist. Um, so yeah, there's all sorts of um, you know, wildlife to bring back. Yeah, like I said, just could be like a generally cool idea. Even something I've thought about recently is that because whilst right here, this is just a planet just for the race that used to be extinct, which you would have to be careful how would the animals would be placed because um, yeah, you'd have to consider, the circle of life. What would be predators and prey? What would be the food chains all across? How does it have like the right kind of conditional, food for all of the animals? That's like what we'd have to be careful with. Like I'm sure this planet is varied enough, but I don't know. Like the word human doesn't really, that won't gel well with the mammoths. Yeah, definitely not. And um, there was also, oh yeah, because there was also an idea of maybe some these extinct animals, maybe they could be like part of the alien planet instead. Because if a lot of the aliens are to have a lot of similarities to animals, it could be a design that way. Just like when those were creating this universe, it's like varying with some of the same features. And you could say, like for instance, I've got one alien who we'll see later on who has antlers like a deer, and you could bring up the question, well, how original, but it could actually be, rather fun to explore. Like what would, like if an alien had like a human physique but with antlers, how would that work? So it's the fun of exploring these kind of things. And yeah, and oh yeah, there's these little tags here to help make each planet stand out. So yeah, this is definitely the most wildlife-filled world, and it's vaguely explored in the sequel, like from time to time. And yeah, variety of lands. Well, I hope it's varied. Yeah, does it have like an Arctic equivalent? Yeah, for the mammoths. Yeah, not too keen on the name though. On the name though, yes, not too original. So we'll see how this carries over in the reboot. Although here, the most previous extent death animal I've placed once Tartarus exist a lot, he dinosaurs. Okay, yeah, so we pretty much got the point. So yeah, yeah, we'll get going. Okay, so here's the planet of the otters. So about a lot of you were wondering, how most of this world worked after after the Otter comic, and yeah, I think this should hopefully clarify some things. So we'll go from the top. I don't know why I've named the planet that way, but never mind. Anyway, so Titrans thought otters were innovated, developed within their own world. Okay, I thought these otters were slightly different to Earth ones, but okay. Someone laugh like fish. Yeah, fish existing on this planet, so yeah. Big site added later on. Oh, added to this planet. Oh yeah, because they fetch like prehistoric otter from that world, but that was just one of them. Would there be more of the was that the only one? I'm not sure. Because there was a idea for a sequel which will carry over later on, where the planet does get invaded by the Contrabots mainly, and so yeah, every single otter has to work together to survive. So yeah, it's a very ambitious idea. And then wooden ships, yeah, like pirate ships, yeah, which is like a full concept. Yeah, it's not too really onto technology, like snippets, but we'll go back to that. Pirate theme, yep, yeah, just like a load of islands. Yeah, it's just a nice little approach. Yeah, because even if a pirate themed kind of world is um, it could sound a bit abstract because you're already having like grasslands and deserts and volcanoes in that. But I think it's just sometimes when you have like multiple islands in that way, it can have like a tropical feel. So yeah, you could probably link it into like a beach theme. I suppose like the beach themed levels in the Mario world. What was it? The new Super Mario Bros. Games. Yeah, I like those beach levels. So yeah, that's where it would help with inspiration, like in here. So yeah, yeah, stand out some way. Yeah, even the image is like simplified. There's some islands, some coves, platforms, and the pirate ships as well. So yeah, and yeah, and what else is there? Um, yeah, some are supernatural. Yes, they are. Yeah, because giant otters grow giants. These ones, this small claw otters can. Um, they can clone, which yeah, there's some are more supernatural, and yeah, they're like hyper intelligent and so forth. So yeah, and so yeah, now if we get onto the otters themselves, okay, so yeah, the Eurasian otters are the ones with the fish, yeah, as said in the comic, yeah, especially with the like yeah, as indicated by this platform here, they used to roam around those a lot. Yeah, the small clawed otters are yeah, the insect equivalents. I think these to like building, but because there was like a load of miniature ones, they probably might make like mounds and that, a bit like insects, like ants and termites and that, yeah, which was kind of interesting idea. Yeah, the sea otters were like the Ravengers, yeah, the standout race, yeah, because in the comics they were, robbing from the other otters and they were very apart from the rest of the planet, really. So there's that. Yeah, the giant otters, yeah, they're builders, I suppose. I think there's some that might mix together, but I think some might be in their own areas too. So I wish I kind of clarified that, but they're like building apparently. Yeah, it's possible. And the Cape Crawlers ones, yeah, they like to be more spiritual, which is like it's more spiritual, more tribal, which is kind of neat. Near tropical ones, yeah, the chunky ones. So they seem to be into like technology and tools and that. So yeah, yeah, it just makes you wonder. They'll probably like make cannons. It's like the most realistic kind of technology, but like as far as they can probably go. The bottom, yeah, there's only one the bottom of room, prehistoric one that's super powerful, and only one of them. Then a Conglocolus one is not only the fastest, but likes to explore. And there's even a form of version where they do come across one of these and like, if you go this way, because I know about them with the exploring and that. So yeah, but yeah, to make them like the fastest swimmers, presumably, yeah, that's like a neat idea. And yeah, because I've seen like I swear it's like a Congo clawless otter that has like white fur instead, so that's like trying to carry it over. So yeah, but yeah, the top half is pretty much people we've been more familiar with thanks to the comics, but now it's here where um, yeah, but yeah, and then yeah, below is just like the others. So the hairy nose ones, which is that one, yeah, looks quite tall and and that. So they're like so scientists. I wonder what kind of science they would get into. Maybe they are just like rather smart, or they would. Sometimes scientists like can help with strategic bits and bobs, so that could be handy. Smooth coated ones, yeah, the blue ones, yeah, they're like the creative artists, which is a really nice idea. Oh, silver river otters, yeah, we've seen them in the comics too, yeah, like they like to wear crocodile features, because they're like their crocodiles, they have like a cycle with them, which is yeah, rather neat. Yeah, they almost like worship them and carry them over. So so they're more like the tribal ones compared to the Cape Clawless ones. So yeah. And so there's bottleneck otters. Oh yeah, I've made them like slightly wider with this cloak. I made them black as well, so they actually look rather cool as a visual design. Oh yeah, and as you can see, yeah, because of the pixelated look, it means I can't create a more of a hairy nose or light spotted neck, but never mind. But as long as they're light distinct enough, because I was gonna, because you can see from time to time how I tried to go with like different tones of brown, but I did like run out from time to time. Although actually it's only like because the orange is yeah, because sometimes brightening brown can lead to orange. Yeah, that's what I've seen in colour theory sometimes. But yeah, this one's like the yellowish colour and there's the blue, so they're the only ones that kind of stand out. It's just the rest having clothing, which can be a bit puzzling sometimes. So overseers, so I guess like help organise the world and see how everything's going, like the politicians almost, which is yeah, okay. and we have seen these marine otters too. So we actually see more otters in the comic than I thought. So yeah, quite like yeah, I really like the suits that they wear. Yeah, like they're the deep sea kind of type of otters. So they're kind of like a bit of outcast too, because they like deep and live around the sea like these otters do. But the marine ones are less aggressive, you could say. But the sea otters will be totally fine. After that first story. But yeah, the Smoky River otters, which are free of rules. So okay, so they just don't follow any systems, any cultures. They probably like to roam all around on their own. Um, I suppose they got to nuisance behaviour, maybe. Although I thought, the Conquer Claws ones were explorers, but maybe the explorers are more like, more knowledgeable of what the world is like around them. But the marine otter, but the American River otters are just like going all around. So yeah, okay, so that's enough differences. Yeah, you've got 13, but there's 15 because of the two types of prehistoric ones. So yeah, quite righty here, and yeah, even right here it's more of a fully fledged world, despite missing of a light world building clarity, and no deserts nor snow in this world, and yeah, a lot of rocky land and wooden. You say it's a lot of wooden platforms too, so they like their wood, which is you don't really put wooden platforms with otters together. Maybe with like fishing platforms, but yeah, maybe they should have like been fishing around like rocky lands because that's what they're mostly around on. Because thinking of wood, it just reminded me of beavers. You could probably see beaver characters doing this, but not so much otters. But never mind. So yeah, we'll move on to the next one. All right, so yeah, this is the world which Ozona took over in the third book. So yeah, it was all covered over, because it was all water at first, and it all got covered over. But despite that, there were still some deep underwater coves where the Tengers did settle in, and this race is they're a bit more residential. They just get on with anything around them. They don't really have any jobs, currencies, politics. Nothing like the Otter world. So yeah, they just go by, or they just makes you wonder what they do, eat, etc. But oh well. Although if they like to use seaweed, shown in book two, then yeah, that must help with a couple of things. Maybe that's like how they sleep, and maybe it's what they eat too. I can reckon. Um, so yeah, this world I think is like rather small, especially if most of it is sea with deep underwater coves, which is not a nice idea, especially when some of the deeper coves can even be like deep underwater and still have like the empty space. But maybe the water does come back once those owners sorted out. But regardless, anyway, so what's the description? Filled with Tengers, a simple race until the Zimian Dance creator, both who were the only good nature bots, yeah, which you would know from the books, requested Tengers to form an object to maintain the element Vibra, yeah. The trident then was oh yeah, the trident was shot out of the planet using one of their stars already within the caverns, and that trident landed on Earth, ready to be used by Pod as the power slowly unlocks. So yeah, the trident was already intended for Pod. It just kind of happened by chance, and yeah, I think the Tengers will probably use it as their own like defensive tool in some way, because I think, well, I'm not sure the books explain this, but what I reckon happened is that because of how the power light slowly unlocked itself, as it says here, I think it was just that I think the element was just like really well coated, but it just brings the question of what type of material was it, because it wouldn't be nitro, because that doesn't really go well with like with energy. So yeah, it must be some kind of alternative material here on this planet, which I've forgot to state. But never mind. Um, so yeah, it's almost like they've our familiar caverns, but just more water themed. And so here, mainly an all-sea planet, but deep caverns and surface water valleys are about. Once built over by Zona Stoners at the time, barred right to the land away, reverting to its sea-only look. Yeah, which matches with book two, and Yeah, so I think a lot of the surface land we see is probably, I reckon some of the land was like natural, but if all of it was like built on top of by Ozena and the Stone Nose and it was all wrecked away, then yeah, fair enough. Um, Although it would have to like disintegrate like very like a lot unless Pod like extra flooded the planet, as if he's just more like space in the sky, which means like a shorter distance between the atmosphere and the land or the water, you could say. Yeah, maybe that's what happened. So using the star to shoot the trident away, I'm not sure how that's possible, and I feel like this snippet was like an attempt to um, answer the book. And I guess if these guides were canon with the story, but I don't know, that's still third-party material to answer a question which I thought was already answered, but never mind. But it's kind of cool like this race, did get on with Zeman and Dion a little bit, during those early years, and even I think the design is okay. Um, I think I would want to make it a bit more like a crab because it's a tad too simple looking at it. But well, okay. So let's shall we go to the next one? Um, yeah, I think so. All right. So this world was pretty much in two stages. Firstly, it was like somewhat wildlife film filled with only these three. Oh, actually, no, like four creatures like were around living in this world, even if the Noozles is what was the primary, like the only race we were introduced to in book two when John helped to save this world. 'Cause, yeah, funny enough, I was actually inspired by Barcelona because when creating this setting in the storybook, I did actually use one of my Barcelona photos to yeah, because there was this nice like greenery area that had these tall trees, and I remember seeing the elephant statues, and there were green parrots as well, which was rather exciting to see because I'm not normally like the biggest fan of birds because I'm more of a mammal, seawater, jungle, wildlife kind of fan, but it was still really like nice to see them. And so yeah, but yeah, so whilst this, yeah, not an awful lot of our life, unfortunately, which makes this world a bit barren, and maybe another smaller planet too, I reckon. But it's like later on where, well, no, maybe these creatures go about as well, but they were like partially intelligent because they were trying to cause havoc in what was like the definitive last story of this entire fictional universe. And oh yeah, and they created all of these singular hybrids below as well, which we'll get to, and the Apollo's race, which yeah was one was created by Scape, and then yeah they became more of a society later on. And once again, they're a bit more also like tribal with their tents, and they have like because they have like the power of the elements, but with a bit of a lid on. Yeah, they could just do all sorts. So yeah, it was like a really interesting concept to blend them all together, and to look, they also had like a really cool look in the comic as well. Because in here, it's meant to be almost like a blue poncho equivalent to that he's wearing. Although I reckon that it could be a bit wider to match with what the other humans look like. Humans, well, just more so the human-shaped ones. Because when you look at the comics, you can see like the normal like size, with a lot of the human ones and some of the aliens, using that similar template. But yeah, I could do with interpreting this one better because he's a bit thin, but it might still suit him. It's like a bit of a mystery to him, which is kind of cool. But so yeah, it's nice to give this world a bit more flavour. Uh, so yeah, I'm not as keen on the name though. Like I reckon it was like named informally by someone, but I'm not sure. But you can imagine that the Noozles are, oh yes, most populated wildlife. Okay, so there were four types of animals. Okay, until a post sign for era Dubos, uh, Dudos. Oh, so that's Apollo's race. Okay, created by the Titron Scape. Yeah. Accurate to the sequel, provided the race at home on this planet alongside the Marses, this race here, a world which did go slightly chaotic once the hybrids below were created. Yeah, and Pod helps sort that out during his final days. So yeah, Noozles are they're almost like creatures with elephant trunks but with wings. Yeah, it could be better translated in a pixelated form because they were made to be like kind of small, but you kind of get to see a better look in the storybook to see what they actually look like. Because I once created like it might be on my Instagram where I created a, an elephant-like creature but more lower down with wings and yeah, it had like a variety of colours. I wasn't too keen on the colour choices, but it's still like a nice idea because I kind of like how on our planet, elephants are literally the only race to have trunks, or at least like trunks of that length at least. So yeah, I just thought it's a cool idea to keep exploring. So yeah, wildlife. So Noozles are the most popular. That's Paris race first custom raced. So yeah, they were definitely like they weren't around before. They're all like the first race to be created by hand by the Titans instead of carrying over an already extinct race. And yeah, I've talked about the elemental powers. Yeah, there are 4 elements, which is talked about loads in the books. Nearby's. Oh yeah, they're more mink inspired. Minks are like a small otter, so it's like an attempt to carry over one of those and make it like cute as well. I'm a bit mixed on the design, although they're also like telepathic as well. They could communicate with creatures or control them, something like that in that last comic story. So I kind of like that idea. And yeah, Slytherins, which are giant wolverines. Yeah, I drew them a long time ago. They have a really cool look. I quite like the design of them. Yeah, they've had some work in that. Yeah, it's just really cool. Just shows what allowing more pixels can do. Yeah, just like giant predatory creatures. Yeah, they definitely stand out amongst this whole universe. Omnis, yeah, they're the slightly bigger chameleon creatures. So they're like a horse equivalent, but I reckon they can climb, and they do have chameleon tongues as well. So yeah, so they do work with the to-dos quite a bit. Marses, yeah, they're the big frog creatures, and the created Raslix. That's all of the hybrids below. And they all have like just very simple abilities like fire, sand, ice, water, greenery, rock, and lightning. Just very unless they are just like tools, but um, yeah, I still quite like the variation of them because I created like a lot of these creatures when I was younger, and when coming back to them, I just remember thinking, I didn't really want to scrap them, but they did suit this this own little era, at the end of the Universal story. So yeah, I did really like the concept, and yeah, even the Marses, yeah, even like a big frog dinosaur kind of creature. Yeah, even I used to draw on them loads, but yeah, it's kind of nice to carry them over because there was a time where it was like the side villain of the first book when it was like an entirely different villain. So yeah, so that's where I was trying to use that race. But yeah, now I really like the new purpose here. Well, the race is still carrying over in the reboot, even if this whole era is going to be discontinued. But it's just nice to see what I can still do with these characters I once drew. So yeah, it's just really interesting that. So the whole world, it's yeah, savannah, slightly built and full of oasis and even deserts. But I didn't really get that impression in the sequel, but it's still like a really nice land because it's like partially tropical with the kind of colours it goes for. It's like, oh, it's weird because it's almost as if they're like, it's like slightly darker colours, a lot of them here you could definitely see in this colour scheme here. It actually looks quite cool. But just nice varied one. Yeah, definitely stands out, especially with how much it changed during the, as it says, post-Sign for era. So yeah, what's next? Okay. Oh yeah, the Land of the Ranniks. Yeah, once again, not a very imaginative name, but never mind. So I remember trying to expand on this world a bit because it's almost like possibly the most dangerous one because like the measles in the previous world, yeah, these Ranniks were everywhere. Like that was definitely evident in the book. Like once you're on this planet, you're essentially Rannik food. So yeah, it's very. Yeah, it's an extremely grim world. You can see like the bones everywhere. I think that's why a lot of the land will be like. But to go ahead with each creature before going on to the writing. So yeah, the Vraniks are just explored enough in the fourth book. but you have these Zavanoid creatures, which are basically like human jellyfishes, which I quite like the reinterpretation design here. You used to struggle how to draw them in a 2D manner, but yeah, quite like the look of the design here. But this is, I think, this is possibly the first race that we see on this guide that I don't think will be making it into the reboot. Because yeah, it's not as cool as the design is. It's just yeah, I think they probably are like too similar to other aliens that came. So yeah, I think it's just due to being similar to other races because I've come up with like so many water ones. But yeah, I'll reconsider though. Because if it has a jellyfish-like race, and jellyfishes definitely stand out as creatures. So yeah, there is potential. And this here is a resurrector, which I know it's not the most original name either, but yeah, I think how did I come up with this one? I was trying to think of the origin or which character came up with, but I think after creating like a dinosaur skeleton, especially in the official sequel, I just remember thinking, oh, how would that come about? And it's because these races can bring back, or at least like give skeletons, enough life to be active and be used as like an army of some kind. And in the novel commentaries, I kind of discussed, like does it have to be all skeleton? Could it be zombies as well? So there is like that kind of plot hole somewhat, but I think I'm primarily going to stick to skeletons because, I just feel like a load of live skeletons could be a lot of fun to work with. Even this T-Rex look, it's okay, I think. Yeah, I just felt like it could be a bit more like creative because it looks had to like just like too overly detailed compared to the far more simpler look. Even the Resurrector's design, I think, could do with some improvement as well. But anyway, so it looks like this. Oh yeah, because if the skeletons are about, then yeah, maybe I don't know. Would he? Oh yeah, because if all of the bones are going to be left, then like yeah, I can imagine once he finds a skeleton he likes, I think the rest of the body will just form itself together. I can see that happening, which could be like a really fun idea. But just makes you wonder how many more of these are about, and what's their day to day like. If not using it for combat situations. Could actually like if the Vranics, pretty much wait for anyone to come onto the world. Could these resurrectors, what makes them? Maybe they must be like slightly undead in some way because if the Vranics, don't go for them. But maybe the resurrectors have to be careful. Maybe they do use a skeleton army to scare the Vranics off. Knowing that they can't exactly go for them to eat. I can see that happening, but I'm literally just coming up with ideas. Even this concept, the kind of land, even that suits the land on a same planet, not a planet of itself, because other than Mechajaw, like I reckon it's probably slightly hinted that other planets probably like to throw other bodies down there or any like traitors, etc. As like a way of punishment, and it gives the Vranics something to feed, which is absolutely brutal. Yeah, and so yeah, this being right here is it's like a hog or a and that it definitely has trying to create the face of one almost because I remember seeing a half man half hog kind of creature once. I just thought it could be kind of cool to make a animal out of, and that I was kind of struggling to carry over into the reboot as well, especially the designers that had. I guess it's okay. Like the third textures are kind of cool, but yeah, it's kind of hesitant. But because there's been so many other cases where certain races create their own unique guardian or hybrid to counter the Legion, etc. It's just kind of done one too many times. So you could maybe explore as a concept, with all of them trying to create their own heroes and how it like multiplies in this like history repeats itself almost. Maybe that could be something, but I would have to look over everything. But yeah, to be made up of dead flesh as well, that's once again kind of gross. Although it just kind of makes you wonder, what flesh would remain if the Vranics like literally eat anything, unless because if it's like led to the Savanois, they to live underwater, maybe the Vranics. Well, if the Savanois are safe underwater, then I guess the Vranics don't like going underwater. So yeah. Okay. So onto the wording. So the second most dangerous word. Oh, second most. Okay, I can guess what the first one is. Because of all of the different types of dangers. But okay, I thought this one would be more dangerous because the Vranics were absolutely relentless, if that's the right word. I say that a lot, don't I? Anyway, some was use this as a graveyard or a simple biodisposal where anything living can be food for the Vranics, with very little life living there, either underwater or defended by death itself. Oh, that's actually kind of a cool line. So yeah, okay, so yeah, we can infer that the Resurrectors can like defend themselves. Okay, so yeah, the main race, highest population, and yeah, the Sliver was quite powerful. Yeah, I remember that affecting Pod, in the book. So, yeah, Seven Eyes, we have in the water where it's safer. Just makes you wonder what their society or their living is like. Yeah, because that's what's missing from a lot of these worlds, like what's their routine like? Because I think like with the Titrans, it's extremely easy, they're like vegetation and going over the resurrected races, and that big tree as well, which like to hang around in. So I really like, yeah, they're like I said, they're easy, but it's just wondering how to do that for the other types of aliens. But I'll have a good look into it. Resurrectors can resurrect any dead being. Flesh and skeleton. So it is both. Okay, that helps clarify things. Okay, yeah, because I forgot what film it was, but I remember someone being like, okay, so that being just resurrected a dead body, but what if that body was like nothing but like dust? What was it crushed? Or if it was like crushed, etc., and like all of the bones, that would it still work then? It's just that kind of acknowledgement. But if I'm already thinking of, oh yeah, that can take on many forms and can reform. Yeah, I think the bones would just repair themselves. It makes you wonder about the flesh. Maybe the flesh goes, but the bones continue to reform. I can kind of see that's like a cool idea, because if reforming flesh, that sounds like it might as well just be resurrecting something entirely. But I don't want to do exact resurrections. That's why I've gone for skeleton. So it's just like literally a shell of the being it used to be. Yeah, so it's almost like the zombie equivalent, really. And then the Scruff, so a one-off being, so only one of its kind. Someone else created a being made up of dead flesh as an extra defense. If these Evernights need to go out to water for whatever reason, then fair enough, that's handy. So it's not a anti-legion thing, it's just like its own guardian to which, okay. So the land, many dead alien soil, but it's covered in flesh and bones of nearly every race. Nearly every race, wow. It also has a lot of dark, deep water too. Yeah. So yeah, the Seven Eyes have a lot of space to explore, and that's kind of cool. So you can see like the whole water stuff and the other races were. It just makes you wonder where all of these were in these 5 books. But I reckon that the resurrectors were, maybe all of them were fought by Bzynfor. I can see that happening because the skeleton armies would be a bit too invincible, you could say, for Bzynfor was good. So I can see why he would get rid of them. So yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I'll say for this one. So it's a bit on the simpler side, but oh well. Yeah, let's get going. Okay, so almost like Nahashtu, where it's was Nahashtu is a variety of other aliens, despite one primary alien living about in that world, and also it just makes you wonder, like, did the Spyco race like create the planets to create like a bigger alien community? I can probably see that happening. But regardless, yeah, this is a planet just for these green apes, and as I talked about in the novels, it just makes you wonder what kind of food exists if all of this was like a very artificial looking land. But never mind. Yeah, definitely be addressed in the reboot. Well, probably not so much of the land itself, because it is a bit too artificial to like see everything else. But I kind of like the idea at the time, because when you look at ambient occlusion renders, you would call them on Maya and all other 3D softwares, I really like. look. So it was just me trying to have a go of an idea for that, which I guess it could work as an architecture, but not like the land itself. But you know what, we as people, you know, have oh, maybe it could be like a concrete equivalent for aliens. Now that could be a really cool idea. Yeah, like one reason, because if we like to create, you know, concrete and bricks and stone, you know, a lot of that kind of materials for architecture, then maybe this kind of glossy material, etc., could quite work out. But yeah, I quite like these creatures. Yeah, they're the ones with the sonic screams, which makes them stand out ability-wise, and even the design I kind of like. They translated quite well from the storybook. I still remember the like the magenta fur. Not so much magenta. It was like a red, nearly going on to magenta. It was that kind of colour, which I think you might see on the Instagram actually. So Sphy, which is sort of for sphere, which is not a great name either, but oh well. Um, but yeah, it just because yeah, these apes are essentially like the locators. They know every like in inch of the galaxy almost. Well, probably not so much of underspace, which is understandable as like high in energy, but maybe they still explore or keep an eye out for everything, even though they're not really guardians, but they can fight well anyway. Yeah, I don't really know much about their day to day, which is a bit of a shame, but never mind. So, yet another world occupied by one race. This world is pretty much the GPS of the whole universe. Even the world can be produced copies so anyone can visit anywhere in space, except some planets can be hidden if cloaked, which can complicate things, but oh well. So we'll go on to land. So land's made up of ambient occlusion. That's not an existing material, but maybe like an equivalent. Plain reflective and domey. Also, no vegetation. Oh gosh, all artificial then. So green Epsom cells, a race that also can sonic scream and produce other high frequencies to break some surfaces or stun foes. They are the only race that can climb around these domes. Oh yeah, because I think, did they have like sticky hands or something? Because sometimes when you like try and climb up a glossy surface, you just can't. You would slip down. But they're adapted to climb around these areas, which would give them an advantage to defend themselves somewhat. It's kind of hinted at in the third book, I think. But yeah, and they know about locations better than anyone. Good defenders too. Oh yeah, because if someone's like, hey, you know, give us locations, and they like see the aliens being dodgy, they'll be like, no, and fight them off. IT can like see that happening, but it just feels like too singular of a purpose. Because whilst I still kind of like the idea of the exploring octors, you know, they know all around the locations, so they can probably give anyone like a direction. But that's all on one planet, which is pretty much quite distant from the other planets that have like commuted quite a lot. But yeah, it just feels a bit more. I don't know, just like imagine like literally into another planet on location and to go elsewhere. It just makes you wonder like how easy is this planet to locate if it is going to source all the other locations. It's yeah, it's just an idea I'm not too keen on because I would like to carry over the green ape idea, but you know, the green apes themselves, they're quite cool creatures. But yeah, like I said, yeah, I won't really know how to yeah, their function, the GPS thing, and the whole setting itself. Yeah, I think that would kind of struggle to continue, but never mind. So yeah, let's continue. All right, so I think this is a favourite of mine. Yeah, the Numians, and whilst this is definitely like either Numians or the animal spirits just living in this world, but because they have like a lot going for them, you know, they can definitely work with you know they have spiritual versions of every type of wildlife anyway, so there's you know, like I said, a lot going for it that can like fill the whole planet. And yeah, and you know, even these Numians, like similar to the Titrans, where they're quite easy to make other variations of. Because yeah, you have Out who was, you know, in the sequel, you know, the one that had the sword which can produce any animal spirit, and there's Moraine, yeah, said here. He was kind of like the rebellious one. He has the clubs and like a bear coat as well, which is a very neat concept. It used to be like red in my drawings, but you know, thanks to you know, how the Numians now look, yeah, it's just yeah, I just really like the look. So yeah, and so yeah, they're like the team of their own. Even he leads his own clan that can summon like single spirits all together. But was it like bigger ones and more powerful ones together? Because normally like Numians could probably do spiritual things on their own, but that's like smaller in scale. I think that's the impression. But that I would like to kind of clarify. even I think his name is Swordfish, or oh no, yeah, he used to be called Swordfish because he was like a human fighter with a like a fencing sword. And yeah, even the defensive tool is like a fin, which is yeah, it's like a alternative arm shield, which is yeah, a really neat idea. But yeah, he's like his own type of vigilante, and I presume that is he can summon what's it, swordfishes, or swordfish is his spirit animal somewhat, or he could probably like swim in the air. I could see that being a cool idea. But yeah, like these used to be like mostly human characters, even Out Knight. Oh gosh, yeah, because there was like a version of the story where Out Knight was just this human who encountered some dark energy, and then yeah, it became like a gothic creature. You would see an older design that was quite liked on Instagram, like pale blue with black cloak, and yeah, the sword is still green, and yeah, it was like a really good cartoon drawing. So yeah, it's nice to carry over that character's use. But because I was kind of struggling with how to create like my own like gothic dark magic kind of theming within this world, I do yeah, I just still like the reinterpretation. So I'm kind of running on time. So if going through the description, so this world interacted most by animal spirits. Yeah, every single race too, where they're looked after. The only world where spiritual stream permanently goes across the world. Yeah, it's just kind of yeah, just a really concept here. It's just like these northern lights going all around. Because even if like bits of this type of energy goes from like the life force itself, exist on almost pretty much every single world, but this is where it's like more prominent in the spiritual kind of side of things. So Numians, tribal race, every single one goes through a ritual choosing their second form, any animal of their choice, for combat reasons or even to purpose like strength or speed, which is extremely neat. Yeah, we see that being exercised with Hellwolf, when she chooses a Hayman. Oh yeah, we'll see where their poem is at. And yeah, very quickly, the world is mountainous, snowy. So it's kind of inspired by North America or Alaska, when it's like very mountainous, especially with these massive lakes. That's like the kind of vibe I'm going for, except the Northern Lights are more prominently green and, probably more present as well. Because, photos make, because it's photos that make Northern Lights more visible than they actually are, but it still looks really cool regardless. So yeah, quite a cool planet as well. So it's nice to get some idea of the temperature. So other variations like the chief. Oh yeah, the chief is not really drawn, but the chief is said to have like a pet adder, which I still like the idea of. The chief we didn't really see properly in the books, but never mind. Not to kind of level by arena to control one spirit. Makes you wonder which type of spirit. Maybe a bear spirit. I can see that happening. Saurish the vigilante, but there's also Out Knight who ended up being a galactic traveller, yeah, rogue individual embodying all spirits within a specialised sword, which is yeah, kind of cool. Because what's interesting is that these Eumuns are kind of classed as elemental because of the spirit kind of things, but they're mainly I don't know, like they mainly have the animal forms. So unless maybe they can go for any animal, especially if anyone, well, in the reboot is going to be like a creature that can change any of its features. Um, yeah, I think that's just something that we have to clarify because yeah, they don't like really summon the spirits, they just have the second form. But if there are like instances like summoning like spirits in that way, then maybe that's what I could make the Numians. Even Werewolf could have like more spiritual abilities alongside the many other animal abilities like shooting quills or like evolving other features, like Arvin's abilities, but it'll be given to Werewolf in the reboot. Just make the Hay one seem more interesting. And even there's like a couple of pseudo drawings which come from the comic, Green Ape, Dinosaur, Thesaurus, and Averanic. So yeah, even summoning these various animals, can fit all sorts of purposes. Like the Avranic's being used for projectiles, or the Thesaurus used for strength. Yeah, I think they're just like the solid creatures without the abilities, I think, because if you're summoning a green ape, I don't think you'll be able to get them to Sonic Scream. Yeah, I think it's just the animal itself, which, yeah, just creates like a bit of a nice limit, yeah, to be honest. So yeah, I think this is definitely another favourite one. Yeah, once again, I will definitely know what to do with this world, with this race and their setting, just really cool, standout individuals. Is it because there's other concept Nemean characters who I have come up with, which do have the potential to be carried over, but it's just finding them first throughout my Instagram and seeing what I can then do with them. But yeah, they all have like neat looks and tools in that. So yeah. All right. Yeah, let's go to the next one. Something I literally just thought about is that because with uh, yeah, because the worlds in the 5 books they're somewhat explored, but not like greatly. So it just makes you wonder if five should have put enough detail in them. But at the same time, I think you only need to do enough to understand it, but it's not so much at a point where it completely derails the story. Because because if it because for instance, I think Earth, yeah, there was like a great amount of detail, even though a lot of the information that are being a bit contradictory, especially with how Earth actually works. But at least that was like immensely in detail. But with the other settings and even the alien races as well, they're like briefly explained, which I suppose is fine because it's um, just just meet them very briefly. Some of them. Okay, so if oh yeah, so this is once again another world with just the one race, and yeah, the Sochas are very adapted to this planet. This is like a planet that can like change like the land very like often, but they would this race would be able to go along with it, which that's something I quite like. Um, so yeah, and okay, so if we read the stuff after this, okay, okay. So the most volcanic planet and also the smallest planet, okay, is used by the Sochas. The land has a rocky type of vault, which are the best vaults around. Okay, yeah, it did handle element after all. Here's some holographic technology too. Oh yeah, if trying to showcase the elements, unless that was showcased in another way in the book, I'm not sure. From all the heat, etc., it makes this planet a good source of heat for some races to borrow. Um, okay, yeah, if it's volcanic, I can somewhat see why. I just hope the Sochas are alright with that, but what is a wood to uh, gain the heat in a more malicious manner, or for malicious purposes. Yeah, I can see that happening. Oh yeah, it's blue lava, by the way, for those who didn't or did not know. Yeah, this is because of their colour scheme. But yeah, blue lava, it sounds really cool. Anyway, so yeah, the land uses lava is blue. Yep, rocky, some land like burnt bark, many volcanoes, and magma caverns. Oh, magma caverns, that sounds rather cool. I think I must be inspired by those. You know, those indoor, not indoor, but you know when you're inside like coves in the Super Mario Brothers like levels. Yeah, I think that's what it's going for. It's kind of cool. Anyway, so such as themselves, despite being a reluctant type of defender, which is the one that reluctant in the book, so that might be a contradiction, but never mind. Their height, hard skin, volcano abilities are decent traits to make them good fighters, whereas during the elemental war, they help defend the element falls here in a specialized vault. Yeah, so all of that is accurate. So yeah, so yeah, I've got a good description of their abilities, and that's describing some of them. I feel like if they're not active, they'll just like sink into the lava. But I don't know, do they just have like a lot of moments of chilling? Fair enough, but makes it a bit more, a bit boring, as I was trying to say. There's also some knowledge of the elements' history, various supernatural abilities of other races. Yeah, that's accurate to the third book, especially when they help out the characters and can vault various forms of energy for other races' safekeeping. I guess that's partially why they have a vault in the first place. So they're happy to. Why they're described as reluctant? Is it because like they probably didn't ask for this much amount of power and ability, but they have it anyway and still want to get on with it? I guess that's like the reason. But I wonder what else they would keep safe for a stop yawning, stop yawning. Yeah, it just makes you wonder what they're like to keep safe for other races. And then this race can also sink underground at will, making them children of the world. Oh, so yeah, the world produces them. That's a neat idea. Yeah, I quite like that. And okay, so yeah, um, good fighters, and yeah, that's a bit of history accurate to the book. and they have some knowledge of the elements, so just like a decent amount, especially when they help to introduce like the element parts in the third book. And okay, yeah, this is I think after reading it again, there's some bits and bobs I quite like, but yeah, I've already said that. So you have the volcanic setting, even such as that definitely would work as part of a world, but not really working as a planet on it of itself. It's just not quite um yeah, that you can see how those other planets are a bit more interesting. But never mind, let's continue. Okay, so I think this one's so at least this one has um, like an additional race other than just one. So, because I just remember quite liking this world because it's like the almost like the most representative of the Earth element, but it's very like limited at parts. Yeah, quite abstract, and yeah, I want to know how this would work normally. Like, yeah, like a decent role in like the third book, but it needs to be like a decent land of some kind. Anyway, so if we get onto the writing, it says so. Some worlds represent elements more than others, and this one represents the motor, the earth element. Yeah, yeah, that's accurate. More so than others. That's kind of repeating, never mind. One of the more unique locations due to cubes everywhere. Cubes that embody matter itself. Yeah, they're like the atom equivalent, which yeah, still quite like as an idea. It is a land where gradaties can experiment with matter, and there's the tiny Pequenos, which use keys for fun, using them far more in their day-to-day lives. Both races don't get involved with one another. Okay, so they're like in their own separate areas, so okay. Whilst the Titrans and the elephant creatures, they definitely have like their own type of like distinct lands, especially the Titrans like rolling over them. But in here, it's almost like a difference between humans and insects, and they don't seem to bother each other, which is fine. But using keys for fun, so they're probably using it in very like informal matters. So yeah, it's kind of a cool idea. Yeah, even I think because I did confuse myself when looking through the books because it's so because when the cubes were meant to be like an ability within Earth, except it was like the Earth element itself. These cubes were, which yeah could be a cool idea, but it didn't do an awful lot in terms of like exploring the rest of what Hermota had to offer. So yeah, even when Zynfo has the element too, there isn't an awful lot. Not many manipulation with rock, sand, or crystal even. Like yeah, nothing to because these cubes are essentially like solid objects, and the might as well be ice. And so yeah, but yeah, I think in the reboot, yeah, because the gradaties I'm getting rid of, I've really struggled to get him invested in that race again. I think the Wakwendas are kind of like fun at a point where I might continue them. It just depends if I still like the cube idea. Although I think it does have like a lot of potential, especially the animation ideas I thought of. And if you remember, my first ever animation, Pixel with the cube abilities. This is what this currently looks like, that idea. When because that was actually like because that first animation was almost like a snippet of the like what this story was, like Pixel's own story. And but yeah, now it's rebooted into this, and it will continue somewhat that way in the sequel somewhere. And so yeah, okay, so that's some bits supposed to know about the world, but still not an awful lot to it though. Even the land, a lot of it's just barren with just a temple. Although what does the rest say? Ground is mainly just the hills, uh, just hill. Okay, keeps our floating within the ground, which definitely creates like a more unique location. Gravity is also slightly lower. Temples every now and again. Okay, just makes you wonder what these temples represent, but okay. So gradaties, unlike piranhas, do use natural land for hobbies like walking, live the variety of temples. Okay, so they're living areas. Okay. They also made of extremely hard skin, which is accurate to the book. So that's not an awful lot of information for them. And if you remember, the storybook had it's like a giant otter kind of creature, but once I wanted to actually include otters in the story, I did then swap Tori's design into this more of a humanoid walrus, which I probably still like the idea of, but I don't know, it's not really translated that well to the pixelated look, so yeah, I'd have to reconsider strongly. So, uh, so these gradities, yeah, they can just form the material, just these cubes, which is kind of cool. I think that's where, why the cubes like are representative of the Earth element that way. So that's neat. But Bequenas, so they're just cubes, no matter. Lives with cubes for everything, living often on the ground. One of the smallest races too. Yeah, definitely one of the smallest. Yeah, and they live underground too. Okay, so like open coves underground. Is that probably the case? Probably. So yeah, this has like a very unique look, but yeah, like I said, it's just very abstract and up in the air. So yeah, because I like this setting idea, with like the cubes everywhere. I reckon that could be, just quite original fun. But yeah, we'll just see what the reboot looks like first. Alright, so yeah, I have to go through the fifth book. This does explore this setting quite well because it's almost like a moment of seeing what the planet used to be before having to use it for plot reasons. So yeah, that's like a really good, a big example of the book exploring what the world is like. And also there's a lot of neat concepts. I might carry that over, but not so much of the setting itself, especially when I am going to scrap this race as well. Yeah, I've probably talked about the book's commentaries for why that's the case. But if we're going to writing first, we'll start with the land. So grassy, often high up, many stretches of the Aurochs themselves, creating solar slabs all around, many cliffs and elemental activity every now and again. Okay, some of it's accurate to the book, and yeah, even the painted stone slabs, tell like other stories and so forth, which yeah, I quite like that idea. So it makes them creative. So, whilst as such as there are a lot about forms of energy regarding ability and history, and the Snowcars are experimental and controversial ways regarding the elements, Arax had the true knowledge, knowing the elements within their true form, no messing around, except for their crossbows they can form on their own, where the many types of arrows various already have various qualities of the elements. Yeah, sorry, I'm missing words out. So trying to distinguish which knew about the elements than others, and yeah, I would like to clarify that more so in the reboot, but I'm not so keen with this approach here. Stuff is a bit up in the air almost. Um, so yeah, spawn crossbows on their own, so they all had the same weapon regardless. Yeah, it could have been more interesting to have them spawn like a weapon of their choice, and then perform various elemental abilities that way. I think that could have been better. And anyway, so the Aurochs themselves, truly unique race, as their minds connect with their ancestors, passing on knowledge and experiences to everyone. They also like to tell stories through paintings, similar to cave paintings. They can emit an artistic race too, which yeah, I've talked about the latter, which I quite like. And yeah, I've already talked about the book about it was like a cool idea at first to like connect to their ancestors. Even the book talks about how they're connected to the world as well, and how that explains how the world could locate the world, but that's pretty much it. So yeah. Um, Although yeah, sorry, it's just the whole connecting to other mind shapes, not something I'm as fond of compared to what I was before. So yeah, even the Arawak's design, it's okay, but yeah, it's grown out to me unfortunately. Yeah, which is a real shame. So yeah, there's bits and bobs of this board I quite like, and yeah, the book's already explore it, quite thoroughly as well. Yeah, so there's nothing too new about this, but once again, I just don't really I like the artistic side of things, although yeah, it's just the element stuff I get a bit stuck with, and other than being a painting and that, what do they paint with? Where do they get different colours from? If there is like a variety of colours. What else do they do in the day to day? That I'm not sure, but anyway, we'll get going. Okay, so it looks like this world just has the statues in, which is Basnos's race. Even this one's like quite slightly different due to wearing a like a dark different colour coat, or at least like a darker colour. but that don't really make them like stand out because it like the Arawaks. Yeah, I reckon they should have like a variety of like different bladed weapons instead of making them all dual wield swords. So I definitely will consider that. And yeah, I quite like some parts of the design of this world. It's partially greenery, and a lot of it's like a arcade slash casino kind of a planet. Yeah, it's almost lawless, and yeah, there's a lot of fighting around as well. So yeah, although it just makes you wonder how it's like remained so neat, but maybe they're uh, like selective, maybe. Yeah, I could see that happening. And so yeah, Giddery, what's this like? Despite the tension and backstabbing, it's actually a rather fun planet, almost like Hash 2, but minus the relaxing environment, and the activities are more like indoor casinos and arcades rather than outdoor sports. Okay, other races often come here, some are fun, others for gain more of a reward, whether it's the many types of currency or even materials. So that's some kind of system play for the whole galaxy. And yeah, I think like a whole, I think a location within a planet would suit that better. Instead of just a planet on off itself. Yeah, you can see why I want to put all of these into like one singular planet instead of making like multiple planets. Because yeah, it's just a vaguely talked about in the novel commentaries where the sci-fi genre, like there's some that do the whole approach with having like dozens of planets across the galaxy, which is yeah, which yeah does sound like a lot of fun, but then it's knowing how to make each one stand out, and yeah, I think I feel like I've kind of struggled to do that. I could like reconsider it, but to have a think about it. So the land, nearly built some patches of green grass, even some statues which are simply stone blocks. Okay. Buildings are sometimes lit up like a scene area, some buildings being more open, can be untidy due to level laws. Yeah, so the last part is definitely says something about the informal nature of this world. And yeah, I like the standout architecture as well. Yeah, there's bits and bobs of that which is quite neat and so forth. As for the slashers themselves, they enjoy fighting, they're competitive, and even some are space pirates. Okay, yeah, so like exploring. Okay, trying to get resources from other spaceships they come across, uh, making them a greedy race. Also very cocky due to training wild blades, astral clothes, and the temporary invincibility. So yeah, the whole Vault's ability, powers, which makes them like quite formidable. And so yeah, they seem to be quite materialistic as well. Yeah, just with the currency and so forth. So yeah, um, they're just like yeah, you got some idea of what this world is like now. It's like definitely different to Nash 2. Like there's a couple of differences. But yeah, this is I don't know. Like if you like surrounded by like an arcade like every day, then yeah, I think there will be something quite fun about it. But I think it will definitely need more. Like what's the rest of the setting like? Is it even by a sea equivalent? Because the arcades by the sea are normally like extremely cool. Um, but yeah, it's just slightly undeveloped again. Although yeah, this world is what Ozona tries to take over, wants to oversee everyone. So yeah, yeah, no original planets yet. From the guide itself. I remember a couple of times where I tried to come up with other planets, but then that's where I decided to like shrink the number of them a bit, which is not a bad thing. But I feel like if having like loads of planets in sci-fi, I reckon that it needs to be. Would it have to be loads, or can it be focus on these specific ones, but probably can still infer that other worlds exist? Could that be like a something to think about? I'll have a think about it. Right, next. Okay, so this is where I started to think a bit more creatively because yeah, this is the planet where the sequel takes place, and yeah, the final scene, and yeah, there's bits and bobs. Well, the world doesn't actually have an awful lot. Like, I really like the the battle planes out, but the setting is actually kind of barren. Like it's a bit like hilly and gap-like, especially with like the miniature valleys, which pod like filled up with water, which kind of create like a cool additional feature for the planet for others to use. But yeah, there's actually not an awful lot to it, making it one of the more barren planets. It's just a bit of a shame because it used to be like a base of some kind in the sequel, and it just looks like it'd been really nice to do that. Like, was this led by a corporation that attempts to mix aliens? But I don't know. It's just like contradictory. Because I have come up with another space protecting force where they all like share the same armor and gear and etc. But that idea was kind of scrapped, so it will be really hard to re-infer it, especially when it would accidentally contradict the likes of the first book, where it talks about how the Legion is the first attempt of a, a, a mixed team after a very long time. But we'll see what this description does. One of the quote was the authentic consisters of the groups all have the same name. Okay, as yeah, it's a great idea. Yeah, these are slightly non-verbal creatures, like the speaking is very um, yeah, they don't always like speak very well, but they do like enough to communicate. However, this world was the latter nabbed by Garizo clan, building a contrabot generator and even a satellite, but the groups did go back once they were forced aside. Okay, it just makes you wonder where they went. Like, how did they get forced out? Did Signfall like fight them once before, something like that? Anyway, so Gloop, one of the more the shape-shifting races. Yeah, it's like the definition of a shape-shifting race in this universe. Also a race that can regenerate, the only living part being the eye, and the goo is disposable, but also the goo can be solidified, etc. Not very helpful, but okay. A race that isn't very bright, often chill, but can be formidable. So, yeah, it's a film somewhat distant in these descriptions, but so the land is described as barren. There are river streams without water, made for groups to shift it around. Okay, so that's how like to transport quickly. I kind of like that. It's very cloudy, somewhat dusty, with patches of goo everywhere. Even has some rocks. How exciting! So yeah, this planet is definitely like almost devoid of personality. Definitely nothing too striking. I like the extreme idea. I reckon that'd be cool for like a race that's like made up of goo essentially. But yeah, other than the stream part, yeah, there's nothing really much creative. So apparently, like the sequel villains, like nabbed the planet and built on top of it. So must be mostly a natural planet. Yeah, a lower ranking one, that's for sure. But I do like Gloop's race though. Even Gloop is so good that yeah, the Legion will already have like their final 6 fighters, and Gloop is going to be one of them because they're having a shapeshifter is a yeah, definitely like stands out, that's for sure. Because yeah, you have Sammy with the lightning, therefore like all of the stunning, and then you have Hellwolf, who's like the main upright force. Gloop is the shapeshifter, positive powerful one. Nicole's like the captain with like the medical skills and the shield, and Pastos is there as well. I guess he is. I think Hellwolf can adapt to many situations, while Pastos, yeah, I think he's somewhat more the close fighter. So yeah, quite a nice variation to the team, which I quite like. So yeah, all right, let's get going. So on, so this is the planet that the Morphals, took over from, these races here. And yeah, so the world, has like streams of floating water, even these bubbles, and even in the world. Oh yeah, so the Morphals was to build their own fighting arena alongside a couple of other things, unless they were already there and not redesigned by the Morphals. I can sort of see that happening. Okay. So this one, so this is a world that's been through a lot, yeah. Ruled by skulls, Gellos or Jellos, and Snake Eyes, and their Mechajaw, once leader of the Morphals. They refit the whole planet, making it a Morphal only one. But during the Pistonful era, the 3 original races returned, sharing with the Morphals as they go from another dodgy clan into an additional protective force. Yep, so that's what the morphals turn into or become pretty much. So yeah, it makes this world a bit more original, and yeah, this is where this is a already existing world, although it is taking other greater liberties because it's how would you say like what else, like what actually lived in this world before the morphals got into it. Okay, so onto the races. So yeah, like try and make their own elements, yeah, which is an interesting concept, but never really explored, and even I wouldn't know what to do about that. So yeah, so I thought a concept that has to be scratched. But I still like the design now. I'm keeping that's like a president race kind of design, and as they mess about with the real elements, using it for weapons. Okay, Morphals themselves created by a Karatai. They were a race that was meant to counter the Niche bots, but makes the Niche encoding glitch to get rid of his creator, leading the Morphals into a wildlife-only universe. No, trying to go for that approach. Yeah, they didn't, achieve wildlife only at one point. No, that's not right, but okay. Until one powerful Morphal pod turned the tide. Yeah, yes, that is accurate to the book. Okay, Scar, which is a human polar bear, or humanoid polar bear, I guess, a race that used to like to rule, can create our subjects, live in their own icy land. They originated all combat-based conflicts. Oh yes, of course. Yeah, that was an idea of, it's like the universe starting stories. So yeah, that's a really neat concept. Although because I'm scrapping the humanoid polar bear race, even because they aren't like that good pixelated, especially with the design of the head. So yeah, there's going to be another race that I like the design of way more, and going to give them the ice abilities and probably this idea of starting off the more aggressive conflicts. And yeah, so then there's the Gallo, which is living rock pools essentially. So live around edges of lands, acting as rocks to aid the sea. Cool. Also can generate manipulate water, squid-like creature clinging onto many rocks. They took on another name, veneers, as they disguised their alien bodies within robotic bodies. So yeah, so I had this idea I've already talked about in the books where yeah, it's just like a way to disguise themselves to survive and assist Signfall either reluctantly or maybe to it's just like their own way of hiding, which is a cool idea, but I just felt like there has like too many like logistical problems, so it's not really a concept I like to go for, like making them disguised in that way. It's just that you'll just have to work out the motivation. I can't really see these gallows like wanted to assist Signfall. Maybe it is like out of fear, but that wasn't totally explained, but never mind. So the land, due to low gravity, there is water streams in the air, leaving huge wells of water. Water can be used to swim. Your school also has cliffs, some structures like an arena, some small waterfalls, alongside stone hut-like buildings. Yeah, which the morphos like live within in the book anyway. Yeah, I really like the floating water. That's probably not my favourite part of this world, and it just makes you wonder: shall I make that a specific setting, or shall I make it a bit more like everywhere? That could be really cool. But regardless, so yeah, this is a world that doesn't really have a solid identity because compared to I don't know, it's just even the that New Zealand that feels like very it has like a fairy tale aspect, which I quite like, the wildlife, the primary race, and then the others that cause a nuisance. But on here, this is extremely like complicated, because like the Morphals like took over, and here the Snack Eyes were, um, they lived at one point, but the Scars were also there as well. So I just wondered how they actually commuted with one another. I know that Gallow's just chilling by the rocks. How did they interact with the others as well? And once they came back, how did they share with the Morphils? Yeah, this is actually quite disorganized. It's a real shame because there is like a waterish theme to all of these creatures, but it's just how they're all individual. It doesn't really match with one another, and yeah, other planets have done this far better. So I think this is the worst race mixing in terms of what each race is all about. So. Yeah, this is just trying to add like more life to this world, but it's just really like complicated, really. And I still don't really get the full picture of what they like to do day to day. What do they eat? Do they try and go for each other? Do they actually get on? Um, although it said like they have what they said the Skulls have their own icy land. Okay, was that across the sea? Do they live like far away from the Warfields or something? Do they get fed? I'm not sure. Um, yeah, it's just a lot I didn't really consider. Even the skulls could actually, no, they won't be able to freeze the bubbles, just only create ice objects, but they could probably still, I don't know, like form an icy like layer on top of the bubbles and maybe make it drop. I can see that kind of happening. So yeah, this is yeah one that doesn't really work too well because so yeah, Snack Eyes were rid of by Mechajaw leading the Warfills. The Scowl probably got rid of by the Navras beforehand. I can imagine them going quite early. And oh yeah, because even the Scowls got rid of all of the Bloops before the Titrans took over. That's a thing as well, but it's not really anything to do with this world. And yeah, the Gallows went to the skies. So yeah, it's just really messy. It's still like a lot of the setting areas though, and there's some with individual concepts with the alien races which could work, but yeah, it just needs far better organising. Although at least this is somewhat accurate, regarding the morpho side of things, but yeah, you could just definitely tell that. Oh yeah, this is probably like the first page you've seen with totally original races like added on to try and give the universe some life, just by the guide's own efforts. But yeah, this is one case where it hasn't really paid off well, which is yeah, like a real shame. Regardless, yeah, we'll get going. Okay, so this world, so this is almost like mixing two in one, which I kind of regretted. There was an attempt to make them blend together, but I don't really like that now because it's the world of the light beacons that was like explained in the book 5 flashback, but these green islands were in the sequel, where Zami found Scape, and yeah, I wish that was a planet of its own. And speaking of worlds, there's a world I've missed the name of. It's called Waveron, which initially had the elephant seals in, but unfortunately the elephant seals are now placed elsewhere, which makes this guide a tad contradicted. But yeah, I think I tried to make these planets bend together to not only give more personality to one another, but try like a variety of lands. But they don't really mix well. Like a load of islands versus a land full of beacons. It's just there's something like that doesn't strike inspiring. It's just yeah, you can definitely tell it's like merged together. Like I think the greyish colours try to help blend it, but no, it's not really doing much. So yeah, I would have probably made that those islands like another planet on Earth itself, but it just makes you wonder, what would the function be like? What would they decide to be? Would it be, what, vegetation only? Did anything live there? What was the point of the beacons, for instance? Why is it like a load of islands in the first place? Yeah, it's just that side of things doesn't work. But but an idea for the first planet, especially being full of these like entities all right here. Um, yeah, it's a cool idea at first. It's just a bit of a shame it's not visualized properly. And I think we'll go through the races first because there are some that are going to have either a change of design or we like just keeping it. So I've got my list. We'll go through it actually. So um, okay. Oh well, I think I found it pretty much immediately. I think. Um, yeah, of course, it has all of those. So it looks like Forza is keeping its form. So is yeah, because I really like Living God's design, like an ape wearing a tortoise shell with tentacles. I really like that idea, even the pixelated design looks rather neat. And yeah, Vibra's like a serpent with arms and legs. Yeah, that kind of like as well. You could definitely tell it's a watery creature. So yeah, I guess I am keeping Forza design according to this. I didn't think I would, but it's almost like a dragon reference without being too much like a dragon either. So yeah, I think that's fine, because if there's no other dragon race, then yeah, that's okay. But yeah, Hermota, I'm not too fond of. It's not letting me draw on this one. Why not letting me draw? Okay, can I have a highlighter at least? No, it's really not. What a shame. But yeah, regardless, yeah, Hermota is getting. So apparently, Hermota is going to have like the humanoid walrus design, which I might take back if I'm not as keen. I think I'll still like to add like a walrus creature of some kind because I really like the tusk, like a normal walrus design, but yeah, maybe not so much of a human one. Yeah, because yeah, you saw how the gradities look from earlier. Yeah, it's not too great. And whilst the original Hermota design was kind of cool at first, 4 arms while floating on a load of cubes, making more of a floating creature, but it just felt a bit too abstract and a bit too distant from the other types, the rest and the main ones. And even these, these ducklings, yeah, they're Mars creatures. I remember coming up with these years ago, but yeah, I might drop them as well because I just can't really see how they would blend into with the rest of the world, especially when one being like so powerful. Because now the residents exist, but I don't think small residents have really a chance getting anywhere. But regardless, I really like the design of what's his name, like the main god. What's his name? If it's there, so the universe creator, first planet, uh, full body spirit, all elements, plus the main one. Okay, would have been nice to give him a name, but never mind. But yeah, it's like straightforward, but I just really like the chunkiness of some of the parts and the head being like smaller as well to really emphasize the strength. Yeah, and it's even the color of all of the elements combined. So yeah, it's just something about that look. It's straightforward, but it's just really neat, especially with the cape. So yeah, I just strangely really like it. It's just like nice and straightforward. Yeah, and grand at the same time. So as for yeah, here's the other entities. So whilst these like represent each element, the others are a blend of either element, and yeah, that results in 6 of them. So we'll go through them again. So the so Trich is, yeah, that design is being kept. Really like the manatee kind of look. Yeah, I remember doing like a really good drawing, and this is okay as an adaptation. So yeah, this is Living Gore and Forza. Yeah, Aves or Avis, either way. Not too keen on the look. Like the drawing was okay, and it was meant to be like an alien that can then turn into like a bird equivalent. But yeah, I wasn't really jiving with that, and they weren't like it wasn't like a hard hitter like the other elements were. So that's what put me off there. And although this one I kind of liked that keeping. So Vibrant Forza, Tilia. Yeah, like a lizard creature with stones on. Yeah, I quite like the look of that one. Even the original drawing was kind of neat too. I think it's on Instagram, yeah, most likely. I hope so, because he's rather good. Now, this one I think would be my favourite one. So, Livergore Hermota together is Cero or Caro. Yeah, it's a rhino. And a yak cow, if you like look it up, you'll see that's like made up of a lot of long strand fur, or as like a better explanation, there's like types of camo that army uses where it's like all long and dangly. That's pretty much the effect here, because it kind of looks like he's like making a step, but it's just like a variation with the fur all over, and I strangely like it. Also, the horn and the eye probably could do with being improved somewhat, but yeah, I still really like the look and the colours. Yeah, it's like a really unique creature. And next up is Hermotron Forza, so Tropo or Tropo. it's very much like a slug. It would be a really quick one with spikes on, but even that's getting a change because when you like imagine the character, especially with the fighting, you want to feel the satisfaction of feeling like, yes, I can see how they would work in a fight, and you could just feel like how it would go by in your head. Like for instance, when I think of a personal scene, it's extremely easy to think of a fight scene involving him. How quick he would be with those blades and how he would occasionally hit hard. Yeah, something really satisfying about him, but I can't really get that impression with character designs like him, which is a real shame. I might keep as like a resident design, maybe that could work, but I'll have to have a good think about it. And finally, Loxodon is Viver and Hamota. Yeah, definitely elephant inspired, with not only tufts there, but like a spike coming out of the front arm, which is kind of neat. Yeah, it's more of an all-four creature, and it bears like a massive cloak of some kind. So yeah, similar. Yeah, back to that, I quite like too. Hence why that sign is staying too. And yeah, because I still remember that character came up with called Loxodontra, which was a dude in a metallic elephant suit, but it was on like two legs still. Yeah, metallic elephant. Yeah, which is a cool idea. Although I think that idea is kind of carried over with the mechanimals that the books invented, but even then, that's still the former promoter stuff, which I'm abandoning. Yeah, for the reboot. So yeah, after explaining all of that, let's see what the rest of the writing's like. So yeah, no beacons, one mainland, and many islands, and many vegetation, a lot of rivers. Oh yeah, the river part sounds cool, but um, yeah, I've already talked about how the lands don't really blend well together. Anyway, so writing-wise, this is where the universe creator made the first planet where the godly entities live, but all this universe form in turn the creator from a full-bodied presence into more of a spirit. Yeah, I thought by doing that it did make more of a trade of a cost, because if you're having all of these bigs, then he had to go almost. But I think looking back, I think I'll have him stick around as well, but maybe um, um, yeah, I just have a good think about how to utilize these really. More spirit until the Nine has finished it off. Okay, how did it fight spirit? I'm not sure. The semi-entities are made up of each element combination water and earth-based powers. Oh yeah, so yeah, they can. Yeah, it's like a proper experimentation, like an opportunity to see how the couple of elements can blend together. It's yeah, like a really yeah, cool idea. Oh, I just only realised, what if like there was a load then that were made up of threes? Now that could be something that could work in a way that's kind of cool. It would mean like missing one element, but I don't know. I can see that being like kind of cool. Yeah, because yeah, what Seinfeld's trying to reach up is like status close to this guy pretty much, but yeah, as he climbs along, he pretty much gets like hints of whether he's getting like the singular approaches or a mixture of approaches. Yeah, it's yeah, another cool possibility to explore. So yeah, because yeah, the main entity wasn't really addressed in the book, but the main four ones were from the last one standing, and they must have gone beforehand. I can sort of see that be like the story after adding these. So yeah, hopefully by continuing that kind of approach when rebooting, yeah, nothing will be like contradicted like at all. Hopefully, yeah. Oh, if you're wondering about the top planes, so they're essentially like the main residents. They can produce light apparently. Okay, so that's like a superpower. I suppose you can do a couple of things with the power, but it's not much. Unless it's just talk about the beacons they utilize. Yeah, they're yeah, somewhat like Minecraft beacons, don't they? Um, yeah, I like those beacons. They're kind of cool. This is meant to be like a different type of beacon, but yeah, they definitely don't stand out much, do they? But yeah, like I said, yeah, these topplers, they're a bit more residential amongst all of these living entities, but yeah, it's not really an awful lot much to it. Uh, anyway, yeah, let's continue. I see something I've just spotted. Is that because I had to carry this do like 2 parts of this, with being the start of the second part does explain like the missing colours. But I'll tell you what, I'll probably put like images on them, to like just show what each colour actually looks like, or actually I'll probably replace it on top if I remember. We'll see either way. Anyway, so on to Zami's world. So yeah, so wildlife wise, I really like, so these ones are the Cletons. Yeah, they're like a load of running creatures, because you know what I sometimes like on when I watch monkeys jump about documentaries, go through the trees. I mentioned something like that, but going more through abstract land. So I just thought that was kind of cool. Even the predator idea was kind of neat, because I once came up with a hedgehog-like character in the storybook, which you would have seen like in the third one somewhere. But then it was just reinterpreted into something a bit more original and distinct, and so I just create that creature as a result. To which, yeah, I really like it. Yeah, both of them are going in the reboot wildlife-wise. With the last one, because I remember creating a otter-like creature with spikes and looks more neon, which is a cool idea, but I kind of struggled on how to continue that idea. It's something I might reconsider, but it's just something about the design that it's weird, because I really like the colours, but it's just the design, something's not quite jiving with me, unfortunately, which is a bit of a shame. Yeah, even Asteroidon, who he's one of the Design Force goons. Even he, I'm not sure if he's carrying over into the reboot or not, because whilst I'm not too keen on the colour choices, and the weapon design is quite cool at least, but yeah, it's just he's not. It doesn't showcase an awful lot, because yeah, because I know that a lot of the Legion members, have like the same human posture, and they do embody like a couple of very unique traits, like Pasnos with the big coat and Zami with the cap. So there's bits and bobs like that that help it more become more distinct. But I don't feel like Astrodrun showcases enough. So yeah, I think that's something I might consider. Just bit more originality between like every single design almost. Yeah, even some of the humans have their own traits, like Nicole's hair, it's in a bun of some kind. So yeah, anyway, so yeah, this world, yeah, it's the more abstract what I would have seen it in the storybook and described in the novel. Yeah, just more abstract, and there's a couple of bits and bobs I like. It has like a railroad kind of thing, and you have like a load of platforms, and the dangerous idea of falling off, and then you end up on the other side of the planet, as if you fell from the Arctic, then you would end up in Antarctic. That's how hard the planet is. So it's something fun about it, but yeah, I'm just a bit hesitant. Yeah, I wouldn't even make it like a sky system. It's just it is a bit abstract to a point where once again I don't really know how to continue this one going forward, because it's yeah, it's just because it does have some kind of a food chain like between these two at least, but um yeah, it's just like what would the Cletons eat? Is that vegetation? Do they eat clouds? I don't know. So yeah, it's just yeah a bit yeah, so I'm not too sure. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Even the Cleton was drawing. I want to yeah, because I'm in the storybook when I was just like randomly drawing aliens, especially crowds of them. I wanted to like bring some of those designs back, but with a bit of a tweak. And yeah, this is definitely like another example. Yeah, because whilst I think these were like originally residents, but to make them like extra wildlife, it's yeah, it's quite good in that regard. And so to go through this world more, so this is almost like one of the more definitive Forza themed ones. The lightning and the clouds, and there's lightning that can be stored. And yeah, that's how Torrid stored a cube storm in one of them as well. So there is that too. Anyway, so yeah, description wise, a more abstract land, lightning theme world. Okay. One world that is representative of the element Forza. Okay, so one world, so there might be other ones. Yeah, I reckon there were in one point there was probably loads of planets representative of certain elements, and yeah, it's definitely one of them for one of them. Existing of many storms, can collect and trade too. Collect and trade what exactly? Lightning? How come somewhat see it? Oh, trade too, mainly lightning to convert into electricity share with other planets, which okay, that's a somewhat cool idea. I'll probably carry that over. Okay, so Zemi's race is a Litaniv. Okay. So while Samu also redefined the race by mixing lightning with motor abilities, yep, the key powers he has, with the gadgets he has, the race was also more tribal, treated natural lightning with respect whilst capable of producing their own. Yep, so they, just like the lightning race, essentially. Because even Zam in the reboot has a redesign that's a whole heap cooler than this, because it's not too bad because it's kind of carried over from previous Zammy looks, but yeah, with the redesign will definitely make it more stand out if really liking this 8-bit approach. So Astrodron's race is a grav, so their purpose is to record gravity of the planet, considering how hollow it is. They also help listeners by doing some heavy lifting storages, and gravs can also move platforms. Okay, so they help control the planet. So yeah, that's kind of cool. So you have the littlings are probably like the residents, and the gravs probably help them out. But yeah, remember Estradin's race is more the gravity type. Although the gravity I'm kind of giving to the Spiker race now in their reboot. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, because I know that they're keeping the super speed, but could the super speed be like a gravity based ability, something like that? Yeah, even the gravity won't be like too over the top. I could create a character who is more in touch with the gravity, therefore can create all sorts of crazy bits and bobs. Because yeah, my gosh, I've seen gravity as a superpower in some media, and yeah, it can be extremely effective. So I'll put a pin on it. So the cartoons, they jump in groups. Oh, they feed on lightning. Okay. It can get in their way sometimes. Okay, I suppose it's just like any animals. But every time the planet has made themselves more wary of them. Oh yeah, which is nice, just more acknowledging, so that's kind of cool. Yeah, like these surely would be a bit more spared on the planet unless surely would be around unless did Torrid fight the lot on the planet. I'm not sure. That's possibly another case of the guide kind of contradicting the book. Because I know the planet's barren, but why would the wildlife not be there too? Because Xynorn would have got rid of either that race, and I'm not sure how Xynorn got hold of Astrogyn on his own. Yeah, that wasn't really answered, but never mind. So the predator, Senbai, often around as these pets have. Wait, so that's okay, that's a creature below. Yeah, my mistake. Often around as pets have guiding abilities, have to help any race. When they are not pets, they often like to take their time to remember all the locations of all the world. Oh, okay, so they're almost like they're navigators almost, despite being wildlife. Okay, big gliding capability. So they're like flying squirrels. Then I knew there's something like that. Yeah, it's a cool ish idea. And so this is the predator, a depredator. It's kind of cool. Happy to feed on the other 4 types of life within this world, making every race maybe every race has to wary of them. No, every race to be aware of them. That's what I should say. Often deterred by food from the other planets once the other races chuck it at the predators. I don't quite understand that last sentence. Does that mean some come to feed it, or they would not leave the planet because they only like what's eaten here? Is that? I don't know. But then more onto the world. Hardly in the natural land there are many platforms where they're still moving, even some that can absorb lightning, alongside swirly paths. But once you fall off, you can end up at the bottom of the planet and vice versa. Yeah. So yeah, some bits and bobs I talked about earlier. Yeah, it's like a cool setting, but not like a proper living environment. It's just because with the Titan world, for instance, once again I can really picture how to vary the jungle setting throughout. Some land be more hilly or flatter than others, or some varying in vegetation more than others. But when it comes to war like this, I just feel like the whole planet would be quite similar because once again it's a bit abstract. I guess you could have an area of more moving platforms, an area that's more still, maybe one with a massive platform, something like that. But to me, that's not too exciting. So yeah, it's just it just goes to show that sometimes abstract worlds like this can't really work. And so yeah, but yeah, I think there's some You know, like I said, some bits and bobs I like. You know, there's pets that help every race. There's a predator that goes for any of the living beings here, and yeah, has its own like small race that goes around, almost like their pigeon equivalent, I suppose. And then the residents and those who have more control of the planet. So yeah, there are like some neat areas here, but yeah, not an awful lot beyond that. Um, so I think that's all I got to say about this one. But yeah, it's like very, it's more on the lightning kind of side of things, really. It didn't really explore much of other elements of Forza, you know, like the force fields, the wind and weather conditions too. Although I suppose you can say that lightning is, you know, very how would you describe lightning? Yeah, it is definitely dangerous, that's for sure. All right, let's go on to the next one. Okay, so I reckon this planet was. I thought I would have had a name in the novel because otherwise I would have remembered that name, but maybe I just simply accidentally referred to it as, you know, the other planet the Morphals came from or came back to at that book 4. And not to mention, this is where they fought Zion 4 as well, so it's actually quite a significant world. But unfortunately, this world 2 is a bit unbaked. We'll go over the basics first and then each race and see what happens. This is the land of science, okay? This was a peaceful planet until Mechador overthrew this whole world once Kratos messed up. Well, once the Kratos messed up as the main Mechador. I thought no. So there's no the in the sentence. No, we'll just cross that out because yeah. So Intello is yeah, because Kratos is the character, but an Intello is his alien race. So yeah. So yeah, because we already got to like cover bits from the earlier on in the guide. To yeah, so it's not too repetitive, which is good. It just makes you wonder what other kind of science existed in this world. I always feel like the snake eyes, snack eyes, something like that. You know, the lionfish looking race. I reckon they would have like suited this world, but yeah, what a weird swap over. But if they like moved, then I reckon that would have made Planet Orm a bit more logical, you know, a bit more sea based, I think. But yeah, the Morphals weren't really there initially. They only just settled there more so. Oh, that's something else as well. I didn't really get to clarify. Did the Morphals then decide to go back and settle all despite the original alien races coming back, or did they decide to stay here? But what about the alien races coming back as well? But I guess that one was. Oh yeah, I think it was like the more suitable location. I think with the water, because I think in here once they did bring the races back, they then yeah, they did go up to other bits and bobs, which I'll get to later. And yeah, it's evident by here where grades down here. So what's the land like? Made up of a lot of stone blocks, almost like ancient ruins, but livelier. Vegetation slowed down energy uh, showcased outside. Okay, stone blocks scattered are used for fun. Okay, so fun for I think this third race here. Um, Okay, if we will go back to that, let's go through the alien races. So Nintello, that's Kratos himself, the primary scientist race. They do get up to form their own life forms, meaning morphos, but certainly not as efficient as the Titarans. Not then Titarans, though. But considering the consequences from Ecuador, they prefer to research more of the universe. Yeah, it's definitely like a before and after Signfall kind of transition, which I quite like. So yeah, here's next up here's Nightman and a Segundo. So yeah, as a bit of context, yeah, I once created a superhero using that name, and I think because I was younger, I just thought like adding that little sentence in between, or this little like sound to the word, there's something about that sounded cool, better than Nightman. Um, yeah, unless Nighton sounds like lighten, maybe that's something like subconscious, but still. And but yeah, it was like you know, like an armored superhero of some sort. And yeah, after because I strangely like kept it in my mind like ever since I was you know younger, and um and I've once I kept it in mind, I drew it a couple of times, and it looks like it's found a bit of its home here. Although I'm not sure if I'm continuing him or not, because he fits in that category of yet another singular created hybrid to fight the Legion, or just another like singular force of its own. Once again, that can work if all of them vary, but I think at the time of making this guide, I think I did like accidentally make too many similar cases. Yeah. And even though Segundo, so that was more like a wingless dragon that can still fly, like levitate. But I wasn't too keen on like the original designs at first, and so I came up with an entirely different creature, which I quite like. There were probably two eyes, or maybe eyes and a mouth of some kind. Like every anyway, and it has like a bit of a saddle, and I just quite like the body shape. It's quite unique amongst these 8-bit designs. So that's his transportation. Oh yeah, these are Tomfers, by the way. They're a bit like a baton, but Tomfer is a bit more combat adapted. When a average baton with a handle, it's just more to um, um, just like a more of a simpler tool for defense. But whilst the context is, whilst the crew ties forward with more films decided to focus on one specific being, which probably contradicts this statement, but oh well. A great eye. No, it's an Intello. Not that's the name. No, he was gone a long time ago. Oh, a great eye clone. Oh, okay. I didn't think I involved resurrection or cloning in that way. Okay. But wrapped in a special metal within their planet to make its armor, even with its own alien steed to boot. Small amazing sentence. So, yeah, they created both those two. So yeah, slight contradiction unless it just happened at one point, and then they were like, oh no, let's just focus on researching the universe. So okay, it just makes you wonder what this special metal is. This wasn't really good in a name, but oh well. So the cosmic. So there was a character called Cosmic, spelled that way. Yeah, it's like a singular character. Very like stereotypical alien with a simpler set of gadgets. And he was around in the story for quite some time, and he was even like part of a alien duo that would assist the Legion every now and again. But I just remember the idea not really driving with me, and um, so I did like cut it out. But it was grouped up with like a frog alien, and I think the Binate at one point, who is a character from later added in the sequel, and Spyco as well, I think. So it was just like their own little miniature team, which was kind of cool. And oh yeah, there was just another team with a flying alien, a smart alien, a jaw shot, which is somewhere else in that guide as well. And Gloop was there too. Oh yes, he was. He was like the tank of the group. So yeah. Oh wow, those ideas are really gone back and forward, haven't they? So yeah, so that's the most stereotypical alien, but I'm not too keen on the translation to 8-bit, which has made me a bit more hesitant to cut them out. But I don't know, it's just because there's a alien race later on called the Troptians, who I kind of see as the definitive residential alien race, and because of how different they are, and more unique, I just kind of want them to be like if the humans were going to encounter the most basic alien, and just to see how they could work off from how they would compare. The Troptians I do prefer way more, because the cosmics they're a bit too stereotypical, and and I think it's just like the constant rebooting of the character or the alien race at a point where it's just got a bit tiresome, which is a bit unfortunate, because a lot of these characters coming through all sorts of like changes and stuff. Still interesting, but not so much of this one. But what's his paragraph? They're happy to work daily, happy to create ties with their research. These also have minor combat capabilities like use of weaponry. They have all sorts of their own fun, like board games they learn from other planets. So that's a couple of cool ideas. So in this totality, so they're like the top race, like to do some research, and they often help out. I can imagine them being a bit more, and with the whole like rocks of fun kind of thing, I think that they like would be the ones to mess about within. Because I even included a cosmic in a speech bubble of some kind in a storybook. one of the storybooks are made. So would that mean that? Oh, I can see that happening. Yeah, because if Megatron and the other Morphals, yeah, because I think Megatron might have influenced the other Morphals too. Like completely like overthrow this planet only to leave, and if it had this race as well. So I wonder if that was either like a really good coincidence or that's like a good intention to at least go from the storybook for like a couple of answers, even if the novels were like the more definitive canon. Yeah, the storybooks are, yeah, it's almost like third party, but just like the former version of the story. Um, so yeah, it's yeah, the world feels a bit small again, and so with the I don't know, it's just because the point of ruins is that it's meant to be because you can imagine it being ruins after the Morphils, but has it been ruins all this time? Which means yeah, that just like creates like a bit of a question. Because ruins aren't just there, they would have been there for a long time and then carried over time. So yeah, that's like the point of the name. It's not just a load of rocky blocks, because they didn't start out like that. Unless they did, maybe they did build in a more informal way. But yeah, just yeah, not very smart of me. And even the color palette, I'm not too keen on either, which is a bit of a shame. Also, if they did fight design for on this planet, they could have used like the ruins as like platforms every now and again. Because when you like read the look back in the novel, it just felt like a fight on flat land, which wasn't too bad because there's a whole set of abilities and had a lot going for it, but it did miss that environmental interaction and yeah, and there's no mention of like waters or rivers. I think there must have been some if the novel addressed them too. So yeah, this is definitely like a big planet for the story, that's for sure. Because I guess I like the idea of ruins, especially with like being made of more blue blocks, shown here. Because I like the colour of the buildings at least, but yeah, that I'm a bit hesitant on. And not to mention, yeah, this alien race is drawn too similar to Ekron, in the Xynfal's spy, and yeah, and then after comparing them both, after preferring this one, he's pretty much continuing uh, to be Ekron, and yeah, even with the tail as well as the spear as well, and um, so yeah, that means yeah that he's staying, but Ekron's race is going, despite an established difference here. But once again, it's just going to be either or in the reboot, and yeah. So also, one specific being. So I didn't get to explain Nightingale's role here. So was it a Legion counter or an extra assistance or their own little hero? I'm not sure. So that's not clarified either. And so peaceful planet. We know about the Megatron stuff, and so the scientists apparently just makes you wonder what else they discovered. And yeah, more forward came from here too. There's the metal and apparently these like combating these weapons just makes you wonder like what type. Probably like laser gun equivalents of some kind, but because other than like one character, I kind of struggled with other laser gun ideas in the story. I have a good think about it, but if because I'm still stuck whether to make the alien world far more supernatural with the Earth planet being more tech based, but I guess we'll wait to see. Okay, yeah, let's continue. So I think we're getting on to the more original planets to benefit. Actually, no, I remember one or two more, which does get mentioned in the novels. But regardless, yeah, this is definitely like the first one where definitely came up with their planet because because Ozona needed a home of some kind. And oh yeah, that's something I wondered is that Zabi and Astrodrone, once sharing the same planet. Like if that was the case in the guide, then it could have been addressed in the novels, but because the novels were written first, so once again we've got maybe a missed opportunity for like a hero to bond with a goon or child to talk about something, be like, wait, hang on, no, your race shared my planet, what happened? So something like that uh, could have happened, but never mind. But yeah, so for this planet, Yeah, so Ozona's race, they're um, yeah, it's more of the yeah, center of law, as it says here. So I guess they like to keep an eye out, on other various bits and bobs throughout the whole universe. So yeah, so cool idea. Although each planet would kind of have their own laws, but I guess they like to oversee. Bit like when one of the officers like help oversee the planet. I reckon they like help somewhat oversee the universe, just make sure enough's in check, and yeah, they're like the bosses. So yeah, okay. I suppose we'll continue with what it's like. So central law throughout the universe, with only some input towards Earth. Oh, some. Okay, I suppose it just helps with humans and aliens getting on. I can see that happening. That's kind of a cool idea. However, the world is rather residential and very like Earth, with very little wildlife. Okay, yeah, because I think that's the only form of wildlife. It just makes you wonder. I reckon other animals do exist, but are probably like listed like the more primary races. But I don't know. It's just I'd rather keep track of like every living being all across. Yeah, I think that's why when I mentioned about putting prehistoric animals in the alien planet, I kind of see that being like a cool idea. Yeah, can like fill a lot of gaps. Oh, I tell you what if I like draw every single like extinct animal? Yeah, that's that must be rather cool. So onto the races. So Ozone is a Cloup, okay? When it's not Ozone leaving the race to time false calls, they lead the planet and try in many ways for peace. They have the power to control wind, so yeah, that's their ability. And I think they're now the one that source telekinesis now, or something like that. Because even it's that living hand which has that. Oh yeah, by the way, I think some planets have more in them. But yeah, so that's why there's part one and then a part two, which is yeah. So I think that's where worlds like these are almost tend to be more my favorite ones because there's like so much variety. But we'll just see what it's like. So I think this is the things. Yeah, the turtle things. One of the only wildlife forms on the planet. Occasionally, pets have to devise samples of its power drive to races as they produce force fields. So yeah, I think that's one of the only times a type of wildlife possesses a trait of a elemental power, which is unusual. I do kind of prefer probably just the um, what would you call it? Yeah, just like the more intelligent races possessing an element because it's more active. Like, granted, I think I gave this one to that wildlife because not only is it like a change of pace, but like with a force field, you're just kind of standing there sometimes, so there's not an awful lot anyway. But I don't know, like there's force field users across all media that are far more active, so yeah, I think that kind of take that back. Because when I was trying to create different types of animals, especially ones that would benefit Zivit before continuing the use of Outright Sword, yeah, because this one's going to be a more defensive type. I just remember thinking, there's not an awful lot it can do with this shell, like defense wise. So I think that's what came up with the idea with the force fields, which is cool at first. But yeah, even Zivit and having like the load of wildlife to assist him, it's I'll have to think back to it. I'll just have to wait and see. Anyway, so this is oh yeah, even he's a character I came up once. Because as we will get on to later, there's a lot of oh yeah, because I used to create these stories involving like these ninjas. They all have like a specific type of elemental power, and they also all have an animal form. And yeah, there was like quite a variety of foes they fought against. Yeah, funny enough, Ozona was one of them. He was like the big bad guy. Yeah, with the powerful telekinesis, and yeah, but gosh, I still remember the loads. I think the best way to have a look is the early Instagram drawings. Yeah, there's the one with green fire. He had the falcon. The arowana can be a white tiger, and there's the deer one, and the antlers are on the sword. Hell Wolf carries over from Red Wolf somewhat, although even Red Wolf kind of continues too, as you'll see later on. Akeo, used to be, more human than the alien, but yeah, he was like the serpent one, like the Finnish ninja, especially with their stick, or no, a bow, as you would call that as well. Just the letters being O, that kind of bow, yeah, that kind of stick. and oh, there's a teleporter one. I forgot his name, and oh, who else was there? Oh, the water one who could turn into a seal. I remember that. And oh yeah, villain wise, so yeah, I think Oblivion was one of them. He used to shoot needles, but no, that's not so much of the case, I don't think. But still kind of a cool creature. Because I think he does have some abilities, but we'll wait and see. Even Saber Claw, who I think is an alien race in here, he used to be a bad guy, and I remember a guy with a whip, and oh, who else did I come up with? Uh, I think yeah, that's all I can remember. But yeah, that's what the world was like. And then because when I used to like create more individual stories, and then I was crossing them over, I thought, wow, this is cool. But then yeah, I was losing like interest in those individual worlds, and so yeah, it's just now we do live in the let's say this is just like the status of the story now. So yeah, okay. So Oblivion, yeah, that race. So a more serious race then, they come up with more controversial decisions to aid universal peace. Okay, they are partially into combat, but their ability to turn into water vapor. Sorry about that. And even produce it. So yeah, it's another extension of Vibra. That's cool. Yeah, that's sort of something. Yeah, yeah. I vaguely remember that being like the original concept when coming up with the character alone, but then it's just making the alien race out of it. Yeah, it's more like a crown head as well, which is kind of cool, somewhat. But yeah, not sure if that's continuing the reboot. Yeah, because there's only so much you could do with Walter Vapor, and even if he's like more of a ghostly one and the kind who probably could like go through him, like a phasing kind of thing. But yeah, I personally won't know too much of how to experiment with that concept. So yeah, the hand, yeah, hand with an eye. Not the best translated, so that's not going to carry through. But anyway, so they have that telekinesis, do not speak, but they communicate visually, which is yeah, kind of cool. Imagine that. It just makes you wonder what kind of gestures they would make if it just like literally just a living hand. But many existing or controlling airborne objects, they mainly come with conclusions whilst the rest chat. Yep, yeah, because okay, yeah, so they have the three of them who have like try and chat about all sorts, which is yeah, a neat idea. Although in the reboot, I think I would just like literally have every single alien race like chat with one another about with what to do and so forth. So yeah, instead of just narrowing it down to just those lot. Sorry, yeah, because yeah, like those would have many to say. And okay, so this next guy called a object, which is easy. Well, actually, no tricky to say because you're used to saying object, but he's object. So yeah, that's kind of tricky. Yeah, that is the type of alien race Apathnos temporarily became to as a Nahash to disguise. But I did quite like the design at that point, but I did carry it over, and yeah, now it has like one of those guns that can become like many forms, which yeah, I've seen that in fiction quite a lot. So yes, it's just my own spin on it. Although even not only does he, oh no, it's just more of the weapon thing than he has. Although I think they're kind of carrying over into the reboot as the what was it like the one to possess lasers or something. That one character transferred it into like a varied weapon. I think that's the where I'm at with this race. So yeah. So these are more so into technology. They mainly focus their knowledge on their own specialized weapons. So yeah, they don't chat about peace like the rest do. The multi-purpose gun, so it looks like all of them are going to have them, which I suppose you can have fun with, but average would prefer just the one individual being able to shoot all sorts of energy forms. All sorts of energy forms, okay. For the reboot, it's going to be like more ways of shooting, and well, it's just like various types of lasers as opposed to covering all sorts of types of elemental powers. I think that's the way I'm at. So yeah, they're far more informal compared to the others. We'll conclude a bit more about the planet in the part two. Although looking at this image, this is rather nice. I actually really like. They look almost like bridges, and it's either like a shadow or a wall of some kind, or just like a thicker path like above the water. Yeah, because there's a waterish world somewhat. But yeah, I really like those parts. Yeah, it's like pixelated, done really well. And yeah, building wise, yeah, there's some kind of approach I'm trying to do with the architecture. I really need to improve my architectural skills, unless maybe I could have it so like all of these aliens live in more natural areas, you know, like the Titrans with the cave within a tree, which is neat. But yeah, it's just something I do really need to work on because yeah, it's a good start with the buildings, but nothing too special. So yeah, let's see what the continuation of this planet's like. Okay, let's see what the rest of this world is like. Oh yeah, here's the top gens. Yeah, when I was talking about the more definitive alien race, yeah, there's just something a bit more, like very basic but unique at the same time. It's like a really good blend. Yeah, I remember just randomly drawing their heads only in the storybook, and I just remember thinking, you know, I quite like the design of their heads. You know, the eye being low down and having more of the base at the top of their head. Something about that which I really like. I could do with better clothing though, but you know, it's a start. And yeah, the colours are kind of neat too. But yeah, I can really see them in a plan like this, especially if I am going to go for more of a water-based kind of alien again here. I know I like my water-themed things. Yeah, I do admit to have a bit of a bias, which I do need to be careful of because yeah, even if I do like the likes of Vibe with the water and ice, when the Nivigor has been well explored, but the Mountain Falls needs step down shine too. So yeah, I will be very considerate of the lot. Yeah, an equal balance. So Trochans, most residential race, they have the most in common with humans, yeah, lacking supernatural abilities, but they do all sorts despite their alien aspects. Yeah, although here's the interesting thing. So before getting on to Fawn, who, yeah, so he's one of those. Yeah, Fawn, the character in the reboot, so yeah, he's meant to be a bit more muscular at the top. I could have done with like thicker arms, but never mind. He's meant to have like a tiny trunk at the front of his head, but yeah, it's not really translated well. But he did have like these metallic legs, yeah, which meant he was more of a taekwondo fighter. Yeah, quite cool because you could see how the legs were kind of spiky a bit. I remember doing quite a neat drawing actually, which I might have posted, but I guess we'll wait and see. Yeah, on my Instagram fairly recently, I reckon. But yeah, because I wasn't too keen on like the top half of his body, so what I've done, if there was going to be a sequel or actually like the new main Zynfall Goons, it was yeah, it's going to be one of the top gins, but with the metallic legs instead. To which yeah, just really having to go with the idea of even the president can be dangerous. So yeah, I think that's just like a fun idea to explore. So anyway, what's him? Residential, but gets involved in politics more so than the Twopgens. Sometimes the race can get strong-minded, especially once the leaders start overseeing the universe. Okay, so I guess that explains a tad more of Fawn's motivation, you know, to act more on himself. Act more? No, that wasn't right. Act more. How to say? Just like more active and probably not as keen on Legion. So that answers some questions, but. Uh, Yeah, okay. Yeah, but we'll just move on. So yeah, I really like this creature. Yeah, so that was in the sequel too. Like a beastly creature of some kind, which yeah, I've done a cool drawing on 2D, you know, once again on the Instagram. So the pixelated wise, probably could do a bit of improvement. It's a bit too convoluted, but it's a good starting point. So it's called a Solon. These are wildlife, but they live in the water. They assist water by traveling by building bridges using their bodies. Uh, all building bridges. I see. So they help. So yeah, they like to help residents. Um, I would say. Yeah, get by and you know they like to raise up if a bridge is needed. I thought these Topgens could swim too, but I suppose if not all of them are water ones. So yeah, I reckon that the Topgens all live like underwater maybe, and then all of these buildings is where the higher ups all live. I can see that happening. Yeah, it could be like a cool idea. Um, so yeah, they don't look like the type of creatures that would be able to walk on. Normally, you would need like a giant turtle of some kind, you know, something with like a harder back, or maybe they'd help transport it with the tentacles. I'm not sure. So yeah, so a couple of good ideas, but it's just not very matching here. So Rage Rock, so he was like Cosmic's arch nemesis in a previous story version. You know, with like one of the alien teams, Cosmic, was when it's going to be fighting against this being. He had a cape at one point, and I was shown in a Instagram drawing as well. But maybe the cape was a bit too much. You could see how it would be a bit, you know, like covering up the back. But I still like the thickness and the overall design of the character. Even the weapon is okay, if it's translated okay. From my attention, yeah, it's like a mace that can shoot somewhat. So it's a Raider Rock. Yeah, that was like the name of the villain, but yeah, now that's the name of the race. So also one of the residents, but are more about the fighting, making them less intelligent. So yeah, okay. And then oh yeah, this is a yeah an Aga, an Aga, either way. So yeah, this being was he's a hybrid that was in the sequel, you know, like a being designed to take on the title of the Legion, you know, being super strong and powerful. Yeah, obviously it didn't win, but yeah, oh, once again, like the 2D drawing was better, yeah, because it's not translated too well, because it's meant to be like a head. If I did like a different shade, maybe that might have helped, but no, and it is meant to be fire, but it looks like another horn, which is not too bad, but oh, it's such a shame that some characters I get put off because of how they're not translating 1 and 2 in 8-bit. And you could say, well, why not continue the 2D approach? But I think the storybooks was kind of evident that whilst there were many ways I could have improved the storybooks, you know, by adding texture or paying more attention to their character consistency, but if there's other people being able to draw 2D far better than me, especially when creating the likes of comic books or even illustrations, but I seem to shine well enough with 8-bit. I feel a bit more proud of that approach, and it's much more stand out, and it will help me stand out too. Anyway, what's more about this entity? When those in Trumbull were getting resurrected during the post-Downfall era, they dislike the Legion at one point, resulting in them getting some help from the dodgy Entlos. Yep, that was Kratos' race from earlier, to generate a proper anti-Legion entity. The trouble with it wasn't very long, but it was tied to Gary's mischief. So Gary did get involved in some way. Okay. I think in the novel version, which I think that commentary of it might have come and gone somewhere because we'll wait and see. Yeah, tied to Gary's mischief. Okay. And I think the novel version would have had a bit more context, as if Gary went to see the Kratos and saw. Because if Gary managed to get hold of Thorn and one of these, then it just goes to show that he was involved with this planet somewhat. You know, it's like a resistance against Legion at one point, and yeah, maybe they're like a rival planet against Legion once they started to develop. But hopefully, they would have developed long enough to reach that conclusion. Because if they were like recently resurrected, like less than 100 years ago, like sure you would need this society to be a bit more developed. So yeah, sorry, I'd have to be careful. Because if I still want stories that take place much later in the Legion's lifespan, then I'll have to do. Oh gosh, yeah, it does make you think, doesn't it? Yeah, I'll have a good think about it. So yeah, you could have to tell this one's an entity, and it's probably mainly like fire abilities, I think. But we've already had a fire ability one, more a couple of them. So it makes it stand out a bit less. But I still like the idea of because Contre like is one of the he's like a fish race initially, but in the sequel you can see he's in the head of a robot, and the whole robotic suit is designed to counter the Legion as well. So we have because the suit actually has like more specifics to counter any Legion ability, but in here it's like more abstract. A bit more like it's less specific, but still like really strong, and it could still probably take on the Legion due to like the toughness and that. Which makes you wonder what kind of genetics were mixed or created, but oh well. And right, so onto the land, so a mix between water technology, whether it's metallic bridges over water waves, metallic buildings, and even ships. Rain is often, and there's some natural sand that's shallow. Okay. Water technology, you don't often put the both together, but it can really create a very unique look. So yeah, I still like the idea of the setting. And Um, yeah, and with it being a bit more of like an intellectual planet of some kind, yeah, I can see it having that kind of approach, especially with not much natural land to mix with. Although if it's like deep water, what's the sand like? Does it have corals even? So I guess something to wait and see. But anyway, so it's a couple of ideas I'm not too keen on here, but at least a planet's a bit more developed. They're all have their own ways of commuting. There's some residents, a couple of wildlife that are somewhat assisting. Um, but yeah, the Rage Rock race I can't really see mixing well, and I feel like the entity should probably come from um, Planet Vita as opposed to here, but never mind. Okay, we'll go on to the next one. There we go. So Garrep is a world from the books too, and yeah, whilst it was like a cool idea to have an entire planet as an airport, yeah, it's not. Yeah, we'll wait to see what it's like in the reboot, especially if technology is going to take place less, especially with far less technology too. So Garrep, the airport planet, the world that enables the most safe, organised, and legal travel from planet to planet. Most ships are here too, which yeah, it's accurate from the books. Yeah, I can imagine that with a airport planet. It's I think that I've covered it somewhat in the novels where oh yeah, because I once thought of an idea to make Garrett more of a multi-planet kind of planet, because it's almost like a various stopping points, all over instead of literally just trying to find Garrett only to then go elsewhere. Because if all of these planets are easy to travel anyway, then yeah, there you go. But yeah, it just feels like a good pit stop for a lot of them. So yeah, if going for that idea, but I don't think I am because it's going to be more of a specific alien planet than multiple ones. So yeah, this alien race I like though. So it's like a crustacean almost. Yeah, and Pod spoke to one of them. So yeah. Yeah, they organise the flights, provide services on certain crafts too, and they have hard work pictures make them all defended against certain races who want to cause trouble. Yeah, especially if there's like Karen equivalents. I want to speak to the manager. Okay, we can speak to my pincer instead. Sorry, that's a bit not funny. Sorry, but probably get the idea. So here's the conic. So yeah, cyborg ape-like aliens. Yeah, not are not continuing them in their reboot. The design of is somewhat okay. Whilst the apps definitely need some kind of improvement. Yeah, there's some bits that look a bit off, but yeah, the comics okay, I suppose okay, but I did later lose interest. But yeah, just making it a bit basic like that has made me lose interest altogether. They're like the alien race that were more expertise on alien crafts, and yeah, it was some cool moments, especially in the novels, but yeah, definitely not continuing. So as the world is the birthplace of the spaceships, these are the races that make these ships. An ape-like race who go through the treatment to be modified with internal tech to make them more varied in their mechanic ability, which yeah, I feel like there's a lot of repercussions tied to it. So yeah, for some reason why discontinue it. Yeah, I think what might have created the inspiration is that I once brought I'll see if I can find an image of it. So sorry if I don't bring it up. Or actually, I'll take a photo. Yeah, I'll probably do that. Yeah, let me just do that. Yeah, I'm back. So yeah, the photo should hopefully be added on. But yeah, you can see how yeah this ape, it's like mixed between like the metallic parks and yeah, I just thought it looked really cool, and I guess an idea could like work in the future somewhere, but yeah, this is definitely not the right route to go about it. Yeah, because it looks more like a gibbon than a gorilla, which also like lets the yeah, it's just something that's not grabbing my interest as much. But and never mind. Even this race here, so these are mainly like little living spaceships, which is also kind of fun. They're a bit like drones, but probably with more personality. But I'm a bit put on hold with them, so they might be good for Earth actually, but not so much with the alien planets are going for. So anyway, these are the Quanos. I swear I've encountered that name before. So yeah, sorry if I repeated the name. Okay. Whilst these have organised complex side of things, these miniature spaceships do simpler tasks, able to generate their own robotic arms to grab and move things. The robots created by the Conics but have friendly personalities. So the Conics make drones too. Okay. Uh, I see. Okay. Um, so yeah, I've already said what I want to say with that one. And even this land, as an airport, it's mostly built a little spare natural land full of spaceships and buildings like hotels. Yeah, so there are like other services that exist, and yeah, because there is like some natural land that's evident in the novels. You know, when and Pod managed to fight Zion for without any other residents, just wondering what was going on there. So I guess the whole world wasn't an airport, so there's some spare land apparently. But if there's no need for the spare land, then okay. I feel like that's meant to be like a natural aeroplane, especially the way the wings go below the windows like that, because of how spread out it is. Yeah, that should have been translated better too. Never mind. So yeah, it's this world is intentionally small like the others because it's like mixing any races once again. But yeah, it's just a couple of ideas not too keen on here. But anyway, we'll continue. Okay, sometimes I get confused between this planet and another one, but I think this is like the more. Oh, hang on. Oh, this is the most dangerous planet. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so it is this one. It's the planet of the camos. That's like the more exotic one because that has like its own dangers too. But I think this one's like a whole new level. Oh gosh, yeah. And yeah, this world is the world that you would have seen at the start of book 4, with the mushrooms and the waterfalls. It's somewhat nice, but yeah, I feel like the mushrooms could have been designed better or something. But yeah, we'll come back to that. So yeah, draw sharp. So yeah, they appeared in not once again not only the book 4 intro, but one tried to go for sign for at the end of book 1. So yeah, and that was an alien race they used to work with Cosmic, during an early part of the story. It was like a miniature shark of some kind, and with brass knuckles with blades on. So it's a yeah, it's translated okay. I think the middle clothing parts could be improved, but we'll wait and see once I make the actual things. So jaw sharps. The Cine had their goes fighting against Iron Forge in his golden age. The ability is to be able to produce chilling air enough to freeze beings inside ice cubes. So yeah, they have freezing air almost. And they can swim, plus they're good fighters with their own brass knuckles with blades on. So yeah, they somewhat stand out in some way. Shrows, which are the mini lizards, yeah, they were labelled in the novels too. What are they like? These are the least dangerous wildlife on the planet, but either survive well by hiding or getting picked up by the other races, making them a good food source. So okay, um, yeah, lizards basically. I think that they're meant to have like an extra eye as shown in the storybooks, but even then. So Rico's, yeah, they were at they invaded the Green Apes in the start of book 3. So yeah, nice to give them a planet. And oh, yeah, uh, yeah, these are smarter than most of the races within this planet, able to counter the races' other moves if they're lucky, and they have the advantage thanks to their height and leg strength. So yeah, nothing supernatural, but yeah, having like a T-Rex physique and even being quite, still being big too. Yeah, that does. Yeah, I can see that benefiting them in some way. And yeah, this is a Varrow, which is in the sequel. They're the werewolf equivalent, pretty much. Yeah, because even if whatever alien race they bite into essentially becomes another Varov, even regardless of the size of the race, it will just be yet another one. So yeah, it's a cool idea to have. I think that's their way of populating. To try and find literally anything to spread the number of their races, but it would mean like diminishing the others too. So yeah, they're extremely vicious. They are. But yeah, because Zivit in the sequel managed to get hold of one and even some of the serum, and he was like, oh, you can always like inject yourself with that as like a power boost because once you become one, then it will be very like an advantage, but at the same time, there is like the counter way to get you back to normal just before you fully turn into the creature. Yeah, it's something like that, which felt quite tense. And yeah, even Zymos is okay for like a wolf creature. I think the context like makes this a bit scarier somewhat, especially with the strong legs. But yeah, and even I'm wondering if I want to continue the idea in the reboot. It's like sounds really cool, but yeah, so I think it's like on the pending side of things, because I already have a Haymon, which is already like a wolf creature, and then even the Slytherins too. So yeah, I just have to make sure like all of these wolf-like creatures have to vary. But what does this say? This race stands out because they are the only race where once they're bitten any other alien race, they end up turning into a row of themselves. Even all Varrows are the same size, which means that even biting a shrew means they'll end up as the size of a Varrow like the rest. This is how this race populate the race, meaning many unwelcome visitors have sadly joined the clan, losing their original personalities. Yeah, gosh, yeah, that does sound vicious, doesn't it? I think like these creatures alone would, um, let's see, yeah, like made this planet like the most dangerous. And yeah, I wondered if Xynthor or something got rid of this race because yeah, because what if Xynthor got infected, like it would become a Varrow of two, and it's not like his strength will be maintained, so that could have been like a I reckon this would have been like a plot hole that would have needed to be plugged. So yeah, and so yeah, what's the next one? So this is a essentially alien saber-toothed tiger, but with a tail instead. So yeah, they are rather cool. Well, let's just read first. The big cat equivalent, they can be trained in a way where they can defend them unwelcome visitors. Regardless, they can go through shallow water, climb well, and own the caves on the lands. So yeah, I reckon yeah, but it sounds more like a tiger really. Yeah, especially if they like to climb and go through shallow water. And so yeah. Yeah, so it's cool to have like a big cat like alien. But here's the thing as well, it's just because with our planet having so many types of big cats, it just makes you wonder how else can you create other alien big cats. But I'm sure there's like many other traits I can mix into, to create like a number one of some kind. I reckon that still would be something to have a good think about. Okay, so we'll hop to the next page and then we'll conclude. Okay, so Bracco, they're essentially like an ape equivalent of an alien, especially with the big arms. Let's see, they are their best climbers and their strong arms, which means moving things around rather well. They are not afraid to take spots from other animals, willing to fight other races and sometimes winning. Their back spikes makes them hard to fight, especially from behind. So yeah, cool. Um, um, yeah, just another wildlife type. Even part of Civet's race as well. So Civet's race? No, Civet's like mixture clan of animals. So it's a kind of coalition. I still remember the 2D drawing as well. So this is a temptator. So it's almost like a mix between a mermaid and a siren. And because everyone's had this idea of what if they're like understand or like read the minds of any races, and then they become something to tempt them and then ambush them. To which, yeah, I feel like I have seen that many times in other media. So it's yeah, I don't think I'll continue it because if it's requiring mind reading and illusions, which is not really like a thing in this universe, I will be yeah, taking them out really. Like the design is kind of cool, it's like a mermaid of some sort, but yeah, it's just even that like stands out too much compared to the other aliens. Whether residential or not, they have like a let's see, like a edginess and an exotic animal kind of aspect to them. But with the mermaid, it's a bit too human on the top half. So you can definitely see why they're going. Although, what are they like? They are also their own type of danger. They produce an invisible yet defective airborne chemical which confuses the brain of most life forms, tempting the life forms to also desires, whether it's prey or love interest. Oh gosh. Once the temptators have drawn someone well enough, they eat them using the rest of their body parts as collectibles. Oh my gosh, so they're just very dangerous mermaids, I suppose. Yeah, they're not continuing. Yeah, it's yeah, they suit a yeah, just other type of stories, but not here. So in Alita, so yeah, still remember that drawing in the storybook. After making them more like crocodiles and more unique as well. Yeah, they're two going to be the more residential race in the reboot. That's for sure. Yeah, it's on my updated notes. Yeah, I really like the design as well. Like, sure, it's a crocodile, but that's well if you just make it stand out a bit more. So in Alita, I like the Tentators. They are also water creatures, but are just as dangerous. Okay, Temptators are relegated to one dangerous spot. These alices, however, are everywhere in the water, making them common, but they do show some instances of intelligence, like being able to stand. So, okay, yeah, so partially smart as well. Okay, so it's good to like create like a difference here, just like a really creating a sense of danger everywhere. A merc. So this is a yeah, let's just see what they're about. This is a solo race, so it's a hybrid once again. It was actually an otter that was infected by a mixture of any bacteria around one of the most infected areas of the planet just before a resurrector, which is, the one of the aims we saw earlier, managed to revive the otter from his own doing. The resurrector lost the fight, but the otter lost a fight? The merc? Is that what happened? Okay, but the otter continued to be a solo terror, even going from planet to planet, occasionally causing havoc. It's immortal as well, making it a alternative terror. So yeah, that's like a whole load of stories of its own. Because yeah, I just remember really liking that idea, because I drew this creature a couple of times, especially when it had the skull of an otter head. So yeah, it's still like a skeleton otter, but still had like like still like a full enough body and had all of that goo going all around as well, like goo that can move all around. I think the complex design kind of, I think, yeah, I think this is why it's like at full power. But I think if it's like simplified, then I think that's where it could work. But as a like an otter skeleton, yeah, it does need to be a bit more like an otter really. But yeah, as a individual, I quite like it. Although going from planet to planet, it must pop onto spaceships or something, or no teleporting. Yeah, that will cause problems. But even this one's a bit up in the air because it just makes you wonder how the otter got there in the first place. Which type was it? What type of bacteria did it, come across? What was the infected area in the planet? Was it? I don't know. So yeah, it's just like far too much up in the air. Like it's just a bit too much. And this just sounds like like a product of a resurrector that went wrong almost, which could be like a fun idea, but this is just going to all over the place. You can see how this is like a whole heap of its own ideas without really connecting to anything else. So this one's another pending one really, but there's still a couple of cool bits and bobs though. So a lot, which is this is essentially a like a pufferfish, but with yeah, although it doesn't really inflate, but it does have its own muscle manipulation, so it can either have a normal human physique or it can be just as big or strong as this. And I've even come up with if I can find it, like a different colour scheme for that one, which I think is better because yeah, those radiator greens don't quite yeah, because this is like a pale purple with the grey, which I don't quite like that much really. And but yeah, the spikes all around are okay though. Yeah, because that's something else I've been keeping an eye on is like the attention to detail with which ones will have certain colours and if that's going to be representative of certain elements or even have enough balance with the colours. Like there are like a couple of orange aliens as well, and I guess I could have made more of them orange as well if orange is going to be like part of the colour scheme too. But yeah, we'll just have to wait to see. But it's just something I have kept an eye on. Although, as far as I can see, well, there is an alien collage coming up, so we can at least see the whole picture of that. But anyway, so this alien race, this is another resident ones that try and live smarter compared to the jaw sharps, but thanks to their muscle manipulation, they can withstand many obstacles. So yeah, they're probably immune to a lot of these dangers, which yeah makes them adapted. Yeah, even the spikes on all over them would really help out too. Oh yeah, this is one of my favorite aliens. So this is essentially so I think there is that drawing of the former version of Mechadraw that's probably still around because Mechadraw used to be like a mix between a crocodile and a shark almost, like a blue crocodile, but with more of a rounder mouth compared to like a longer one. And it still really had the height and the, some muscles. It was like 9 foot tall with a very long tail. So this is me like bringing that kind of design back because yeah, Mechadraw ended up being a Morphil 2 just to make that side simpler, which I still quite like regarding Mechadraw here. But yeah, this grub here, it's a that's the alien race's name. Yeah, I still really like. Even they're going to be the new ice object forming race, coming from that side of the elements, and they probably might just be the ice themed alien period. Yeah, because I think the blues help, and I guess it's more reptilian. Although normally when you're creating ice-based characters, normally you have to like associate it with something icy. Because look at Skylanders for instance, bases character designs from Yetis, raccoons, octopus, things that actually tied to water and or ice. But yeah, it's just something to think about really. Although I guess I could just find a way to make it more ice adapted. Maybe how it will have ice armor that might help. But also a nice reptilian. It's something that might still work. Like imagine a type of bear in the desert. If someone came up with that, I would still be able to be like, okay, well, what was it like? How's he adapted? So yeah, there is something to see. It's the fun of coming up with creatures like these. But anyway, what are these like? These live behind waterfalls and they act as helpful guides for those who enter this planet, aiding survivors, but also getting them to leave. Oh, okay, I quite like that too. So, yeah, I reckon this is like almost like another top tier one. The only problems is, the temptations don't really fit there and makes it a bit too complicated. But other than that, I really like their sense of danger at this planet. I felt like I wouldn't want to go there. It's like it feels that refined. Well, granted, the residential ones, the jaw sharps and the luts and the grubs. So I don't know what they would do from day to day. I think they're probably like how Bear Grylls goes through the wildlife. I reckon all of them do that, but I'm not sure if they mix together, or probably not the grubs if they like live behind waterfalls. But yeah, so the residential side is kind of lost, but I really like the variation of the wildlife. This is how to do a dangerous world of some kind. So yeah, this is definitely top tier. Oh, hang on, let's see. Oh, I think I talked about the description in the previous page. I think, unless it's part 3, which is unlikely. Could be. We'll wait and see. But yeah, once again, yeah, I quite like the setting with the waterfalls and that. So yeah, the name though I'm not too keen on it because yeah, at first it could be sound like a friendly planet only to be like vicious, but no, it would need a vicious name. Think of what's like maybe a very scary sounding place. Oh, that's a tricky one. Think of everything in fiction. Uh, no, no, I've got nothing, but it just needed a more threatening name for the planet, that's for sure. Anyway, yeah, let's get going. Okay, so not only was this introduced in this is book 4, where when Dion tried to help the Hormats, only for the Hormats to be like, no, you were late, but it's too late to help us now, something like that. Oh, look at that! This is where the elephant seals are like. So I reckon the whole Rocket area that was meant to be Waver on where they're at. Yeah, because I found the sample from the book, so we'll go through that very quickly. I think it's going to be the last page, but still. So yeah, I think I've tried to mix it by having some level rocky land, but a lot of it is the floating islands, which was really cool looking in the storybook I made. Yeah, you can see how cool it kind of looked. Yeah, even the image is the image representation isn't the best because it's a bit too simplified and minuscule, but it still has the waterfalls come from the sky, and I think that's meant to be like vegetation growing for farming. So yeah, because I don't know about any other planets, but yeah, this is definitely like the primary farming planet that helps light spread. resources all around, which is yeah, like a cool concept. It's like one of those planets like that's designed to be a bit more simpler, but does have like a grander role. But we'll still go through see what it's like. The plant farming planet was and is odd, as most of its floating. The soil is varied enough to enable many types of planting and seeding. So I wondered if they help like grow other like types of vegetation from other planets, where it just requires someone to travel there and back in space, something like that. Yeah, so I hope spaceships are mentioned, or at least a alien adapted to fly through space, something like that. Or maybe it was just everyone coming to them, because this planet could be like a warehouse where it would have to be other vehicles going like back and forward. Maybe that's the approach. And oh yeah, because yeah, the varied soil, of course. Oh no, it was the special grass which the Xenixes were after when invading this planet. To which, yeah, fair enough, if the grass is good. Um, yeah, if it's like far tastier than ours, yeah, something like that. And so yeah, I was gonna say something else as well. Oh yeah, yeah, conditions. So is this planet cool or warm? Because because look at our planet Earth, like we grow all sorts of things in different countries, because bananas, are grown in far more exotic countries. Oranges, are grown in Spain because it's consistently hotter compared to the UK. But in the UK, we can still do the likes of strawberries and apples even. So yeah, that would have to be accounted for. I wonder if there's like different sections or the area being warmer than others, unless every crop can grow in equal temperature, which isn't very fun, but maybe it's like consistent that way. So anyway, Hummuts. So yeah, I remember creating an alien with a whale with legs essentially, more like a humpback or blue whale kind of one. And I really like the translation here. Even if it's like a bit simpler, you can definitely tell it's like coming from a whale if you like cover the legs. But yeah, I really like the translation here, and it has done well with other 2D drawings too. So it's like a partially well done design, like simple but effective. So this is a race organising a lot, even assisting some farmlands on other planets too. Okay, so they must have been borrowed. Oh, that's kind of cool. Then they come to planet Earth to help grow our oranges in Spain. That could be fun. Anyway, they are still tough and they can slowly go up waterfalls. Oh yeah, because that was said in the novels. Yeah, they're somehow adapted to swim up through waterfalls, which yeah sounds like a Minecraft thing. Maybe I wonder if that's what the inspiration came from. But yeah, just I can imagine what that looks like. Anyway, so Ellersols, yet the elephant seal equivalent here is spikes on. Um, I say because I remember when the Numians had their first form, because as well as like all of the varied characters, being based on certain animals, despite being slightly human, one of them was going to have a elephant seal with armor on, as if it was like combat ready, which is I still kind of like the idea, but thankfully I've took note of how to make that more like make more sense. Like these Ellisaurs are, like similar to elephant seals, but they're more adapted to move and are more flexible. So something like that could work rather well. And I still probably would like to see one of them in armor of some sort, but I think that's what they look like normally, which is still a pretty good look. But yeah, even here it's meant to be. I think without that top part, because I guess it looks like they're. Oh, and actually no, I think they are a bit more 3D because you can see both legs here. So oh, okay, that's okay. I quite like that approach with the drawing here. Yeah, because you can see the other side of their back fin here. Anyway, see what they're like. So they plant across many grasslands. Once they do, whether it's the materials from the planet or even other planets to assist, they do like to rest on rocky shores. So yeah, that's where the elephant seal inspiration carries over a bit. So they help out with the farming. That's cool. Yeah, although I can't really see them like planting, but maybe what they do is like as they plant, they're like flat in the ground anyway because they're chunky creatures. Unless these ones are more muscular, I can see that happening. But I thought the hummocks were all the more active ones, like actually seeding. But if they like just like to oversee them, yeah, fair enough. It's like a variation in their role. Maybe they're a bit more active compared to the other souls if they all get lazy on rocks. Anyway, so a horb, so that's the creature with a horn here. So um oh wait, hang on. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a race missing an explanation, unfortunately. I think it's this. We'll stick with the original plan. So these racers always wear their own special armor. Oh no, okay, so that this is this guy. Oh, I understand now. So they're the same race, but it's wearing the suit. Okay, yeah, so they're both the same. Okay. They're their own special armor. After all, these racers often go to space to protect their farmland far away from the farmland. No, that's repeated. Protect it from like intruders, pretty much. And they do help other races too at other worlds. So yeah, so they're a mildly defending race, but they help protect this farmland, and they'll probably protect other farms or something. I can kind of see that happening. Yeah, because yeah, not only is this a Horb is a it was the creature at the in the both the storybook and the novel. It was like the alien giving out the disguise devices on the Hash 2, to which yeah, I found the design a bit too basic, and I think that's why I tried to give it the suit, because oh yeah, that suit does not much, by the way. Look how thin the legs are. That's it, unless they fit in, who knows. But yeah, this the suit design. So I came up with one human character called Bonebreaker, who bared these massive um, like solid devices on the forearms of each arm, and yeah, that not only were blunt weapons, but had a couple of gadgets too, like shooting. So yeah, I think that's where I tried to carry over that as a alien inspiration, and yeah, because I still like the suit idea. I reckon humans could have that instead, or maybe a certain alien could have maybe not a gadget, but maybe like wear rocks instead as arms. Yeah, that could be kind of cool. But yeah, the whole brace, yeah, like I said, I find a bit too basic. So I just remember, yeah, once again, they were just kind of drawn on the spot, thinking, oh, could create like an alien that looks like a devil, but no, it doesn't really. That didn't really carry through, really, not in my opinion. And then a stalker, so yeah, it's not just vegetation, meat is also offered, and these stalkers have very varied bodies at the point where they can provide nearly 10 forms of meat. Nearly, okay. And yeah, I think to expand, so it's pretty much like the stereotypical alien stock, like a cow, pig, and sheep all in one kind of thing. Yeah, so I think I could do with coming up with other farm animals. That could be kind of fun as well. But yeah, I also like the varied meat, because, for instance, with a pig, you can get out bacon, black pudding, belly pork as well. Just like the variety of meat you can get from. So I think that's the idea I was going for. But I think at one point I was thinking, they would like supply every type of, like nearly every type of meat for aliens going all about. But no, that doesn't really work like that. Like, no pigs were varied, but now we have the cows to vary. Their type of meat, vary even more so. So yeah, definitely needs expanded upon. But this feels like a good start in terms of like a farm-like alien, and yeah, just go show that aliens do like to grow and farm as well. So I think they have that kind of mindset compared to us as well. Because I think that's another topic entirely. How similar are humans compared to aliens with what they do, and I suppose this is like a human thing that's similar, but even then. But then onto the land. Yeah, because there's floating islands and rocky below. Planet has had, yeah, most of the sea is the planet. Yeah, most of the planet is the sea, sorry. Even water falling from the floating islands. Yep, so we pretty much got the gist of that. So, yeah, so I'm a bit, so whilst the Hormats and other souls are probably a bit too similar, and I like the Horbs being like a defensive race, and I like the type of alien type of cow equivalent that I've made up. But yeah, I think the land is probably too small, and I don't know. I said earlier that it's like small in its simplicity, so it's kind of okay. And I like the idea of going out to source food that way. But um, you can definitely tell this probably would better suit maybe like various farms all across the alien planet instead of just being a specific planet once again. Yeah, I think I was thinking too much, making each planet purposeful with their personality, which is not a bad thing, but I don't know. It's just I've just seen many sci-fi shows, do well with the variety of planets you can visit and get enough of an idea. But it's just almost as if I've struggled to expand, because I think there was a time where I was making up like way more planets, but I think a part of me was like, oh, am I stretching this too thin? But even some planets, for instance, if Waveron only consisted of these elephant seals creatures, then fine, it's rocky, it had a different kind of alternative look, and yeah, they would be adapted for it. Even a planet simple as that could still work. So yeah, but no, maybe with less world ideas, it means I just only like less to work with for the reboot, but I can still take other creative liberties. Um, so yeah. So yeah, partially like this one as well. Yeah, I don't think I'll not only rank the planets, but also the races that are in there too. So yeah, let's continue. Okay, so after looking at this planet, so I wonder if I like this one as well, because yes, Lith was the one planet Ozona took over, and oh yeah, because even that in that picture I drew for this planet in the storybook, that was yet another holiday photo I took. Although, what was that place? It was like, what was it like the birth? No, it wasn't the birthplace of Christopher Columbus, but there was a statue of him, which indicates that he might have visited there at one point. It was something like that. But yeah, it's like a more of a beachy planet, and yeah, there's huts for those snake creatures, and yeah. Although once again, we've got a world that looked like it was just for these snake beings. But when just going back to them in the sky, yeah, I decided to make it a bit more populated. I guess you could still infer that I guess Ozona was just taking over the planet with just them in. Maybe that's what happened. Because there's no mention of any other type of race around, even if there's some that might have been extinguished by Zionfall, but even then. So yeah, that's where both the guide and the world doesn't quite match, but I suppose I would if they counted for it eventually. I also had this one idea where if I wasn't so keen on any races, I once thought of a storyline where they were get asked to evolve because they didn't adapt to their world anymore or something like that. Yeah, I just thought of that as a excuse to change character designs but still keep their continuity. But obviously, it was just far too much of that. So yeah, that explains the reboot. And so yeah, but yeah, the reason for the reboot, yes, it's the alien races, some of the worlds, especially with a load of individual ones, a lot of the theming which I wasn't so keen on, and yeah, when just looking through, there's just a lot of plot and world building problems at a point where I couldn't really work with that template anymore, which is a real shame. But never mind, I've come this far. So yeah, we'll see what more of this world is like. One thing for sure is that this snake race is definitely staying as a resident alien, because I really like their design. Once again, it's good in its simplicity. Yeah, even this Commodon. So I think this is going to be like the heat emitting elemental fighter. I think it might be the case. No, not in here specifically, but yeah, it's just because in the far more simplified elemental abilities in the reboot, so because as well as fire as in flames, but sometimes just exposing heat, a bit like radiation was thought, was like a cool idea for a variety of superpowers. So yeah, I would have to make sure the like fire and heat itself is like different enough somewhat, but even then, and I still quite like the design of this one as well. Also, the design for armor is kind of cool, and the fish is okay. It's like a more of a residential fish of some kind. Yeah, I was kind of pending with the reboot as well. So yeah, we'll so we'll hop onto the writing. So this word likes relaxing some sports, which is accurate to the novels. An overall good community between races. One of the lesser dangerous ones. Good to know. All right, so yeah, the snake race. So they were well known for as creatures that suffered under Seinfeld's rule, especially with evolving Zona. Despite how short it was for them, they struggled to recover considering how defenseless the planet is. Okay, it doesn't really say much about the race themselves, but I suppose that top part says something. And yeah, the more residential race, that's for sure. So Neverlow, yep, so that's where Arvin lives. Could have been like a cool moment, if that was like the case where Arvin's like, oh no, this is where the planet I come from, under Ozona's rule, like no thank you. and I wonder if Arvin ever wondered about going there, but there wasn't highlighted once, so yeah, it just makes you wonder that Arvin maybe should have gone to his own planet, but never mind. So anyway, as those of you who may not know, so Arvin's one of the yeah, he's Nevilo himself. He was part of the Legion team, but in the reboot, it's going to be Hellwolf who has those temporary evolution like abilities. Yeah, because I think I still like the idea of a Pi Martin-like character, but I don't quite like the translation in 8-bit. So that's kind of put me off, but never mind. So get adapt to most, whether it's sand, heights, or water. Oh yeah, adapt. Yeah, that's a key word. Yeah, because they can change the futures. They're maybe non-verbal, but they are smart to listen multiple numbers. Okay. Yeah, so they're kind of friendly, I suppose. Yeah, it's not so much they can adapt; it's more so that they can like alter any of their futures. But I suppose the same still applies. So a Pez, so that's a fish. Yeah, but that Contro is in the sequel. Anyway. These mainly live in the surface of the water, but try as much as possible to commute. They just do not have their own games, and they try and they're the best on land, finding ways to move about by coming up with many methods, like using rope. Okay, so that's good. Yeah, so they're keen to socialise. That's good. So a slipe, it's living seaweed. Yeah, as it says here, essentially. Because I want to come up with like a heroic pirate team, with a captain, a princess, another pirate with an anchor for a head, even one with a weapon as well, and then living seaweed, which was kind of cool back then. But yeah, the idea was dramatically undeveloped. But not to mention, I wasn't even 10 when I was doing those drawings, so. Yeah, because living seaweed, it's a cool idea at first, but not only does it not translate too well in 8-bit, considering how original it was as a 2D drawing, but yeah, it's just the whole vegetation thing. It's just it's from going back to the Titrons of how like they own the vegetation almost. So what's this? These two live around the water, but deeper in the water. These creatures are living seaweed, making them close relatives to sentinel vegetation, which is main chondrocope unless some races have transported a proper living plant elsewhere. Or else a bit convoluted, but yeah, it's not really meant to be living vegetation. Oh well. Sipes do regenerate, and they are mainly flat creatures. Yeah, being flat is what makes them stand out somewhat, but yeah, I have struggled to really find them interesting, which is a real shame. Anyway, Commodons. These aliens from the more main races not only defensive of the world, but they can be harsh to the other races too. Okay. Yeah, still residential, I presume. So an armor, so yeah. These are sellers carrying various variety of goods to sell material, food, and more. Known how to defend the planet too. Yeah, because this race can essentially turn into a ball and roll all over the place. Yeah, it's that kind of alien. Yeah, I really like the design of this one actually. Yeah, it was meant to be a tail there, but yeah, I just don't really extremely like it. Oh yeah, I think yeah, I just really like the color combinations because yeah, I remember creating a armor. That was the villain name at the time. Yeah, like the other different colors, and he still had like the same premise of being in the shell and rolled about. But yeah, now it's in this updated design, which is cool. Oh yeah, not a villain anymore. Yeah, it's just once again, it's just like a single character turned into an alien race. Yeah, because it was a villain of Spiker once. Spiker had like his own stories going for, but once again, even Spiker's an alien race too. So yeah, I just can't believe all those changes. So yeah, these are a bit more. So I like to do all of those. So that's kind of neat. And maybe they like roll about and carry their own stuff as they roll. I can see that happening. But yeah, I think I was partially inspired by because when you go holiday abroad or just any other beach area, sometimes you do have those who try and sell individual items like towels, shoes, even watches. Yes, they walk there and back throughout the beaches, which yeah, and yeah, I think something about that which I quite liked, yeah, because it's like selling items and like everywhere in that specific location. So I think that's what I was probably inspired by. Yeah, it's just something about that which um yeah, it's just interesting. I like an interesting approach to trying to sell items. Okay, what's more of this? I guess before we move on, so I've already described more of the world, but I quite like the colours. And it's grey sand too, which is not very aesthetically pleasing, but I don't. But never mind. We'll continue. Oh yeah, I thought yeah, that's yeah. So these two are missing descriptions, but never mind. Oh yeah, but oh yeah, because the Virat was a because when I was trying to draw additional design for goons, yeah, the one of them was with a longer neck was one of them, and yeah, because I think this once again this drawings exist on the Instagram, but when making like a simplified version, yeah, it results in an alien with like a wider tail fin and with a longer neck. Yeah, something about that which I quite like. So yeah, definitely resonant in the reboot. So a chew is it's oh, I tell you what, it's because when I want to create a yet another stereotypical alien, that's what the look of that will look like. So that's just trying to translate it over, but they do look very too similar to a binate, which is later on. So they're going to be scrapped from the reboot, fortunately, which is a bit of a shame because the colours are kind of nice. So a Calamar, so that's the shark with two fins essentially. Yeah, but also what Pivot owned. So they're more underwater, aren't they? Oh no, hang on. No, sorry, that's the squid creature. Yeah, Calamar's the squid creature, and the Atslin is the shark here. So the squid creature enables others to travel through surface water from one island to the next. Creatures have nice mindsets and allow anyone to ride. Okay, yeah. Yeah, even those two creatures not too keen on with the 8-bit approach, but I still like the creature idea, so I just want to improve it. And yeah, so the shark one, this is an underwater creature enabling further travel from one place to the next. Can carry more beings to travel with once they have the tools to move underwater. Oh yeah, so good to acknowledge. Very fast but harder to use and access. So yeah, okay. So easier but more limited and harder and so forth. Yeah, so there's definitely a difference between the two. Yeah, many. Okay, so next is a Renin, so it's like a running creature on legs. Oh, also as part of Civets collection. So yeah, it's like the fastest running creature really. So yeah, most creatures are drawn via gestures and even certain food, and this one's no exception, despite being the planet's false equivalent. Yeah, so a lot of them like to use and to ride on, which is yeah, kind of cool. I want to come up with an alien that was like close to a horse somewhat with a saddle, but like a saddle already there. But I reckon these creatures probably took over its place. But if they were the fastest creatures, then yeah, of course. Oh yeah, this is a big cat creature, and his power is controlling sand, which is yeah, because I've seen them. Sometimes where characters like instead of like telekinesis, it's like a load of dust or individual like little bits of debris, and how it can like shred or move things around. It's a cool idea which I've seen from time to time. So I think that's what I was trying to go for here, but it was a bit abstract when trying to carry over in the reboot. Just remember thinking it's probably too similar to telekinesis, and we've already got the pushing with the water or freezing with the ice. So yeah. Yeah, the translation is not too great because the 2D original drawing was rather good, uh, but yeah, anyway. So spiritual race, hang the sandball. No, that means around the sandball, but that's their powers. Especially as these creatures can control, so making this race more warrior-like too. So that probably help defend the race. I reckon Zion 4 probably got rid of them if they were supernatural to this degree. So yeah, and we already got the gist of the location here. Huts, some vegetation, somewhat islandish. So yeah, okay. So yeah, I quite like the tropical community kind of vibe of this world, but um, yeah, so there's a couple of that have to be cut out, and yeah, the slight is something that doesn't really fit anymore, and of course the Everlows aren't around anymore, so it has gone through like a lot of changes since the reboot. But I think what I'm probably trying to do was maybe like cut away those races but keep the worlds, but now it's like I said, if I'm going for more of a single planet idea, I reckon this would be a really cool like singular location, that's for sure. But um, yeah, I just have like better ideas I can do for this planet. But yeah, there's some bits and bobs I like, but not to mention like what sports do they like doing. And whilst I have created like well, at least a list of a animal like Olympic with a variety of different sports, like you can push a massive block the fastest, just really testing as like the super strength, yeah, something like that, which yeah, just like an alternative Olympics, which could be like rather fun. So slightly mixed on this planet, but never mind. Let's get going. All right, next up is yeah, I can't believe well, sorry, I meant I don't remember calling this planet that. So yeah, this is like the world where Sliverock came from, and even Garrett too. Interestingly enough, yeah, because yeah, I do remember how Sliverock and Garrett's motivations against the Legion were far too similar. Well, I guess it could be backed up by how they come from like the same planet, but no, they definitely needed to be far more individual. And so yeah, this world is essentially like a junkyard. You're just very messy, and it's like built somewhat. That's meant to be a garbage pile, but it's a bit much. And it's meant to be like a stand-up robot of some kind, which yeah, not great design from there. Yeah, because I can like I've seen a load of like media where it's like set in a junkyard and it's almost like futuristic almost. I remember what was that story? It was all about like a big red robot, and it had like a uh, yeah, it's a dystopian almost. I think that's the term for it, but it had like that grimy look, which is common, but still. And yeah, what's it called? Because it was adapted into a film short as well. Let's see, storybook about a big red robot. No, I'm not getting anything. I swear the robot's red. No, I ain't got nothing. Never mind. So yeah, so yeah, once again, yeah, like jump cards, they definitely have like their own like little fun to them, but I think personally, I kind of struggle what to do with that genre slash setting almost. Because yeah, even when it comes to, for instance, like the design of robots, I am more of a fan of whether like all cool and pristine compared to like robots that have been like around for ages. So a couple of exceptions, like Bastion in Overwatch, the grass all over him. I kind of like that. It's like a mixture of like old machinery with nice of greenery all over him. So yeah, I like that. But anyway, so yeah, you kind of get the idea. So the dodgiest world where monster schemes occurs, low quality experiments, and the world can be artificially toxic from how untidy the world is. Oh gosh, so yeah, definitely on neat, that's for sure. Makes you wonder what the experiments are, but in this Rock was doing all sorts in book 3, so yeah, I think that's what I'll be referring to. If it's toxic, then yeah, why is anyone living on that planet? So here's Lerock himself. So these are the ones who drive the dodgy deals across the universe, even partaking with life generation. Oh, um, as in like roughly create light forms. When Lerock created the artificial, like his own version of the Sochas, being robotic. But yeah, I think that's what it. I think that's what it's referring to. Yes, but yeah, because that sense at first glance doesn't sound very it's just quite nonsensical. So yeah, I just think of it as a life generation that isn't as high quality compared to what the Titans do. So in order these get on with the best reptiles, best climbers too. Yep, they are ape inspired almost. That's the Garrus race himself. Yeah, the armor. Oh yeah, it's just although because I'm mixing both this race with Saberclaw's race because not only was like Saberclaw like he used to be like the definitive big claw character that I came up with, um yeah, it's just these creatures on their own don't look too great. And yeah, Garrett's armor didn't look exactly cool. It's just a shame because my 2D drawing was fantastic, and yeah, then to see that maybe if I made the suit bigger, then that would help. I think yeah, like actually great claws, a bit like Pacific Rocks here. And what else is there? Um, um, so yeah, you'll get the idea once the reboot happens. But essentially, yeah, so it's going to be a saber crawl that's Garen's dead, and yeah, this race again scrapped. Yeah, that's the simplification. So Ben being good climbers is good. Yeah, that's what made Garen so agile, and yeah, for them to get on with the reptiles too. So yeah, there's that too. So I delete. So I think. These what helped make the satellites for Dion. I think yeah, it's going to event any tech for anyone. Okay, best hackers as well apparently. Okay. But yeah, it's essentially a rat. Not a great design. I think I do 2D drawing first and then try pixelated, or did I do it just 8-bit only? Because there were some characters in or any races in the comics who I just thought to describe, just like on the spot once again, without being giving myself a visual of what they look like. It's not a great approach, really. Yeah, normally, well, I personally think you should draw your characters more so, unless you're like a proper author where you can like really describe a character at a point where you don't really exactly need a drawing. You can just um, uh, yeah, just visualize it on its own. So yeah, because this is a more very heavy, because of the character design not being too great. The colours are kind of cool partially, but no, it's not really vibing with me. Yeah, it's just definitely a race that's going to be scrapped, and even the concept probably won't carry over either. They're too similar to the Conics, sort of. The Conics may be more like car mechanics or vehicle mechanics, but this is like any tech, which just it's too abstract. So roller. So yeah, these are if they position themselves correctly, they put the wheels together and then they can zoom off. I remember being inspired by a couple of like toys where they're like essentially wear the motorbike suit, and then once you form it around, they can then zoom off. It's a yeah, I just remember finding that really cool. So yeah, imagine seeing that in 8-bit. I reckon that does have a lot of potential. I quite like the design as well, even at a point where I might carry it over, almost like the exception of Alien Race, or maybe um um oh no, Alien Race is going to be there regardless. No, like a tech one. Yeah, I could maybe some aliens might mix some of technology and experiments. That could be something, or maybe an alien that could work with humans. That could work too. Yeah, I'll have to have a good think. So yeah, half alien, half vehicle, able to just wheels and zoom whilst horizontal. They help organize and order parts of this planet. Okay, so they'll just try and keep things organized. Okay, so yeah, whilst the reptiles and orders, just go up to the schemes. Right, what's on the next page? So yeah, here's part two. So description first. So different parts are rubbish. Yeah, some areas are built. Built. I must have been auto-corrected. Other parts of land is mostly desert with some alternative rocky structures. That's a bit too in the air. Yeah, it's not too great. This is already like a lower ranking world. Like not only you can tell like the imagination's not really there, and it's just oh, I don't know. It's just when because even mobster culture, not I can't really say culture. Like the whole mobster vibe. You get in films a lot. I kind of struggle to get into that. Because I think there are like a lot of films that try to create enough unique mobsters, but I just feel like there's so many like all across media at a point where I wouldn't really know how to do my own version. Um, so yeah, there is that, and there's also um, yeah. So yeah, it's just it's ideas like those which won't go to the reboot. Although this is where we've got some robots on this planet, which is kind of cool. So let's have a look at these. So, oh yeah, the first, yeah, because there was a character like it was just like a gyroscope as a robot, and yeah, I did come up with a somewhat cool drawing with what the Legion sequel used to be look like. It was an entirely different Legion, and but yeah, because I guess with enough circles around, with enough blocks around, you can create a circle that way. Like Minecraft, where you can still create a circle despite being blocky. But because it's like a small robot too, it means that well, I don't know, you can just shrink it. That's why I do it with all of these creatures. Yeah, because if you're wondering, yeah, how did I get it from Photoshop on such a small composition and then put them on a normal composition of like 1080, etc. And it's just simply screenshot, and if it's zoomed enough, and if these characters are just going to be placed in a small manner anyway, then yeah, it's thanks to Photoshop that's already like extremely high definition. And anyway, uh, so yeah, but yeah, so you can see how it's not really translated very well to live action. Yeah, just having that alone, that's just a robotic arm. That's part of it, but that comes in and out of the ball. But yeah, just that wandering alone. Yeah, that it could be fun, but I don't know. It just looks like a it looks like a ball from snooker just rolling around. But anyway, so these are the reptiles able to form various tools from their ball bodies. Yeah, so we've pretty much got just that one. A shark, okay. If Ozine falls free and gets rid of these living tanks, it was the Jellos who took their place. Oh yeah, the rock ball creatures, yeah, they're embodied other types of tanks. So yeah, living tank. I remember just thinking about looking back, thinking, how would that work? And I feel like the only way this would work is by creating, tank-like drones, something to make them stand out. And yeah, because I've seen there's been a whole heap of like media once again where Earth like the one with all the technology and the fight this other team where it's like aliens etc. that have like their supernatural abilities or like just tools. But yeah, I just wonder if I can like mix up a bit. Could have it so humans could have been allied with aliens somewhat. Well, actually no, they're allied with the Legion anyway. But thanks to alien influence, they help out then. But yeah, so would like to really make those kind of ideas stand out, and maybe just make a miniature tank like that, say, as a drone on wheels. Yeah, I could see that happen because I really like those RGRs, no, AGRs, yes, yeah, from Black Ops 2, yeah, because I really like them. So this could be like a Gaul equivalent, yeah, like a smaller tank. Yeah, because I do think a living tank would really work, especially because I really like that pixelated look, especially with the eyes there too. But yeah, I just can't really see that's like aliens borrowing Earth designs. It just won't really make sense. Yeah, even Orpheon's tank could be criticised for being like too similar to an Earth one. It did have like its own features, but not so much here. Anyway, the place abandoning the rocks, placing their own little bodies in many ecosystem planet schemes. Oh, okay, so we just got more expansion of that race, from pretty earlier. Okay, so not really much about these. Okay, but I reckon they were like defensive of the planet or they help watched over. I think that's probably their role in this planet. So yeah. And oh yeah, so this drilling being, so Axtron, who he used to be like my drilling robot, he was mainly red, and oh yeah, I really like that drawing where because in a very early version of the this Legion story, Axtron was going to be destroyed, but then he was rebuilt through the Earth element, and he was able to do way more, like a drilling robot with additional powers of the Earth element. Yeah, that's still an idea which I really quite like. While looking back, it's just something that I will really not know what to do with it now. Because drilling as an ability is kind of cool, especially in video games. But once again, I just wouldn't really know how to yeah, explore that kind of ability. If anything, I might have like a mole equivalent to say quick, but yet again, I already have a digging creature on Chronocope. So yeah, these robots. So yeah, it's got a talent. Another primary robot, they can drill vertically or cross effortlessly. For what purpose? Do they help tidy or for combat? I'm not sure. There's parts of the designs which are like, I'm not so keen on these extra bits, but yeah, there's like robotic bits and bobs about it, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's just something I'm not really going to carry over. Like I did my best to try and come up with like a better version of Axtron, that's more robotic, but even then. And oh yeah, and there's B himself, yeah, another sign for Goon. But in here, alongside being around fun, they keep eating anything the other planet dumps onto the world. Oh, okay, so every other planet treats this world as a dumping ground, which fair enough. and yeah, they seem to adapt to that by eating anyway. So yeah, gosh. But yeah, because I think it's being himself. It has the cannons, but it just makes you wonder what they normally look like. So yeah, there is that as well. And yeah, I've already talked about the land. So yeah, I think that with this one, it's just a couple of aliens I like. Some designs I like, but yeah, I'm not going to include the junkyard. No mobsters. No. There's a couple of scheme ideas I thought of for villains, but they'll just be its own thing rather than being mobster-like. So yeah, or mobsters, crime bosses, etc. Yeah, it's just because I want the alien planets to be a bit more like the natural world, but with occasionally crossing the line compared to our world where laws are just pretty much left, right, and centre, and all the rules that are about as well. Okay, and so yeah, just definitely a low ranking one, that's for sure. Let's yeah, let's move on. Oh wow, I might have fitted all of that into one page. And if that's so, yeah, there's quite a nice variety of creatures here. Well, I think they have some kind of coherent bits and bobs. Oh yeah, because one thing for sure is that they're like a planet that really likes to help other planets, especially with the likes of first aid and resources. And oh yeah, I think they mine resources as well or something. I think that's like the point of the planet. So yeah, this world. Uh, so oh yeah, they're Pietra. So I quite like that word or name at a point where that'll be the name of the single alien planet in the reboot. But as for this world, oh yeah, okay, there it is. Yeah, so this race not only has the closest community between all races, but also provides the most resources throughout the universe. Okay, is it compete against the farming planet? But I think the farming planet is just food, and the rest is just material. So here's the Stone Nose, that helped benefit Ozona in the sequel, as in book 2. Sorry, yeah, not the sequel. Yeah, because when I mentioned the sequel, I'm talking about Gary's in the forefront, and yeah, it helped create the first 8-bit comic I created. So yeah. So firstly, Stone Nose. These often like to serve rulers on other planets, such as the notorious sign for ally Ozona. Oh yeah, but they now focus on this planet during the post-sign for era. Yeah, I just really like to help out. Really, yeah, when they were like being ruled by Ozona. Yeah, a lot of them did like following Ozona's rule, and some didn't know how to get out of its reach once he was like a super ruler. So yeah, and yeah, I've already talked about how I'm kind of scrapping the race a bit too abstract. They had like a couple of neat ideas, with what the community is like and how they were kind of mixed about what they thought of the battle. But even then, so next up is Speciosaurus, so the biggest race in the universe, size of buildings, left so left alone, but sometimes get nicked. Yeah, so I guess these creatures just like wander about. And yeah, I think they are like left alone because if not, it probably would have been provoked. And yeah, that's trying to do like from a sideline like the other characters, but it doesn't really work as well. But some bots I like, and yeah, I've already talked about the Vesaurus in what was it? Yeah, they did the novels, the novel commentary. So well, yeah, that's where it's like more in depth. But I quite like the placement as well. Yeah, it's like I said, a giant creature that just feels free to roam around. So here's Binate, so one of these aliens that has yeah, it has multiple personalities. Yeah, which is definitely stated in the main sequel of the story. Yeah, Binate's a really cool one. And yeah, it would be kind of cool to explore what kind of personalities these individuals have, including him. Yeah, because he's almost like yeah, very good, helpful member for the Legion. And so yeah, so the only race to teleport. Oh yeah, so I think they just self-teleport instead of creating portals, which is better. Oh, I think their teleporting's like a light speed equivalent, unless did I decide to scrap it and just have it so. Oh yeah, I think I did end up making them a residential race, but still keep the multiple personality aspect here because they're quite, yeah, so I like that idea. So they sometimes teleport across planets to communicate for resources and even helps Concro. Oh yeah, I think yeah, Planet Concro is quite helpful too. But yeah, not to mention, yeah, because when coming up with this planet, I just remember thinking, oh yeah, what would this such as planet be? And yeah, I just remember envisioning something like it. And yeah, if you put it in there, yeah, you can somewhat see it being rather cool. That reminds me, I've got some images which it's like me experimenting with what these aliens would have looked like if they're actually placed in this image. I'll cycle through them because yeah, I think they are. Um, I would just say, yeah, just interesting to see how they compare, whether they suited the world or not. And I think a lot of them do, but a lot of it's getting scrapped anyway because, like I said, they reboot. But yeah, this world is essentially, uh, yeah, so yeah, thicker trees, shadowy from time to time. There's crystals all over, smaller mountains, which is a nice mixture. So yeah, it's like definitely like an alternative forest of some sort. So yeah, um, So yeah, we'll see what Conqueror's like later on. So Jort, that's a deer-like alien. I really like the antlers here. So they help move objects and they help plant seeds using antlers as well. Fair enough. I reckon they'll be rather good at defending as well. Did that race get extinguished by Zone 4? Could be. And next up, uh, yeah, a Jellykiv. Um, and and so the only race that makes their own like solid materials, which is the crystals. Yeah, because there's other like creatures that create all sorts of matter. Like later on we get someone with rocks, but yeah, this one's a crystal one. So yeah, maybe that's quite a rich one, I think. But yeah, yeah. So he has the diamond axe and diamonds going all over the creature. I remember a pretty cool 2D drawing once. I think he at one point was going to be like taking Fracture's place, to which I think that could have been like a cool idea, to actually get an Earth element themed fighter. Yeah, I think he probably should have been in there, but never mind, he's there. Yeah, definitely will be in the reboot some way. And so next, yeah, Flamos. So they're at the start of book one. So they're bomb racers that help heat machinery and they transport of resources via the air. Um, oh yeah, they do have the spaceships too. So yeah, I wonder if they're the only ones with the spaceship, but it's like a themed spaceship, so not very like adaptable for the other aliens to use. Although, how would they fly a spaceship with their wings if they use their feet? I think that's how it would work. And yeah, I've already said in the Noah's commentary that they're getting cut. There's too many fire themed fighters, and there's so heating machinery. Just so yeah, I guess a lot of them run on fire in that way, a bit like a steam train, which is kind of a cool idea. So yeah, to have like one stat a bit more up in the air, it's yeah, it's kind of nice and varied. So next are roches, I guess. Fossil structures via the powers of rock forming. Yeah, I wonder if the rock actually comes from them, unless they have to manipulate rock around them. But I probably would say the former. But yeah, once again, a really cool. Actually, no, this is definitely one instance of the pixelated version improving the original 2D look. Although I did draw it in a really cool pose actually. But yeah, I just really like the colour mixture, and yeah, you can definitely tell it's like a rocky alien of some kind. So yeah, very cool. And yeah, there was one at the start of the Legion sequel. And okay, so the last one. Uh, uh, Picks are good. They help sniff out danger and defend. So they're like the primary defending race of the planet, which is nice. I reckon all of them are capable of doing that, but yeah, they're like primary guardians. And as you probably could tell, yeah, it is Badger inspired. They're like a small being with their own little swords, which is yeah, I think I've come up with something similar before, but yeah, it's paying off here, and yeah, I think it's going to continue as well. Yeah, because yeah, I quite like badgers. They're quite unique creatures in their design. And then this, oh, you've already talked about the land. Yeah, it's quite interesting and that. So yeah, we've got so yeah, there's like a good sense of community, which is nice. I think it's only no Sochas and no Flamos, which are going to get cut, but I still really like the upgrading races, and yeah, a lot of these ideas for how they you know, how they make their own resources and such. It's a yeah, rather cool idea. So yeah, there's a lot of bits and bobs of this I like. Even the setting, it's a bit basically drawn, but still probably favourite above most of them. So yeah, let's go on to the next one. So I remember the name of this planet, so because would have come from book 3 where it was yeah, the Spidgeos, yeah, the small alien creatures with spider legs, um, yeah, who were like Super Legion fans. So yeah, this was the planet, and but yeah, and I must have, because this land also like exists in the yeah, the land itself, it was more so in the sequel, but I must have just like read that, then compared and thought, put the both together, which is okay. So I tried to go for a, as you can see in the first line, like a concept of, what there were like two alien teams going against one another in an ongoing battle, which, it is like a fun idea, it's like its own conflict around the planet, but I think due to a lot of the alien races not being as interesting, it's, yeah, I really struggle how to take this idea forward, but yeah, I think the concept is, something worth considering. So in this planet, so it has two alien fractions fighting constantly, making it a war zone world. Oh gosh, yeah, not very good. Yeah, because even the world looks, I wouldn't say the world looks battered, but it's not very full of life either. It's like quite dingy and dark. It's an interesting set of colours though. So firstly, Eklon's race, that's a capo. So, so this race did support the Narvases as veterans and Ironfall's reputation increases. Some minor support during the post-Ironfall era, yeah, which is somewhat true in the sequel. They're the only race goes solo fighting the two factions. Oh, okay, so they're on their own. Okay, wow. Yeah, that's different. So next is Spidgeos themselves. Also, ability or webbing. They've also been the Haphazard Legion's biggest fan. Yeah, that's really, yeah, which is nice. Yeah, I think the webbing would have to be done in very simple ways because I feel like Spider-Man is so like he stands out so much at that point where um, let's see yeah, he stands out so much where I really can't really think of how to create a character that can use webbing without it would be compared to Spider-Man obviously. So yeah, the whole idea of webbing, yeah, just totally not in the review whatsoever. But yeah, I think because this is more very because they're residential, because they're fighting the battle. But I did, oh yeah, because there's like this idea of having two armies where this like a load more resident ones, but the other ones are like lesser but more powerful ones, which is yeah, like a cool idea for the two factions. But anyway, so the Quarros, you have the starter book 4, no 2. Yeah, they have the 4 legs. Yeah, so that's what's getting mixed up with. Yeah, they have the 4 legs to move around with, and the sonic kind of blasters. So, whilst Spidgeos are the most against the factions conflict, these slowly agree with the most against the faction, most against the factions conflict, but they um agree with Spidgeos and what? Oh, they're like the Legion. I think that's what's the case. Okay. So this is next up is a Dragonfly-like race. I think they hover a lot, which is a neat idea. I think they're carrying over the reboot as well. Yeah, once again as Resident. Yeah, because someone's come up with a character called Dragonfly who had like a Dragonfly-like suit, but over time I didn't really know how to carry that over into a technological suit. So I just thought, yeah, I'll just create a Dragonfly alien instead, which is a bit more standing out. So yeah, I think yeah, these Dragonflies are the Flammers. These are the most into conflict, following the leader of the clan, the Smums. Oh, I see. So okay, leader of the small ones. Okay, small but multiple. Oh, okay. So that's an entirely new term. Okay, wow. Yeah, even I puzzled myself. So that's the name of their team, basically. Okay. So I think he might be the only one around, but he has laser abilities, well charged ones. Yeah, even that was a former Mechadrot design too, but the that last creature on planet Mushroom was definitely far better. Yeah, because I guess it looks like kind of snazzy in that, but other than like clothing inspiration, yeah, I won't really know what else to do with that. So yeah, but then these Oxfords, they're pretty much like royal guards. Yeah, guards leader overseeing the land helps form a new leader if a current one goes. Okay, another Hersker then. Is that the case? Yeah, is there more of them? I'm a bit lost really. Okay, I even thought this idea that a Homid could be like a good leader idea. Like a gentle four-leg creature of some kind. Um, yeah, that's a cool idea. Okay, so we'll just hop on to the part 2 of Planet Snape. Alright, so part 2. So, yeah, it's going for, so firstly, the land. Dead trees, some underground built areas. Oh, underground built areas, that's kind of cool. I don't really see it, but anyway, so Scrawns. Yeah, that's an alien race who I came up with after a very long time, and yeah, kind of coming back. So yeah, most powerful faction has no leader, but these try and organise their faction. Oh, I see. So yeah, this other faction does have a leader, but tries to organise anyway. So yeah, that's a powerful thing. And yeah, Kaborji, I've already talked about what they're like in the second book, and then when they briefly come. So that's the name of the faction, Power Chubs. So probably more informal. So fastest ones and most unsure about the conflict. So yeah, that could have been a fun idea to explore, but okay. So Jadery, nuclear can emit radiation at will, only race with 3 heads. Some have offered power parts of various planets. The rest prefer to diminish their world zone conflict, living underground too. Okay, yes, it's I think they all live in various different areas, but they still fight against one another. I think that's the gist of this world. Yeah, because there was that 2D drawing there because it looked rather cool, and they translated okay, but I kind of changed my mind about the whole 3 heads thing. So yeah, I think I might still keep the design, but just drop the heads, I guess you could say. Um, and yeah, nuclear race as well. So yeah, it probably sounds a bit over the top. And if I'm already got heat emitting in the reboot, I feel like that's going to be like the close equivalent. So yeah, I don't want to go too far because yeah, you have to have like a proper understanding of how radiation and nuclear works. So yeah, I'd rather not overcomplicate things or too many contradictions because I know this is fictional, but um, like radiation, I think you have to be, like, just know well enough about it. And so this race, it's like one of those beings that can look at an object from far and will either heat it or cool it, from afar, not even like touching it, which is a cool idea. I can see that being a bit overpowered. And I kind of like the look as well. He's almost like slouched down, his head's nearly in its body as well. He has a pretty cool look, but yeah, I think I might keep the design, but not so much the power. Yeah, it just feels a bit abstract and wouldn't know what to do with it. So I'm more of a hard hitting type of if we're not writing characters that can fight. So yeah, heat cooled objects from afar, living most far away than other areas. Fair enough, that's where they live. So next to the Nabdor, so these can absorb any form of energy and can release it as their own form of energy. So yeah, not only does Horus race already do that, but um, yeah, alongside the elemental ability, so yeah, there is that. Yeah, it'll be a bit complicated to like create yet another form of energy, like one just by that race alone. So if this one looks familiar, it's because that's Uppity from in the sequel book. He's like the first of the main lot to go, and he wears the suit, which looks a bit like a an old diving suit when that's how he uses this ability in a more direct kind of way. I think that's the case of it. Yeah, it didn't really translate too well into this form, hence why the 8-bit approach. So that's why yeah, it's going to be kind of scrapped. Even the design doesn't really have much to offer, so yeah, for it again scrapped was a bit of a shame. So yeah, I like how I've tried to go for more like a original approach for this planet, to have like two factions fight against one another. That's kind of cool, but yeah, I feel like I would know how to do that on a bigger scale rather than on an individual planet, because you can see how I had some fun with what's like versus all for the Legion, but yeah, just having on one planet alone, yeah, Shizou have to have a far more creative head and be more invested, to which I'm kind of struggling to, especially with a lot of these alien races like coming or going in the reboot. So yeah, okay, yeah, so we're on to the next planet. I just suddenly realised I was just speaking all that time, and oh my gosh, I've been speaking all that time and I did press record. Oh my god. Anyway, so it's just I think I'll just fast track this one. Yeah, I don't like wasting time. So it's a first aid planet. Some that even explore the universe to help others. Need whether they need warmth, first aid, or a vet. Yeah, which is part of Civets race. Um, so it's not a planet that's quite communicative but still defended, which is good. I think some would have the abilities to defend. So yeah, they collabos, they win their first book. Um, and yeah, they're getting scratched on the reboot because yeah, it's just the whole because they're bouncing to reach heights is kind of a cool idea, but yeah, it hasn't really jived with me recently. And yeah, they have the defenses, which is also in the first book, and they're just like normal residents, don't really help with first aid. The blows do, the lack of grab like Crace, and I partially like the design, and even the ability of controlling multiple boulders is a cool idea, but I don't think it'll be like an elemental one. It'll just be probably what just like a normal ability really, and so yeah, they can help transport. Well, I'm not sure how you can transport things with rocks. You would have like a platform on top, like a car equivalent or something. And yeah, these pardas are like the primary first aiders, if you could call them that. Yeah, they're snow leopard inspired, and yeah, as I've said in the recording that I somehow didn't do, yeah, that yeah, it used to be a Numian, this individual or this type of race. Yeah, yeah, leopard themed with the cape and their weapon. And I also don't like the weapon anymore, but I did make him of a snow leopard-like character once, bringing it back in this universe. And yes, but so it's no longer a Numian. It's like a snow leopard themed leopard with snow leopard themed alien. Sorry, so it's not quite like it. And so yeah, this is like a penguin equivalent, which sadly won't make it in the reboot, but never mind. And so yeah, so what did a snide joke? Yeah. So yeah, sometimes when lost ships crash onto cold mountains, these penguin-like beings are very good at warming up those who are cold. How did they cover them with the wings? I don't know. They even act as one good service for other colder areas, including Earth. This is one of the only bird races. So yeah, you can see that because I think I mentioned elsewhere about how I prefer mammals, reptiles, and fish above birds, but I still like penguins and other types of birds as well. So yeah, but I kind of like the idea of how they help other uh, keep other races, keep them warm in other areas. You have to like to go from planet to planet as a kind of a cool idea. But yeah, as I said, yeah, these penguins aren't going ahead in the reboot. Yeah, I just kind of struggled to try with them, which is a bit of a shame because I quite like bits of the design. Definitely the colour scheme there, that's for sure. So yeah, we'll hop on to the next part of the yeah, of this planet. Okay, next is a Valon. So yeah, that's the humanoid narwhal. Sadly not making it into the reboot. I still like a bit of the design, but oh, that's it. Oh my gosh, yeah, I do remember. So if I can find it, there's a alien which I completely forgot to add to this guide, and it's basically a flying narwhal with wings, and even the like some cars, like for instance, the Flame Flyer, or the alternative name in the Mario Kart Wii game, and how there's the fire, just going starting from the headlights, and like the flame ends like where the doors are. It was like kind of look, yeah, like green and purple, which is yeah, looks extremely snazzy. I'll put it on the screen if I do manage to find it after this video. But yeah, oh yeah, I won't know where to put it though. Maybe he's up, or if it's like more of a open air world, yeah, I can see that happening. But it's just the design won't really suit the blue aesthetic of the planet. So yeah, humanoid orcrack and humanoid narwhal, sorry, probably has some potential, but I think once again it's just not really 100% driving with me. It's a real shame. I think I might let this one warm up to me a bit more, because I like the colours as well. There's a bit more attention paid towards that. Attention paid towards it. I'm not sure that sounds right. Sorry. Anyway, so consider how hefty a lot of aspects are around the planet, like concrete blocks, even vehicles. These are the tank of the planet, harping jetpacks alongside handling heavy items for first aiders. Oh, that's the rest later on. Okay. So yeah, but it's the heavy lifting ones, yeah, which is handy. Um, so yeah, they're just strong. Yeah, okay. Yeah, even the normal, horn at the front. I wanted to come up with like a version of Haphazard, just a very basic one where, what if I just cut off powers but only have like animal features instead, like horns, antlers, tortoise shells, just that kind of aspect. But I feel like that's already been done loads of times in the media. I'm also probably still considered ideas like that, but it's still going to be martial arts and supernatural abilities still. Yeah, even Xenix right here. So once again, this is a character I draw a good couple of times, especially on my Instagram. Yeah, like a cool villain idea, and even the sword looks kind of cool. Yeah, it's meant to be sharp, but I guess I could have made the blades a bit bigger, but it's probably just had overcomplicated. Yeah, the design is vaguely okay as well, like the spikes and the cape and that. But am I gonna continue that in the reboot? I'm gonna have to go think about that. We'll see what these are like. This race initially didn't want the planet to be an aiding one, fighting off those who harm, only to be manipulated by Zone4 at one point to fight off those who Zone4 wants rid of. They do go back their normal routes after acting hostile and run the others on Concro. They eventually add to the planet's defense. Whoa, wow, that's a long bit of history that is. So yeah, but that's just also got me thinking as well. Like I reckon Seinfeld must be, or either join me or get rid of you. Like he must be like that every now and again to add to the add to like his own clan. So yeah, I wish I probably explored that, because it just felt like he was going to go for any type of powerful race, which was a bit up in the air, which as I described in the novels. But yeah, that's a lot of history, but yeah, I kind of like some of those ideas. So this is Zivit's race, Yavara. So vets of the universe able to find ways to aid wildlife, even learn more about animals along the way. Sometimes they travel, but oftentimes, like other patients, they're teleported by Binate. Oh, so Binate helps out this world. Oh yeah, it said that they help out with this world as well. So yeah, we've got a couple of planets we're together. That's kind of cool. Yeah, because if it has its own like massive spaceship, which is like shown in the ultimate sequel as well. Yeah, it just makes you wonder what else Zivit's. Oh wait, Zivit's stood out with. Even if a lot of them had the spaceship, that's fine. But Zivit wants to involve the animals into combat, because yeah, that's what you want to do. You want to be a fighter, and I kind of wish I drew what a proper Vara looks like, because that's just Zivit's look. But I never mind. But yeah, definitely into the reboot, yeah. Because I remember coming up with, oh my gosh, even that was going to be a villain of the KO, the ninja thing I was talking about not long ago. Yeah, it was going to be like a pirate one. Yeah, you could see with like some of the influence. But because I liked the idea, but couldn't really create that pirate again. But then, so yeah, I just created the scene, and I thought, yeah, well, it kind of looks rather good. Yeah, very good translated in 8 bits, that's for sure. Oh yeah, because I tell you what, as well as oh yeah, I tell you what, as a post recording idea, I'll create like a tier list. Yeah, I'll probably do that with both the worlds and the races, you know, to get more of a proper idea of what either of them looks like. So yeah. Anyway, so we'll get on to the jetpack. So yeah, this was Azami's disguised race in the third book. Yeah, and then the Hash 2 seed. He has a couple of ideas like the Four Eyes. It has like a new more human body with but a couple of extra tentacles, and they have 2 batons as well, which comes over from another character idea. So despite trying to make this one a bit more interesting, yeah, this one's getting scrapped as well. I'm not too keen on the idea. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame because I think having twin batons is kind of cool, but yeah, I'll have to think about it. The smaller, more defensive races, they do learn eventually how to perform first aid, etc., make them more flexible, but regardless, anyone chasing after victims, which the planet's looking after, jetpacks will be the first responders. So yeah, definitely the primary defenders. So yeah, that's kind of nice. So onto the description. So it's mostly made of massive concrete stone blocks, not clocks. So it's also foggy. There's mass moss everywhere, hang gliders around, water as well. Okay, and mountains full of snow. So yeah, I don't know about the water, but that's yeah, it's like a nice varied environment. So yeah, once again, I quite like the ideas, especially with like a little like first aiding like aliens and vet aliens. Yeah, I think that has something to be desired. But yeah, once again, a lot of these races are getting caught from before the reboot. Some are still pending, but I quite like to set at a point where there definitely will be its own location as well. So yeah, let's continue. Okay, so time for what I think is the most exotic world, and I think this is possibly another favourite of mine as well because it has like so much variety. So yeah, we'll definitely have a look. So description first. Oh yeah, by the way, this planet was introduced in book 5. We can assume that once again, some of the fighters have gone. I don't know why those cameras managed to make out alive. Maybe they decided to be rebellious after, well, because of Zone 4 perhaps. That could be an interesting theory. They could have been a more peaceful race, but oh well. Anyway, so it is jungle-like, some swaps, a lot of trees, making them more mysterious. You don't know whether you encounter more wildlife or a society, making the planet well balanced between the two. Whereas not as dodgy as Gosha and not as dangerous as Mushroom. So yeah, okay. Um, yeah, like look at the colour scheme as well. That definitely stands out. And is that the type of architecture as well? That's interesting. So camos. So yeah, I remember coming up with one character who, yeah, he essentially was wearing camo. Just some leaves and that. But it was a human character at first. So yeah, to go from that into making it an alien, it's a strange like transition. But anyway. Okay, so comers first. So main residents, after bounties across the universe, can shoot many types of guns. They hide well and complete tasks in big groups. So they're quite a groupy creature. Yes, there's pump bounties, but because their economy is not really a thing, it's yeah, that I don't really fancy applying bounties into the reboot, but I still like the idea of their race. I think it's just finding how to utilise them and maybe give them some improvements to their design, but I suppose we'll wait to see. So critters, these are insects, yeah, these are partly very high numbers. Yeah, I quite like the simplicity of them, but in the illustrations that were kind of good. Anyway, so pollinators, even done for decomposed dead matter too. They do have a huge population, building hives, and also the smallest race. So yeah, might as well be relegated to insects, but probably like the size of a crab, I think. So Vala, that is yeah, flying creature. Yeah, funnily enough, Vala is the name of a song I like by Alvaro Solia. Solia? Yeah. Yeah, he originally he's most well known for singing Sophia, which is a really good track. But yeah, I really like giving that that name to that creature. Yeah, just like a flying one with wings and a bit of a tail. Yeah, Zivit uses this creature the most. It was handy a couple of times in the sequel. Anyway, so airborne creatures, also a creature that can be tamed, and whilst with on a saddle, they still can act as a danger in the sky. Okay. Yeah, I suppose my saddle has 2Ds, but never mind. So, rather just that one's like airborne. Saber. Oh, you say problems next year is that guy there. More natural in their approach and the resources. Wear metallic gloves which are rather sharp, providing inspiration for Gara. Yeah. This race often clashes with camos. Oh, okay, yeah, that sounds somewhat interesting. So yeah, they were like their own race, but now this Gara's race now, so that's what's been updated. Yeah, because so the design is okay. It looks like yeah, trying to cloak or even okay, a cross between maybe like a very large suit, but yeah. Anyway, you can clearly see they don't have any claws. Never mind. Okay, and so yeah, to clash with the camos, yeah, something. So ossos, so that's like the bone manipulating kind of race. So yeah, it's a really interesting concept to just form any kind of bones you like, and the body's like adapted to bones like to grow out their bodies as well. It's a really freaky but interesting concept. Yeah, because it was played with a couple of times in the the final Legion story when Anaporo had to go with the ability, although it will probably no longer be an elemental ability, it's just more of a natural ability. But anyway, so least smart corner crossfire rivalries on this planet causing concern with the ATARs, etc. That's another alien race said later on, nearly damaging uh, as conflicts at Snope. Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah, because this Snope was like a load of battles between two sides. Yeah, it just looks like other disagreements happen here, and so yeah. Um, and so yeah, I'll admit I don't know what kind of rivalries would have been happening. Maybe saw resources and so forth. I'm not sure, but that's some kind of variation in the the intelligence. Not all residents are as intelligent as one another. So what's the next one? So Kerala. Okay. Whether in this world or others, this race is very good at attracting needless insects via its two mouths, the bleed and the snapper on top. Oh yeah, because I just remember one day sitting in the lounge and coming up with a load of random creatures and just try and mix them all together. And yeah, because the type of chameleon was another one, and the normal with wings was another one. But yeah, I was just really eyeballing for ideas. But then I came up with this creature, which wasn't like the most exciting. It was like it's more of like a massive slug creature, but but yeah, I just really like the concept. Yeah, it must be very glowing at a point where it attracts like as it says, yeah, needless insects, which although I think it would have to be careful because it would have to attract insects like a fly equivalent, ones that aren't really needed and could end up being making the area too like messy or to seem a bit unneat because yeah, when I see flies indoors, it just makes me go, oh. So, yeah, I don't like them. So yeah, it's like a cool concept, and so it makes you wonder what the Bleam would do because I can see how that benefits whales because they move at significant speed. But what do the slugs do as well? Would they zoom past and eat it that way? Who knows? But yeah, sadly, I can't see Bleam, but you could in a hopefully the Instagram drawings on there. But yeah, even the snapper on top, it's like a Venus flytrap on top, so that's how it ingests the food. So it's a rather cool idea. Yeah, something about it which I quite like. Yeah, maybe that's what attracts the insects. Yeah, I can see that happening. But like I said, I think it would have to work with. I tell you what, maybe it would provide substance for the likes of important insects like bees and butterflies, even wasps too, because they're quite good pollinators. Um, but yeah, but with the flies, it will just eat them. So yeah, I feel like that's like a cool idea. I'll consider it. Although that's the thing with these 8-bit animations, you can't really make a animal documentary out of them. But maybe some kind of visual hint. Because something else I thought about as well is that because of how simplified they are in the forefront, what I've thought of a couple of times is that if there's like needed up close shots, then I could actually, for instance, have a shot with the hand full on screen, and just taking an object, and that's where there is like more detail to the hand, actually having fingers. So that's something I've thought about. So I'll consider it, but if all of it has to be like to mid to wide shots, then that's fine. It's easy going. Okay, so the last creature is a Buzina, which is a rhino equivalent. Yeah, just like a one with one that's just an alternative one, I would say. So one race often hunted for food, but isn't easy. Not entirely in herds, but they can get annoyed very easily, making them want to charge at others. So yeah, basically our rhinos, but in a more exotic setting. And yeah, if they're like a food source for this world, then okay. This is a really good start. Yeah, because I like all of these races. Yeah, we haven't encountered one that won't make it to the reboot, so that's a start. Anyway, so this is the second part. Is where we'll finish off this planet, and therefore on to like the final stage of the video. Yeah, I feel like using the Mr. Potato quote again. I take it all back. Yeah, because it's these four which are slightly in question in the reboot. I'll get to it, but firstly, there's Akira himself. He wants just a normal everyday ninja, is an alien ninja, and yeah, I really like the color scheme, yeah, because it used to be like yellow at one point, and then I just remember wearing a black coat on top of the yellow, which was kind of cool at one point, even with like a couple of facial wear, like something to cover the mouth, like I want to call it balaclava, but it's not called that. But yeah, and yeah, I'm really happy with what it looks like now. Yeah, this is drawing, I think. So anyway, so best martial arts with high reflexes, learning counter opponents very quickly, then the martial arts in a more spiritual and natural way. So yeah, that's cool. So Loganivs, though, they I swear it doesn't have a E in the actual word in the novel, but yeah, these are the creatures that the Tytrons disguise themselves as. Although, oh, but like to look out for wildlife despite being not verbal, so they're quite smart already. So that's nice. So most friendly forms of wildlife you come across non-verbal, very peaceful with their solutions, keep an eye on wildlife. Okay, just makes you wonder what kind of solutions would they help with any conflicts on the planet. This one, maybe. So Rosu, yeah, that used to be called Red Wolf, who inspired Hell Wolf as well. Because because even the Red Wolf character who I came up with, he had the second form of a wolf, but like a bigger one, and yeah, and Hell Wolf kind of carried that idea over, but it's like a fictional creature instead. Because I wanted something like bigger and more beastly than an average wolf, so I just thought, yeah, that could work. So Rusu uses both a sword and a staff. Okay, that's a great combination. Reminds me of Deathstroke. Yeah, DC character, by the way. This is no reflection which the Akiras and Nocturnes aren't keen on, most controversial in their approaches to combat situations, and more or less competitive compared to Akiras and Nocturnes, a tad more animalistic. Okay, yeah, that's neat. I like the design as well. Definitely that's how the Red Wolf character was designed. You can see how it's slightly similar to Numian, but there's different colours, and yeah, the cape is slightly different as well, and a longer sword as well. So yeah, okay. And then there's Octum himself. Yeah, he used to be Akira's rival in the previous version of the story. Even Octum, I kind of tried to carry over. I'd make it into Ozona's servant. In an early version of the story, he kept like getting in the way of the Legion, and he used to have skeleton hands as well, which was kind of neat. But it just makes you wonder how it would have carried through with the rest of the body. And yeah, and he later became like a katana user. So yeah, because it was like an idea to make Octon more of a like a friend of Akira, only to like portray him. That's something I've kind of thought of. Anyway, so primary rival of Akira is less spiritual, but but still likes to train others how to fight. Almost a competition of who traces the most allies. Either within the planet or just in general, do they go for other planets to try and add to each other's team? That sounds like a fun concept. It's almost like two rival dojos almost. But with the Octons, they're getting extinguished from the reboot. Because I also like the sword design. I'm not too keen on the rest of it. It looks it's just not really driving with me. I like good colour choices maybe, but no, it's Yeah, this would have to be a redesign if I want to, want that kind of idea. Because yeah, imagine if they get hold of a load of residential races and made them all like ninja fighters. Maybe they give them a couple of the same powers. But yeah, I'll put a bit on it though. And so anyway, train the Roman race, training the other societies at other worlds too. Oh, okay, I was right. Okay, apparently into swords, invest at them. So the best sword wielders. Okay, that's neat. So they train sword fighting too. That's kind of cool. So yeah, there's like a fraction between ninjas on this world, which is starting to vibe with me. But I think I'll probably like to continue this idea, but maybe just have it between these two. It's a bit more simpler, I think, instead of just having like another sword user who was also like in the mixture. It just kind of complicates things. Okay, so on to so a serpent. So the most powerful animal, spirit. So the power is often used to help the curious, making them more powerful. These spirits hover all the time, very quickly too. Hover all the time? Oh yes, they don't. They don't interact with the land. Yeah, I kind of like the design, although I've been almost tempted to cut them out the story as well, because I've been talking about how I other commentaries how I didn't really want to include like creatures that already existed in other forms of media almost. So yeah, I think that's what got me to consider to remove it, because every other creature I guess could have similarities, but if it's literally called a serpent, I just thought I thought to be a bit more consistent. I like parts of the design. It could be kind of fun to um, animate an 8-bit, but yeah, because we'll have to wait and see. Because I think the animation approach, I think it's just as I make the animations over time, it will then help me like expand outwards as I explore the world alongside the audience. That's like something I want to do, but obviously I will be keeping an eye out, for just like the logic of how it all works. So yeah, and so yeah, oh yeah, because that was an idea as well. So yeah, so the Kios used to like interact with these to like add to the fighting, or like their supernatural ability. It just makes you wonder what else it could be useful. Because if they were like the more powerful animal spirits, then what makes them more powerful? Do they hit harder? Do they have other additional abilities? Do they could they Kyo consume one and then be better, more powerful that way? It's a bit abstract, fortunately, and it sounds like a cool idea though. But I feel like the Numians would explore that idea, so I just feel like the animal spirits kind of belong to them. But I think the Kyo is having like the most superior martial arts, and um, maybe just that might be enough. Yeah, because I want to like all of their characters to have like pretty much equal footing. Even at a point where I would he's like right in a care fight against Ironfall, I think there would be a whole lot to explore. Yeah, so I don't want to make anyone too over the top with power, but don't want to make someone too invincible either. Because whilst I really like Injustice 2 or just those Injustice fighting games, because the games often make efforts to explain why Batman has like the tools to fight Superman. That gets addressed well in the story anyway, which is rather good. But then when you're actually like playing the game and you like put I don't know, like Harley Quinn against Dark Side, like your head immediately is going to be like, well, Dark Side just can just do anything, and Harley's pretty much done in seconds. But the game is um, what's that called? Is that called narrative dissonance, where you kind of have to put away like that kind of logic in order to have fun with the idea that Harley Quinn might be able to beat Darkseid. It is amusing and it is part of the charm of the game. Although it's just I just don't want to um, you know uh, I just don't want to you want you already got the idea to make everyone like a similar power level, even if there are some more powerful than others. So yeah. So yeah, Etos. So yeah, if this is a character who was in one of my animations, and he was in previous versions of the Legion as well. He was like a I still remember the name of Atar's dad. It was Myaman, and yeah, just like one of those stories of he was a king and he was having to make up for his dad or something, and he had like insecurities about being a ruler. He had a new sword later on, which was kind of cool because he had a royal one, and oh yeah, it was one that he telekinetically could like throw and get hold of back, which that idea was given to his owner. Yeah, yes, it was, and yeah, he was mostly like burgundy or gold, but I redesigned him in these colours instead, and he looks okay, and the sword, goes along with him, although not quite. I feel like his feet have been chopped. What's happened? Um, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I think it was just the image actually. Oh yeah, because I put the filter on these images, and so it has like a bit of a shadow. But yeah. Um, so yeah, because yeah, it's been a character who I've been keeping around for ages, but I think I think I'm yeah. It's just quite like an abstract design. It's essentially the the face is just on the body. As if like the mouth and eyes is where like the torso is, or not as low as that, just more like around the chest area of a metal person, but just like a very strong build. So it's yeah, you'll see what I mean with the animation, which is called Atarva's Design for, and yeah, he was like the big complex character, like Pod, but Pod was a beluga whale when Atar was still being used in the story. And I think what happened, because I was struggling to how to apply Pod, and when I was like doing another rewrite with the story, I remember thinking, oh yeah, because I think I tried to tie water with Aton. I just remember thinking, Pod suits that better, and his beluga design at the time, he's a humanoid beluga whale, which was awesome. Obviously, that did turn into a killer whale, mainly thanks to coming up with Valis. He was in book 2 as a bit of a homage, little one. So yeah, Aton just kind of went away since, and yeah, and now Pod for a long time has always been the big complex character in the whole cast, and he's probably most likely going to be the lead character in the reboot. Him and Nicole have plenty of ideas on how to make them two the most flawed characters, but how they can help each other out and help by the others and how they can help others. So yeah, a load of cool ideas, which I'm very looking forward to tell through animation in this style. Um, so yeah, it's just yeah, it's I'm a bit mixed. Like I said, it's not very like a specific design, not very animalistic like the other designs we've often come across. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But what they like? These are the more royals of the land. They walk about, settle anywhere, and they find ways to improve the land, try and resolve conflicts. Okay, that's handy. So you're like a royal race of some sort. That's neat. Um, so yeah, okay. And then we've got the Heyman himself, can prey on others for food or defense. It can shoot needles, and the chosen animal for Hellwolf went for during her Nemean ritual, which yeah, because it's still a powerful creature, but made more powerful thanks to their reboot. Yeah, because it can like temporarily alter its features. So um, it's just weird because if the animal spirits is like an element, although it's the Numians using that power to transform, so I think that's the key. Does that mean Nightfall could turn into any animal that has the element then? Oh wait, but oh gosh, I think he should still be able to summon any animal spirit, or any life forms in general. That's something to keep in mind. I do need to be careful of how I order that. And so anyway, so the land is exotic, humid, thin trees, not very hilly. Land is scattered with traps made by the camos, yeah, which is accurate in book 5. So yeah, it's not dangerous. Huts are also wooden and in many shapes. So I reckon that's one of them right there. But yeah, oh yeah, that's like a lake or a swamp or even a cove down here, I think. Yeah, I think that's the case here. Um, so yeah, yeah, this is another favourite one, I reckon. It's weird because I've just done the like the ranking of the thing, and all of these worlds, and yeah, there are some that I like more than others, but I'll still put the likes of they give Aninor and Mushroom a lot more credit because I just feel a bit more satisfied after exploring these worlds a bit more. Because yeah, granted, there is like a couple of races that are a bit in the air in terms of whether to have them across the reboot or not, but there's a ton of really cool ideas. So yeah, some you could say it's a bit similar to Mushroom, but I think that's going to be the fun of the reboot. If all of these dangers exist within this jungle, for instance, then oh boy, it'll be a wild ride, won't it? It'll be just like walking through. I nearly said the savannah because of the amount of wildlife there, but no, it'll just be more like the again, I guess the Amazon rainforest, yeah, there's tons of dangers once you go walk around there. Yeah, my gosh. So yeah, I think yeah, I just really like this world, and yeah, like yeah, it's like the residents are like quite close to nature in some way, yeah, which yeah, it's like a very cool aspect of this whole area. All right, so I think we'll go on to yeah, yeah, we'll just go on to the final parts of the video. All right, so when I mentioned about the word Raveron accidentally getting excluded from the guide, yeah, yeah, if only if I read it, but for like more currently. So yeah, I think what's explained here. So yeah, I think the environment did somewhat exist, but it's just got mixed in with Flobe instead of being an environment of its own, which was a bit missed off duty and would have made up to 31 genuine planets. I could even include the moon. That could be fun. Anyway, let's just see where it's looking as. Yeah, I think that's all the description we've got, because the rest is all troubles on around. Yeah, they're describing the elephant seals inspired. Yeah, that's talking about. Oh yeah, that's one of the elephant seals. That's who they're getting touched by. A bit more about Signfall status quo. Oh, describing Dion. Yeah, I reckon yeah, Dion should be made thicker in the 8-bit. Yeah, I think I should, because I only made one animation at this point. But yeah, I reckon if Dion is like made a bit more beefier, then that really emphasises his strength. So yeah, I definitely could do something like that. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's just describing the battle. Yeah, this is the entire chapter, by the way. Yeah, just one page or even two, depending on the size of the writing. So yeah, there's nothing really else to describe, the Forgotten Planet, you could say. But like I said, it kind of existed, the rocky lands of Flope, to try and vary that environment a bit more. But I don't know, it doesn't feel authentic enough, because at least Earth like gradually gets to locations like that, but that feels like a bit of a what was it? How would I describe it? A smash cut. Yeah, found the term. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the godly world. Where it's a bit of a smash cut between two settings there. Yeah, they could be made into two more planets. So yeah, 32 would have been, or 33 even. So yeah. Anyway, so I just thought to address that. But yeah, I think we'll get on to the ending parts of this video. So there we go. Here's all the worlds, definitely in a collage anyway. The next two steps, I think, is onto the alien race ranking and then the world ranking. We'll see what I mean later. But yeah, just putting all these worlds together. So I think the 8-bit thing is like what binds them all together. Alongside some of the colour scheme, you can definitely tell. So that yeah, the orange kind of sticks out one too many. I don't know, maybe it should have been used more. So, but yeah, like the greens and blues, yeah, it's just a really nice mixture. And yeah, it's actually quite a lot. This is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. There's 30 worlds, including the space as well. So I got up to 41. So that's like a lot at first glance, but to me it did feel a bit small for some reason. So yeah, I would have to have a good think about it. But yeah, I think as you can see, you can imagine, yeah, there's some worlds which were, really fully refined, whether it's like the alien races or yeah, the alien races, the roles and the setting as well. So yeah, that's kind of coming into it next. And so yeah, okay. Yeah, just yeah, take a good look. Yeah, it's I really like the mixture. But yeah, like when just looking at the image like straight away, what grabs me out the most? I'm not sure. But yeah, I really like the shadow work here. Kind of like the simplicity in this one. That one, I really like the orange sky in there. Prehistoric land. There's also like nice natural cornucopias full of vegetation. This one's gloomy, so yeah, they do stand out in more ways. Yeah, some better than others. So yeah. Alright, so yeah, after a good look here, we'll start ranking the lot. So yeah, this is the how I ranked all the races. So yeah, it's a bit small, but it was it was very time consuming and ordering the lot. But yeah, so basically this is last place and this is first place. I kind of ironic considering they share a comic, but um yeah, so you can definitely see how some of these designs are a bit underwhelming at times, or just like a design or color choices that I'm not as keen on. And I think some of it could be down to the lot of what each race is all about as well. I think that comes into play as well. So yeah, if you have a good look here, you can definitely see which races I like more than others. So yeah, it's very underwhelming. Won't know what to do. Then a couple of interesting ideas, and yeah, there we go. We've got a human there. They've made it. We've made it that far. And yeah, a bit more interested in design and ideas. Oh yeah, Sammy's race definitely will go higher, thanks to the redesign. So yeah, that's good. Um, so yeah, and yeah, I like that one, that aspect, and yeah, now we're getting to good and more interesting ideas and a more experimentation with, like experimentation with the 8-bit approach, which has definitely paid off. So yeah, and yeah, you can see how they're a bit more bold and simple and quite inventive at times. So yeah, I really like them. Yeah, a good portion. So yeah, I think you could definitely tell like some of these lower ones are the ones that aren't going to make it to the reboot. Um, so yeah, that does say a lot, because when I was creating this guide, I was like looking back at every single piece of art I was doing, all the drawings and everything to like squeeze for more ideas, and that definitely paid off when I was bringing back, these hybrid creatures, in New Zealand. Yeah, so yeah, I was really glad that I brought them back, even if they were part of another story. Just a load of hybrids that are essentially, um, Earth animals, but a bit more powerful. But yeah, I still really like the charm of them, and so yeah. Yeah, you can definitely see about the colour schemes as well. Yeah, too less orange, I would say, so that's a bit of a shame. But other than that, the colour scheming is somewhat balanced enough. Um, so yeah, I think that's how I personally would rank these. Yeah, because if I would, because I'm not sure how to make your own tier list that can be above or online. Yeah. I think it is possible, but I would rather do that with the rebooted lot. I'm glad that I haven't made one now. If anything, I remember when I made a survey for the storybooks, which could have like carried over to the novels, and nobody else just yeah, I can understand now because yeah, just watching the storybook videos, they're a bit mundane, unfortunately. But I suppose it was a good idea in theory, and I suppose they were like an original type of video, like a completely original digital storybook to be read out to you. But no, we do need far more exciting ways to storytell, don't we? But don't worry, I've got the animations which were a lot of fun. So yeah, with all of these any races ranked, yeah, because I won't go for individually because yeah, a lot of them are just just preferring over the others for very surface level reasons. So yeah, I'll go in more in details with the plants themselves and but yeah, like I said, just not so much here. Yeah, we'll be here for too long. But you can imagine why I was more enthusiastic with some races more than others. And although I feel like I forgot to explain this being, like these flying ones that can, um, they can, fly around and they explore space, think they keep an eye on things, maybe have laser um, abilities, and yeah, these two were like a creature I came up with, and yeah, continued over. And yeah, I really like the 8-bit approach. Just like simplified the colours more, and yeah, they're just far more bright, vibrant. Yeah, because funny enough, when I was showing my colleague, these drawings, yeah, that was one of them that stood up to him. So yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah, definitely will be keeping him. And anyway, yeah, we'll yeah, let's hop onto the last page essentially. All right, so I've yeah, this is definitely the final ranking of these worlds. So yeah. Did I say something about? I was going to quickly go back to readjust. Oh, yeah, there you go. And whilst I've kind of forgotten, of some of the top contexts, but on first glance, yeah, this is how I see, each world. So yeah, so I guess just to go from the beginning. So yeah, just the most amount of concepts that are going to be abandoned in the the reboot. Yeah, the whole junkyard thing, it doesn't quite match with the rest of the universe as well. And yeah, not too fond of the world. I won't know how to expand on this. It was just like too up in the air as well. And so yeah, the airport one, like cool idea, but yeah, it's definitely going to be abandoned as well. And yeah, especially with less emphasis on the vehicles. So yeah, even this one, it had like a good couple of uses in the 5 books I've written, but like I said, it's just a bit too minuscule. And yeah, I wish I came up with the having like multiple planets all named this way, so it could be like a pit stop, but once again it could visit each other's planets. So yeah, like an airport planet does sound kind of cool in some way, but yeah, it just feels extremely limited. Next up is Sotus. So whilst I really like the battle in the sequel, but the setting, aside from Pod using the valleys to move the water about, yeah, this planet is pretty much, yeah, I don't know what to make of it, because there was the space team idea, for the base or whatever that was all about, and just being easily built on without much consequence. And apparently Gloop's race lives there as well, so yeah, this is like a setting which will be abandoned as well. So yeah, just like I said, just extremely lifeless. So the Godly World. So whilst I really like the islands, the beacons grew out of me recently, and yeah, just to try and fit them both together, yeah, it's essentially ruined both the islands and, well, just like ruined them both really. Yeah, it's because of the story I like of the idea of like this could be like the first world, and where the more powerful beings that helped create the universe like settled around, but this isn't it. It should be a bit more grand and such, and yeah, just have these as lines. Yeah, it's just a bit pathetic, really. And yeah, and also, what would these guys be doing? I guess having a look out. I think they did like spy around to see everything, and it feels like the first planet. Oh, what else? What's the use for it? It's just a bit. Um, yeah, and even the top plane, the mice race, like what were they doing? In their day to day. Yeah, it's just things like that keep scratching my head unless you're doing it. So yeah, that's why that's down there. It's just only like a couple of bits and bobs I like. Yeah, and yeah, even the and even so to at first glance it's kind of cool, but even then, like I said, it's just very vapid. Vapid, does that mean empty? I think so. Anyway, so yeah, space itself. So yeah, I don't know why I've kind of put it there, but I reckon it is just down there because it's just very open and out there, and just pass by asteroids, stars, and planets as well. So yeah, just like yeah, just bits and bobs about it which sound cooler compared to the things below. But yeah, just I feel like if I could like add a bit more personality to space itself, I reckon it could go a long way. And right, so next up is Zapor. So yeah, as I mentioned, just too abstract. I won't know what the residents were like. Like I said, I like the minor wildlife bits and bobs, and the idea of a hollow planet is kind of cool. And yeah, I like the swirly areas and the floating platforms, and being lightning themed. There's bits and bobs about that which is cool, but like I said, just too abstract. I won't really know how to carry over a world like that. Next up is Sphy. So yeah, because whilst I think the colours are also like growing out. It's like a weird pale colour which I'm starting to dislike, which is a real shame because the idea of having like a glossy looking world is cool, but like the junkyard one is just doesn't really fit with the rest. And whilst I really like the green apes and what they're kind of doing, it has the point of trying to be like the source of all locations. But I don't know, it's like the airball planet where you're like, well, you're looking around anyway, so what's the point? So yeah, it's just it has like some kind of flair and creativity like to it or almost. I like how the green apes could be adapted to it, but once again, food. So yeah, so just like great setting, but just not very suitable. And then next up is this is Vida, isn't it? Yeah, so the one with the ruins, yeah, where the Morphals were originated from, where the Creatites lived, where Designfall's final fight was at. Yeah, because yeah, the idea of like ruins with all of these darker blue bricks, it's yeah, it has like some kind of charm to it, and the significance as well. But yeah, just yeah, like what else was there beyond like a load of blocks? Was there actual like buildings to interact with? Yeah, I've got a lot of it already, which is not a good thing. And yeah, even the races that were living there, it's extremely minuscule in the roles. So yeah. Anyway, next up is this world. So yeah, it's just the color scheme is it's a bit sickly at times, not to mention dead trees. It makes it a bit like a weird alien Halloween world, which yeah, well, granted, it probably need to be more orange or green to kind of reach that conclusion. But yeah, it's just yeah, it feels like almost like the least amount of personality. And whilst I like the races, and the conflict idea does sound rather cool, but a lot of the races are going to go in the reboot, and yeah, because having their own like little battle amongst these planets and how maybe it could like affect the other galaxy, determine how far things could go. That is like a cool idea, but um, yeah, it's just yeah, it's just yeah, it's just something I planned like on the spot, but without considering it properly. Like compared to like when I was creating the Otter comic, I was like thinking long and hard on how all of this could work, and it clearly paid off. Look how high it is up there, but yeah, the same can't be said with here. It's just it's just a bit lacking personality once again, especially when you consider all the alien races together as well. It's because like most of them are like powerless but greater number, but some are powerful yet lesser number. It's like a different dynamic somewhat which could have worked, but yeah, it's just not yeah, it doesn't really hold a candle like a lot of these other worlds do. So next on is on to Flobe. So whilst yeah, I think having like rocky land below, despite being a different colour, and having farmland every now and again, and with floating islands, it's something that could be mixed, but it is just a bit mashed a little bit, which is a real shame. But definitely doesn't have like a proper classroom issue like this one below. So um, so yeah, and not to mention I really like floating islands. I think there's something really cool about them, and something about the storybook which has inspired me to retain an idea like this, even some from the reboot as well. Yeah, some of the farming ideas are okay. Especially there's an idea to defend it and how it could be transported. There's a little like bit of purpose and an idea in there, but yeah, they still feel a bit underwhelmed about it. Next up is Brack, which is the Sotra's world, and yeah, I really like them, and I like how the land changes a lot, and how the Sotras can cope with that, unlike other races, and yeah, the blue lava, and yeah, smallest planet as well, so that at least makes it easier. So yeah, because if you accidentally have like a massive world, it just makes you wonder, well, what's the distinction between all the lands, unless everything is like volcanoes everywhere, but no, it would be like strands of magma somewhere. There might be lava waterfalls, and yeah, different rock structures. Could be other areas with far less lava. I feel like yeah, the variation and the approach is definitely there somewhere, and I like the significance of the setting, the couple of times they came up in the books, and yeah, I just really like volcanic settings as well. But I think it's just the Sotras. I feel like they do need to be given more, especially in the reboot. They are going to be given a more precise role, and yeah, it's just because yeah, the placement and on in the story was a bit yeah, it didn't really like pay off as much as I wanted to when writing them in, but yeah, it's just even that yeah, it's just yeah, once again, sometimes when visiting this world, it doesn't like pop as much, which is a real shame because I really like volcanoes and that. So next up is Hamo. So yeah, definitely like the definitive element representing land, and I wish the other planets kind of like maybe one or two newer planets that could be more representative of certain elements. And whilst we have Chronocoop and Coal Life, which has less representative other aspects of an element, and maybe Zapple with the lightning, but yeah, I just wish that those other lands that were just like very leaning hard against these elements, yeah, especially there's this one. And whilst Cubes is meant to be like an element trait of its own, but I think it still stands, and yeah. But once again, yeah, this world does feel a bit lifeless once again. No pun intended, especially with just only like the gradities and the miniature race. Oh, yeah, the miniature race. Yeah, they'd have like their own purposes, but yeah, still wouldn't have like a clear idea what they do from day to day. What's like a variety of other bits and bobs they can do. How do they interact with the world. Are there other areas with more cubes than others? How's it used? Yeah, you got what I mean. It's just it's not a lot of purpose. It's just very stylish because yeah, like the land that's like somewhat rocky and has like cubes flying everywhere and even stuck to the ground. It's something I do quite like. It's like on the surface level I like it, and even the color scheme too. But it's just the emptiness which really lets this one down. All right, so next up is which one's this one? I forgot. No, don't have the name, but yeah, it's the Arox planet, and yeah, because I like the statues representative of the race themselves, and stone slabs that are drawn, and the drawing of the stories, and it does have like some temples and cliffs as well. So it has like a very like grand aspect to it, and if it's like very arty as well, then yeah, that's kind of neat too. But yeah, once again, I just don't really know how to expand the world like that going forward. Like even the whole idea of like creating art to showcase bits and bobs is already kind of done in Hash to but getting rid of the arrowbacks doesn't help in the reboot um and yeah, the whole element side of things are getting got lost with this world as well. So yeah, even the design isn't too great on first glance, which is a bit of a shame. Yeah, they're not even the storybook assist that either. So yeah, oh well. Right, so this is Giddery, so like the arcade casino, like Planet for the Slashoos, and yeah, it's like some bits of the architecture I like, and there's greenery every now and again, and oh, even the what was it in the novel videos you can see, yeah, there's a casino simply called Dough with a question mark, and yeah, Dough means money by the way, or currency. Yeah, it's a slang. Yeah, so that so knowing uh, yeah, like knowing how to expand that some way, that definitely tells me more compared to the other settings all around more previously. But yeah, it's just other than that, I don't know, it's just because it doesn't scream arcade or casino, it just feels like this is like the disguise, which I guess could be the intention, but I don't know, it just feels like a edgy villa kind of look, and yeah, it's just something I'm not quite solid on, and yeah, I can still see the slashers being around the ball like this, fighting each other, etc. But yeah, it's just I think too less colour as well, especially if it was just meant to be more fun and more informal. All right, so next up is Planet Gar, which the one whose owner took over, and it only has the Tengas, and yeah, even this world literally too feels too small. And whilst there's aspects I like about it, about how it was rebuilt, but the water came back, and there's these deep underground coves, and the canyon as well. So it's those rocky areas and having the coves as well, and well caverns too, if you like. Yeah, I quite like them a lot at a point where yeah, if they could have uh, yeah, something I can have a lot of fun with. Yeah, because even one of my animations is already featuring a code of some kind, and I might even do it in this color. But if it is going to be all one world, then I'd have to be careful because I know that there's many different countries around planet Earth, but I don't think the color difference would be that much because if anything, it could be just some lands greener than others or more blue than others because of the water. So yeah, I would be careful, but yeah, so it's just just like specific parts, but it does feel very very minimal, and even the Tengas aren't as interesting, despite this have something going for it, compared to the other alien races. But yeah, thanks to their appearance in book two, but still. All right, next up is Slith, so that's the like the beachy world with the snakes and other races. Apparently they're like a rather good community, and yeah, it's just because some of the aliens getting cut and the color choices I'm starting to outgrow as well. I think it's just this should be like a beach color instead of a grey. I think that would have actually made it a lot better. Yeah, because yeah, grey sand it just doesn't No, it doesn't sound very tropical, but yeah, it should be like made more tropical as well. And also, oh, I don't know, even these buildings are all these buildings are mostly the same. It's except like Nahashtu and Orevorn and even this one in New Zealand. I feel like these buildings have a bit more personality. Even the airport one has that grand one here, so yeah, I do have to be more careful. Like, I suppose it is like a simplified drawing because I've made cities on Earth that look far better, than a singular block. You'll see what I mean if you look all around. But even if it's a simplified version, it still doesn't really stand out much. But I like the somewhat tropical vibe. I like some of the aliens a lot, and the way they can communicate. There's definitely like potential, like for the reboot. But um, yeah, at least it has like some kind of scale compared to the other planets. But yeah, that's how far it goes. So next up is Nash 2, and um, it's I think it's just when in the book it's like the bits that's like kind of let down for me, such as that disguise devices, as I talked about in the novel commentary. It's just something about that idea that I'm a bit put off by it, and I think this world is just yet to deliver. It doesn't look enough like a sporty area. It's not really like delivering on its promises. Like wherever you look at media, look at. Um, so yeah, there's like some kind of colour and greenery, and oh, I don't know, because maybe it could have been higher. Because I even created an interior of a pub, which actually looks rather cool in that last story. When Pod's on his own, and yeah, even that matches with the aesthetic here. But considering I made like loads of areas, expanding on it, it's a tad all over the place. But at least it's like an area that I'm a bit more familiar with compared to most. So yeah, so I think the spot is okay as it is. Um, but I just wonder why the others are high up in that manner. Uh, I think I got a couple of reasons. So yeah, so this is where we start to get to the more like ones I get a bit more excited about, including this one. It did have like some really good bits and bobs that. Um, uh, so yeah. All right. So next up, yeah. So the Land of the Runic. So yeah, whilst yeah, this world does have like a very empty quality to it, especially one I wasn't so keen on. There's ever noise and the resurrecting race still need to work on, and that massive creature they somehow made as well. So there's a couple of like problems with it, but I think the idea of like just sending any traitors etc. down there, or if it is like treated like a graveyard, because whilst we respect those who have gone, I just can't imagine some any races not really wanting to go through those phases at a point where um they've just dropped them off there instead. It's like, sure, it does sound a bit gruesome, but I think that could be the fun of alien cultures. Some being a bit more gruesome than others. And yeah, it's just like like the tension and the danger as well with these Veranics. Yeah, I do feel I do actually feel tense thinking about it. Yeah, just imagine like these miniature like dragon things just flying at you and just like wanting to munch you immediately, and they don't have like any moral code or taste. They go for you. So yeah, because whilst it could do with like more variety in the scenery, just having the bones everywhere, that's definitely like enough to tell you what the world's all about, and there's like yeah, definitely a bit more of a personality as well. So yeah, that's what I quite like about this one. Yeah, so next one is Concro. So, because whilst I did try to expand a bit more on this world I reckon the Snowy Mountains was probably added to assist like the penguin race or the snow leopards. I think that's what made me think of something like a kind of blend, but unlike the previous attempts. So I feel like this blend kind of works, and it's worked better thanks to the Titran comic, where because funny enough, there's a um, the Kraytai's race, that race. There was like one, just living on his own, and amongst like the snowy areas of the area, and um, yeah, just like a quite a nice mixture. Because I was the mountains could be like more stereotypical, they could be a bit more blocky. I like these massive blocks as well, and yeah, just having like a mixture of like vegetation, snow together, and the mountains feel is actually like a really nice mix. Because whilst this is what I'm about to say wasn't really an inspiration for this, but something worth highlighting is that if you've heard of DK Jungle Climber or Donkey Kong Jungle Climber on DS, because despite being a mixed level, there was like one stage in the first level of World 4 where after going through a waterfall and then a cave, it then gets to a mountainous setting that's full of greenery and vibes were moving about and it was snowing as well. It's just something about that which I just thought was like really interesting because even some of the Mario games, like Mario Brothers 2 on the 3DS, that too tried to blend a couple of biomes together to see how it would blend in. Even Mario Brothers Wii did that. Oh my gosh, he even did a snowy jungle, of course, which is the hardest level in Mario Bros. Wii. So yeah, when you like blend biomes like that, you get like a really good mixture, because of course in Planet Earth you won't be able to allow like such greenery to be surrounded by snow, but depending on how you blend it, yeah, I think it could work really cool. So by setting aside, I think they still want to any race that to be moved out the way, but it's the concept of a more helpful alien race, to go back and forward, getting and helping those to bring them on their planet or or to help elsewhere. There's something really um yeah, it's like a somewhat endearing idea, and yeah, they do quite like a lot of the any races as well. So I can kind of imagine somewhat what their day to day would be like, and how they would be commuting, would be more like a work environment. But um, yeah, it does still have like a charm to it, which I really like. I think it is just mostly the setting that kind of won me over, yeah, because just imagine the variety, especially with water involved as well, that could be cool. Alright, so next up is Orn. So not only did this world have a bit more story significance, but I remember, attempts to flesh out the world a bit, and although I only like it, like the world in the description it had when the Morphals kind of had the planet to themselves, because with what they were describing with, the amount of things they were doing, and, there's the arena, which was somehow built in, and, all of the floating water in the rivers. Yeah, it's like a really cool idea. I can see why an orca like alien would live in a world like this. Yeah, I think the only problems is just like the other alien races that came before. It just makes you wonder, what they were up to, and just to suddenly say, oh, there was this icy land, and um, yeah, and then some rocky areas at the end as well. I guess it's an attempt to expand it, but I don't know. It's just like diverting all the alien races without thinking out they could actually commute together, because the charm of some of the other future planets is that it's them being able to actually mix despite having their own positions, which yeah, this one is quite lacking, but it's a water themed one as well, which I do quite like a lot of as well. And so yeah, um sorry, I just going off silent all of a sudden. Yeah, I did have like a couple of like, because apparently there was like homes and huts as well, so yeah, I was just wondering what else is there. But yeah, even the shelters don't really have an awful lot, like differentiation as well. So it is like missing some bits and bobs of explaining. But other than that, yeah, just adds like some originality, which is quite nice. So, it's definitely like a world that belongs in this universe. Next up, so yeah, it's more of a alien medieval city, and yeah, looking at this image here, it's like quite mountainous vegetation every now and again, and I can see being a lot of buildings like this, like quite grand in scope, and because whilst we only got like the royal kite side of things, it just makes you wonder what Narrabras residents were like. So there's moments like that we're missing. And if it's like mostly filmed in Narrabras, then fine. It could probably done with more wildlife. I think that's like the best idea, especially there's the monarch race which are happy to assist them. And yeah, and I tell you what, with how much open space there could be, I reckon they can like practice using their spells on various areas. So yeah, I can see that being the case. And yeah, it's just like a world that really suits them. But uh, yeah, it's just yeah, it's like it's almost medievalish amongst these mountains, and it's like quite gloomy as well. So yeah, it does have like a very unique look to it. And yeah, even and unlike other worlds, even if this one's like quite undertold, which means not a lot explained, story-wise with how everything works. But I feel like I would have like more of an idea of how to expand it, especially with what the narrators like to do from day to day. Yeah, it's just like a world that really suits them and so forth. So yeah, that's why I put that one there. All right, so next up is Tromba. So yeah, the bridges, yeah, they're 8-bit wise. Yeah, it's just extremely cool. So yeah, once again, it's a world that probably would have a lot of fun exploring. But yeah, I think once again it's just some of the alien races getting cut, and it could be nice to clarify. This is more just on the guide kind of things instead of because yeah, Trump this planet never really existed in the 5 books. Like I guess because we would have seen that Ozona had a planet of his own race, and at least we get some kind of answer here. Although it just makes you wonder if Ozona probably suits an area like this, maybe like in an area like with less water and that. So yeah. And there's also yeah, so the architecture's also standing out a bit more here, which is good. And yeah, and the alien variety is somewhat like, and I can see how they could like play off one another, especially with the kind of roles they've been given. So yeah, just once again, it just has a bit more going for it. So yeah. Alright, so next up is this world. So the mixture of like thick trees, rocks, and gems, well, crystals, all around the ground. Yeah, it's like a really nice mixture. I think the orange sky kind of won it over as well. Just yeah, it just looks quite pretty in some way. And yeah, I kind of like the race variety as well. A lot of the creatures, had like a woodland feel to the area somewhat because I really like woodland themed things too. Yeah, because yeah, the woodlands is somewhat like another favorite location, like jungles, seas, tropical islands, etc., mountains, snowy lands. Anyway, um, so yeah, and yeah, so the area that is very efficient with providing resources. Yeah, I just once again probably like a lot of fun that could be done with the Bailey races once again. Yeah, it's just like one I get quite interested in looking back. And whilst this world was mainly created because of what the actual Stone Nose world would have looked like, even if they get cut in the reboot, unfortunately. But even then, yeah, it's just yeah, at least this world, will be carried over. And I do think like past ideas, even if in an entire race is getting cut from the reboot, unfortunately. But never mind that. Yeah, it's just quite a nice blend of these ideas. Yeah, next up is New Zealand. So yeah, I quite like the wildlife, even if it's a bit too little. But I think thanks to the that comic of when Pod's like the last one standing, yeah, I just really like the approach to the world. How how the the villainous race, I suppose, they were up to their own mischief and how that affects that world and how it can affect it. And the Aporos have like their foreland of their own. Yeah, yeah. It's just the Aporos are definitely like one of those tribal races. Like a whole group and society of them and how they set up a camp. I just that my ideas will be going through the roof for what I could do with them, which speaks volume. And yeah, even the set is quite nice. Just slightly muted with colours, but still has like a very nice like tropical-ish kind of feel. Tropical is like the wrong word, but it's very it's just like slightly exotic somewhat. Um, yeah, it's just quite cool to look at. And so yeah, yeah, I've already said that one. Yeah, it's just yeah, a lot of cool ideas in here. All right, next up is mushrooms. So yeah, not too the whole mushroom idea is not quite suited in this world. If it was made to be the more dangerous one, but regardless, I still like yeah, definitely like the wildlife, and yeah, it's not too residential, but the residents that are there, they have the reasons how they can adapt and how some are able to assist others, and yeah, the wildlife variety is like certainly there. Yeah, I just won't be quite scared to just go in there. And yeah, the world has enough personality. I would kind of know how to vary the lands, especially if the likes of um, yeah, just whole different obstacles to overcome if you ever like step foot in this planet. So yeah, you definitely could tell how invested I was in it. And then yeah, the same could be said with any Norse. So yeah, like more exotic despite the less danger, but I just still really like the unpredictability. And even if this one probably had a bit more cut races, I still like a lot of these ideas and how they could be quite good for the reboot as well. And so yeah, I just really like the mixture, and yeah, even the setting I could have a lot of fun with. Yeah, because it's like its own. It's a bit more of a jungle really, because yeah, the Chronocope. Because I kind of referred to the Titran Planet's jungle, but I think this is more like the finished jungle. This Chronocope is more like grander vegetation, but it's not. But it's a bit more open in its areas. But anyway, yeah, it's just like a mystique nature to this world, which is quite interesting. And yeah, I really like the colours of it as well. Like it's like almost sickly, but in a I don't know, in a way that feels a bit more intentional. And yeah, it's just just rather neat. And then next up, all right, so next up is Planet Earth itself, and yeah, it is one of the more developed settings across the whole world after all. And there's some unique bits alike, such as the city, the town, the base, the mountain, and yeah, just knowing what to do with this planet a lot of the time, especially in the main five stories. So I think that's definitely worth accounting for, because yeah, we all know what planet Earth is like, and I think it would be I think it would be drastically different when coming back to its Pangea form. But other than that, yeah, it's definitely a planet Earth that kind of like stands out in some ways compared to the media, even if some of the more building of it doesn't make a lot of sense. But oh well. But yeah, it's just the amount of detail. Yeah, of course, it'll be this high, especially if I would know what to do with it, especially in the reboot. But yeah, now getting on to Coal Life. So yeah, story like the mountains, the lakes, the northern lights with the animal spirits, and yeah, the Numians are just a race with a lot of fun, especially when I was able to come up with like the variations too. I think that speaks volume as well, because when I sometimes look at alien races, sometimes you like try and wonder, what else could I what other variations could I do? But to do that, the Numians are ready, to explore this race a bit. Yeah, sounds really cool. And if the Herald can do into A1, what would the other kind of creatures other Numians would go for? Like flying creatures or water creatures, even. It's just a whole heap of possibilities. So yeah, and yeah, I wonder what else could be done with the land. Like could there be like different rock structures throughout, something like that? Could make it a bit more fun. But if I already know what to do as well, then yeah, once again, that just makes it very deserving on the top here. And then yeah, I just thought to put the prehistoric planet next. When I keep coming back to this image and think, yeah, I just really like the vibe of this world. And yeah, I only played a small part in the sequel, but yeah, it's just the idea initially to have a prehistoric world, for creatures that aren't around anymore, but to bring them back in a more suitable environment. Yeah, just it's just a very very cool idea. Whilst in the reboot, I think the wildlife is just going to be more so all over, but maybe it could be like a Savannah equivalent, just for these extinct creatures, or what used to be extinct rather. Yeah, it's just I think just a lot of fun to have with, and yeah, if it could like vary like curve, like some more hotter or colder than others, then yeah, it can make it quite suitable in that. Um, so yeah, it's just yeah, and the wildlife's already there. So yeah, and I think the likes of the Civets race probably would come back to keep an eye on this world as well. So I can probably see that happening, and there's probably other world boss building possibilities, like some people nabbing some races too. That could be an idea. It's actually something I've thought about a couple of times, but yeah, at least be a whole heap of story potential if I was just given that planet alone. And then I thought to put the Otter Planet next, because yeah, I just feel like I know a lot about how it all works, and even if it does seem a bit small, and just having a Otter Planet is a bit like an obscure idea, but I don't know, it's just something about it which I really like, and it's given its own personality, and I think thanks to the idea sequel, with aliens attacking this planet, and also being created by the Titrans as well, so it kind of explores like the result, what the Titrans could do for them. And yeah, the whole comment dedicated to the planet as well. Yeah, it's just a load of quite nice settings, and just like the variety and the pirate ships. So yeah, I just really like the ideas and the roles that the otters have. you know, and you can imagine other wildlife like crocodiles and fish being around as well to add to them as well. So yeah, so whilst I could like make it a bit more suitable in this universe, I just still really like the idea regardless. And yeah, because when I put in the otters in the sequel, it still felt right. Because yeah, it's just like it's so like informal charm that this whole universe somewhat does. And then, yeah, strangely enough, I put the Titrans world high up because, yeah, not only did the Titrans have the most character variations, but the one day I was just like, oh well, here's another Titran idea, here's another one, and here's another one, and yeah, it just goes far quicker compared to other ones. And yeah, when just like looking at this the world, and whilst I have to admit, I'm not too keen on the blobs anymore because I think I'll just have it just as like the Titran plant only. And yeah, plants won't be alive; they'll just simply be controlled by the Titran, so they won't be, you know, because I know plants are living beings, but I guess if they can be manipulated, then maybe it is just the idea of you know, the Titrans having enough respect for wildlife at a point where it's like helping each other out almost. Yeah, I can see that being the approach, and yeah, not to mention I can imagine a whole heap of coves and trees and caves, maybe tree houses that the Titrans could like to live around in. So yeah, it's just like a very easy race to use, and yeah, I think I'm thinking of all of those ideas not long ago, and well, actually years ago, and applying the lot here, you know, for this race and turning it into, yeah, it's just quite something quite exciting about it. And yeah, even if I'm not too keen on the Titran story involving the blobs, yeah, they would yeah, that's the race that yeah, the Titrans you know, had a small conflict with, but yeah, other than that, you know, still fleshed out the world, you know, quite well, and you know, this established culture that all the Titrans have to stick together, and you do kind of get that impression, and you know, how the other wildlife could add to this world as well. Even if it does feel a bit less populated, I still feel like it could work, you know, with the template I've got. So yeah, not to mention like the greenery and vegetation, you know, the possibilities like through the roof. So yeah, it's just something about that which is really cool in that. And so yeah, let's oh yeah, is this the um I think this is the last page, yeah, because for 5. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I think we've gone through this guide. So yeah, it will definitely come up every now and again in the novel commentaries when they come about. And yeah, because yeah, I want to say as a clarification, there's a lot of these worlds which were fully you know, like realised in some way, shape, or form in the novels, and then some planets had to make up for this guide just to answer a couple of other questions, and there might be a couple of contradictions to these guides, most likely. And but because of all of this being the only like stuff that's like stated, it still makes this universe a tad small. You know, only 32 planets is not really a lot, but never mind. But yeah, I think it can be like it might help with a couple of bits and bobs with understanding some of what this world is like. And yeah, and I think there are cases where, you know, sometimes I do read these books and the comics, and I can somewhat see a lot of these worlds existing and the systems and so forth. But not all of it will pay off though. You know, like the farming and the planet Tromba and the first aid and the material transfer. And yeah, there's sadly not a lot. Yeah, a lot of these ideas were going to expand on this world, but now it will assist the reboot. So yeah, that's the clarity for you. But anyway, so long, extensive block into like the lore, I suppose, for some of it. So yeah, yeah. So once we get into the non-commentaries, yeah, just seeing what worked and what didn't, and how it can reveal help for the reboot. So yeah, I hope you enjoy this long deep dive, and yeah, not to mention, yeah, it's good to finally get this ultimate guide as like a proper visual, because it was just like a handy guide for me when creating like some of the comics, but yeah, now to actually display it, yeah, it's just, yeah, just gives you some idea and access in that. So yeah, all right, yeah, I'll leave it there, and yeah, I'll see you next time.
So one more thing of this video, so I might have mentioned the small experiment I've done where I've got the image of each setting and placing the characters in them. Well, here's the lot of them. So yeah, as the video ends, so yeah, here's what each of the experiment looks like, and you can see how some characters Yeah, I think some do suit their setting, some more than others, and I think that's where it gets to more subjective territory. Because after having a good look, I don't really see any of them sticking out like too badly. Because it's yeah, because because when making my improvements, it's just more so of the concepts themselves, not so much on the visual side of things. Even if the visual side of things would have been improved, well, with some of the settings carrying over. But yeah, regardless, yeah, this is what each setting looks like. If these aliens were staying of each of these worlds. So yeah, there you go.